Right, everybody loved Nick Manners Part 1. We went up to the gym in Leeds, you saw the great work he's doing. It was a phenomenal story, but there was so much left out, and his book is here as well, penned by prolific author Jamie Boyle, who's going to be co-hosting. So what were you going to be covering extra today, Jamie?
Well, first and foremost, I want to say, if I sound slightly different, I do apologise. I think Nick knows I've been in bed literally for the last 2 weeks.
He's got a sexy, deep voice.
Yeah, I've gone for the extra sexy look with the pneumonia sound. So, I've literally finished Nick's book now. We're, I think by the time this was coming out, we'll be out, or about. And front, gotta get through this, clues in the name. You know, when I say that, I sound like when I see a peacock, and sometimes in life, you just got to get through it and kind of stand up and I'm not going to lie, there is certain elements of the book that I've read and I've been like, my good God.
Savile stuff in there.
Yes, there's, I mean, obviously Nick will tell you now, and there's, I find it really interesting. That's in a part of a chapter called We Are Leeds. Nick's talking about, you know, go to school with David Batty, and unfortunately, as a fact, it's, you know, he's just part of Leeds' social history. You can't change that. Nick come across him certain elements of his life, from being a young kid to being a young fighter when Nick was getting attention, and, you know, I'll let Nick tell you. Very, very interesting fella, you know. I mean, obviously Nick drinks in the Queen's Hotel, and that was where Savile held his body, so I think that's when they'd done the wake and all that, and when the city of Leeds turned out. But there was a lot of people, like, they were like, I'm surprised you're surprised when the news come out, because they knew what he was. I'll let Nick tell you that. But yeah, Savile, it was just one of the small elements of the book. Obviously the reason I know Nick Manners is a guy called Paul Sykes. I come across the name Nick Manners 2015, and people were saying, oh, well, Sykes, he was levelled at an house, it's Nick Manners. Got in touch with him, cut a story short, 7.5 years down the line, I just did his biography. And it's just one of the small things of Nick Manners. I think Nick is one of the most interesting people, and I'd like to probably, I'm hoping, maybe I'm wrong, but I'd like to think maybe I've kind of discovered him a little bit, because he was someone I met literally at the start, and I was like, what an interesting character you are. And we spoke about doing his book 2016, 17, I think it fell away. And he asked me last year, and I said yes within seconds. I knew, and I don't say that lightly these days to people, for you know, certain other reasons. But with him, I said yeah straight away. And I've read the book over now, and I know how good it'll be, and I know how much of a big stir it'll cause when it comes out.
Yeah, a huge thank you for coming back and doing part 2, Nick.
No, thank you for, listen, I thank you for the interest created in that, and I think you two are decent fellas in that, you know what I mean, and hopefully if you can get my story across in such a way that, well, it'll be nice.
Did you get some good feedback on part 1?
I'll tell you, I got some really good feedback, you know what I mean, because the people of Leeds and that, and in general, people in general are very critical of people. And you know what, I was surprised, because me, I'd rather be straight, I'd rather be honest, and listen, I'll call a spade a spade. You know why? Because it is a spade. There's nothing wrong with that, you know what I mean? And I'm not trying to be big-headed or big up or nothing like that, but I'm happy, I'm quite happy with who I am. So when I turn around and say my thoughts, I'm quite happy with them, and I'll stand corrected. I'll be educated, but at the same time, I'm just happy that the video that we did was taken in the right context. You know what I mean? Because I'm not one of these, I'm not going to, listen, I'll tell you, I'll be straight with you, listen. Excuse me. There's a reason why I became a professional boxer. There's a reason why I was involved in certain things inside. There's a reason why I came out in one piece, hopefully, and half my brain intact. I don't mind violence. I'm a man's man. I don't mind it. So right now, I love it in the form of professional boxing, controlled violence. But don't get me wrong, I still get a bit of a blood rush when I see a good knuckling, a good fight, like we all do. You know, I'm not bothered to say it as it is. Why do you think half of us do professional boxing? Why we're involved in boxing? To get that bloodlust out of us, so that we can go sit on the sofa and get it out of us, you know what I mean?
So if you're on a night out, for example, then, and you sense something's gonna pop off.
Yeah.
You're the kind of person who like you'll watch and like your blood will start to go. You won't go the other way.
Listen, you know when I'm out on a night out and my spider senses start to tingle and I think something's not right here. Something's not right here. You know what I do? I leave.
You leave.
I leave. Because you know what? In reality, and I hope a lot of you kids realise this, is that you're an individual. And I'll tell you what is, I'll tell you a little bit.
Yeah.
Listen, we were on roofs one time, we were doing composite roofing.
Might have to speak a bit louder because the grass cutter.
Sorry,
Yeah.
we was doing roofing, composite roofing. We had to go to Scotland, we had to go down London, Thatcham, this, that and the other. So you get all about, and there's a bit of a circuit that you do.
Yeah.
So I'm with a group of lads and that northern lads. So we've got to go down to, now I think is it Hereford where the home of the SAS is, or is it Aldershot? Aldershot. I always get the two mixed up, Aldershot with. So we've got to go do a job in Aldershot. So obviously, when you everywhere you go when you're working away, you have a drink on a night time, you have a laugh, you go to a club, you have a little bit of a laugh and that, you know what I mean? And sometimes, just sometimes, people might not disagree and there's a bit of a scuffle. You know what I mean? Now, I'm not into this culture where, if he has a go, you all get in and beat up that kid. No, I fucking, listen, one-on-one, get it sorted out. If you cannot categorically avoid violence, don't be a pack of dogs and that. Go one-on-one. And if you can't go one-on-one, you know what, leave it. Right then, so we've gone down there, is it Hereford?
Aldershot.
Yeah, I always say Hereford.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right, so we've gone down there, we're going down there. So we've got back to the digs and that, and they're like, we're going to hit this town, we're going to go piss it up, we're going to go this, that and the other. So I'm like that, and I'm like, you know what? Hey lads, stop a minute, can I just say something before you start? Listen, I don't know if you know where we are, but just remember this. Look at Alt Dorman. I noticed that Alt Dorman are nice little fellas and that, and I'll tell you what it is, they must be dangerous. Because if this is the home of the SAS, mate, this is where they do all training. So if they can handle it, just remember this. If you want to kick off with anybody, I won't be running in to help you. No. If you make trouble for yourself, sort it out yourself and don't expect everybody, because these guys are dangerous, and I'll tell you something, I'm looking after me. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you, that's how I drop it. At the end of the day, I'm not backing you up. I'm not backing your shit. And I'm brave enough to turn around and say, you know what? No, I'm not fighting myself. Sort it out yourself. You got yourself in that trouble, and that's what a lot of people can't do now. They've got to be gang related or whatever, and it's wrong.
Have a knife.
Be individual. It's not whether it's names and that, but be individual. The strongest thing. And I'll tell you about you, Jimmy Savile. I'll tell you about this, that, and the other. But what I will tell you is, I'd rather tell you about go straight. You know what I mean? Don't make your mother have to bury you early. Don't make your father have to bury you. Don't make your people have to worry about you outside the door. Thankfully, one of the things that I can do is hopefully I can, with my big boring self, say, listen, you don't have to be involved in everything everybody else is involved in, because that's what's going to get you in trouble. You know what I mean? I'll tell you what it is. And half your friends, I don't mean to be funny, they won't back you. As soon as you're in it, like I said to him, you're a batty man. I said, what do you mean? Are you gay? I said, no. I said, well, why do you want to go spend 5, 6, 7, 8 years in a prison full of men, when you could be out here and you might not have loads of money, but there's plenty of fanny out there that you can go see if you can get sorted out. So think about that. There must be something, you know what I mean? Anyway.
Is there a situation, Nick, where you wanted to leave the situation, but the situation just sucked you in? Is the story like that?
I'll tell you the truth. There has been situations where I've been in predicaments where it's gone. But a lot of the time, mine is embarrassment. The only thing is, there's certain things that will trigger me, and internally I'll feel my body get warm and I feel that embarrassment, and I think, you know what, no, there's certain, but thankfully, now, watch this, thankfully, what I've got in my head is I've got a 10-second delay. So if you wind me up, within that 10 seconds, I've punched you in the face, I've kicked you up and down, I've probably snapped your fingers and then walked away. And within that 10 seconds, I'm calm. And I remember why I wouldn't do that to you. And I walk away. You can call me soft, you can call me anything, you can do what you want to do to me. You know what? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but calling names will never harm me. You can call me what you want, it's up to you. Just leave me alone.
But when you were younger, because obviously I'm just thinking of the points in the book, and you said now Nick has that 10 count, but when he was young.
Oh, you've gone.
You never had that 10 count.
Not really.
You didn't.
You know what it is? I'll tell you what's quite interesting is over the years hearing other people's accounts of my behaviours, and I'm thinking, me, that's not me. No way, mate. And as far as I'm ever concerned, I'm thinking that I'm just defending myself. But fair enough, there was extremes where I was taught at a young age, if you've had a fight, don't walk away and look over your shoulder and wonder if he's going to get you. So if you have a fight, sort him out. And at one point, I used to just stamp on their hands. Because you can't, what are you going to do? You can't pick up a stick and hit me with broken hands and broken fingers. So I'd think, well, I'll tell you what it is. If I deal with you properly one time, chances are you're going to think twice about coming back from it for the second time.
It's like destroy your enemy completely.
Just deal with him. Just deal with him. Leave him in a position where he goes, you know what? I'm not going back for no more of that. You know what I mean?
So that point, you know, I'm just going to scan through is, so Nick was brought up on an estate called the Gipton Estate, predominantly a white area when you moved.
Yeah.
70s.
Yeah.
You know, and that's, I mean, one thing when I read his biography is, yes, Nick was the five brothers. You know, it was the pecking order, the law of the jungle. Where the weakest would not survive, and if you were grassed, you'd have to go to bed on a night, and they'd all get him. But Nick was from a good home, loving Christian mother. So how he turned out, sorry Nick, but how you read the book and how his life unflags in 92,000 words doesn't mirror the how he was brought up. So take me back, go back at the Gipton Estate. Was it a tough, rough estate?
Yeah, but let me say something as well.
A lot of racism though.
Yeah, but let me just, no, I don't, it's not necessarily racism, is it? It's ignorance, you know what I mean? You say it as you see it. If I turn around and looked at you, no disrespect, Sean, and you said something to slag me off and I said, oh, go bollocks, you baldy. I'm just visualising and seeing, and sorry for the C-U-N-T word, but Yorkshire, aren't we? You know what I mean? So I'm saying, oh, get off your baldy twat. I might say, go on you handsome fella. You know what I mean?
That's very thin.
Yeah, fucking I was going to go one way or the other. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? You say it as you see it, so I don't get that, you know what I mean? I don't call that racism. And over the year, early on I would have called it racism, but on understanding it now, I know it's ignorance. You know what I mean?
And people projecting their own insecurity.
Yeah,
as well,
100%. Well, if you don't know, you don't know, and sometimes you just, if you don't know something and you don't understand something, sometimes you either criticise it, push it about, you know what I mean, until such time you understand it and appreciate it.
When you're younger, you take it to
But I think it was
yeah.
the sign of the times, Nick, before you go in and tell us is, you know, so I've done your book. Junior Witter was, so he was brought up in Yorkshire, racism. Michael Showers, his book, Liverpool, the title of the book, Members Only. So you can't come near, it's members only. So Britain in the 70s and the 80s and probably up to about the 90s when it was a zero tolerance, but that was socially accepted. And Michael Showers said, I used to go to the match.
Listen, no blacks,
Yeah.
no dogs,
No Irish.
no Irish, and then they put travellers, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're like, oh, and I can still remember that in my mind's eye. I can still remember seeing signs like that and going like that.
So do you think it shaped your, for your life, going on, young, angry kid, getting into a lot of fights, getting into trouble?
You know what? Absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. Character building, formative years. I'll tell you what it is. I wouldn't be talking to you now with the confidence that I have. I wouldn't be coming to Middlesbrough and not giving a shit. You know what I mean? And that's no disrespect to Middlesbrough, but what I'm turning around and saying is, hey, I'm here. I'm English. I'm born here. This is mine. Simple as that. And I don't say that in a bad way. This is mine. I've got the right to turn around. I was born here, just like a lot of other people. A lot of people love Britain. You know what I mean? Who are coming from multicultural areas and that, you know what I mean, or multicultural backgrounds. They love Britain. It's just, you know what it is? You know what I see a lot of? I see a lot of frustration. I don't see it as racism. I see it as frustration and ignorance and that. And what they'll do is, it's like, oh, I don't want to get too far into it, you know what I mean? But people can see one demographic of people suffering and give them all the sympathy in the world, they'll see another demographic. And because of something, whether it's a colour shade of skin, a religion, you know what I mean, they'll give them nothing at all. I'll say it as it is now. Ukraine's getting all the help in the world, don't need it. Turkey and Syria getting no. Well, they are getting help, but they're not getting the news and they're not getting the compassion. I don't feel that people should give their stock there, because you know what it is. I don't want to upset the Turk and I don't want to upset the Ukraine and this, that and the other, because in everything there's always somebody suffering, isn't there? Right then, anyway, let's get back to what we're supposed to be talking about. I absolutely loved growing up in the environment that I grew up, because I know that there's a lot of people who grew up in little ghettos, well, in Chapeltown, in Bradford. Some of the Bradford lads didn't come out of the Asian community, and then by the time they did come out of the Asian community, they didn't really know how to act outside of that community. So we were given a ground in that. Okay, it made us tough-skinned and that, you know what I mean? But it meant that we could go where we wanted to go, and sort of like, how can I put it? Just even little simple things, like you might go somewhere and somebody might go, all right, mush. And I might go, all right, chava. And they go, ooh. They say, all right, mush. Hey up. You know what I mean? I'm a Yorkshire lad, so I can do the Yorkshire talk and this, that and the other. So to a degree I can fit in, I can talk your talk. Somebody calls me pal, I'm like, all right. And you know, somebody says, all right, pal. I say, all right, mush. Yeah, because I'm not your pal, am I? You know what I mean? If you want to say all right, we'll say all right. But if you want to start with the pal and the mush and the chava and that, we can go there too. You know what I mean? Just so that you understand, I understand your language, you're talking to me. No,
but do you know, when with the book, you refer to L9 quite a lot.
Leeds 9, yeah.
You know, and Crawford Ashley, big boxer, fight the National Front. Gipton, Chapeltown you mentioned, there's a lot of blues, shebeens, slaughter, drugs, kind of. Jimmy Savile, you know, one of the things that does stick out in my mind is obviously many people will know who he is from your channel, Sean. But I'm going back to, so Nick was born 66, were you born?
You know what? Listen, let's get to Jimmy Savile. All right. You know what's a bit of a funny thing? A lot of people's instincts are being dumbed down, aren't they?
Yes.
I really do. I think a lot of people's instincts are dumbed down. Intuition and just your own instinct. Sometimes you can look at somebody walking down the street and you might think, it's all wrong, it looks a bit wrong and slimy. And you know what? That's your intuition talking. Listen to it sometimes. I'm not saying act upon it, but at least listen to it. And at the end of the day, years later, imagine you see somebody with a shell suit and them dodgy glasses and all that. You're going to go, oh, proper old nonce that. You know what I mean? And we even used to have expressions where we go, if they had a certain kind of glasses on, you'd go...
Pedo 2000s.
You get me? And you'd be like, they're noncy glasses then. You know what I mean? And you think, well, recognise that. And I live in a place in Morley, and there's a bench. And I know, my instincts noticed it, because there's a bench. And there's geezers sat there, and it's on a junction. And when I pull to that junction, I look at these geezers, you know what them geezers are doing? Just looking at the schoolies, at the school, and I'm like thinking, it's blatantly obvious. It's blatantly obvious what you're doing. You're not even blinking. You know what I mean? You're just looking. I think this society that we're growing up in is absolutely vile, mate. Vile.
Whose is that? You like to put it on silent?
I don't know how to work it.
Don't know how to work it?
I put it on silent. It is on silent. That's a notification or something.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
He'll edit that out. But going back to like Jimmy Savile, Nick's first memory of him was literally when he was at school, and the reason being was, so Nick was L9, lots of kind of children's homes, young girls, you know, them shebeen places, the blues. A lot of the young girls, unfortunately, would go down the wrong path, wouldn't they? And they'd be used by pimps and sex workers. And Jimmy Savile would turn up. Remember, you give us your recollections, Nick?
Yeah, I know.
Your first memories.
Listen, back in them days, all right, we used to be able to go out and it was like, it's more of a community. And the Chapeltown was one of the only places where I had all-night shebeens and that, you know, like 24-hour nightlife.
So the blues and
the blues would go on until 7 o'clock in the morning or until the music stops or whatever. And the thing is, we'd sneak out, you know, you'd have to sneak out. But even though you'd sneak out, some of your parents' friends would see you and they're sort of like, all right. And they just make sure you was half all right, you know what I mean? As long as you stand up in the corner and do what you're doing, they make sure you're all right. And what used to happen is it were really thriving. When 14 and 15 years old, we were having the time of his lives and that, you know what I mean? But there was a place, let me tell you, there was a place where a children's home, a lot of people know Shadwell, everybody knows it, Eastmore Secure and that. And they had a secure unit and a non-secure unit. The non-secure unit, they were still staying there on a night time, but they had the ability to sneak out. Whereas the secure unit, they couldn't get out. So you get girls, impressionable girls of 14, 15 and that, 13, 14, 15. With all due respect, I'll say it, they were, is it pre-pubescent, starting to get tits, starting to find themselves and that. But some of these girls have got a bit more forward for their age because of the situations that they've been in. And they've come down and we was all of an impressionable age. So when some of the older pimps would take notice of these young girls and sort of like, yeah, come for a drive in my car, and they might turn around and go and sit down and have an orange juice with them and that, and they'd be feeling fantastic and that. And then within a few months or something, next thing you know, they're on the street, you know what I mean? And we used to be on Ailes Avenue and that, and we used to hang around down there, Ailes Avenue, go up and then go Spencer Place and that. And there'd be certain levels of girls, there'd be old hags with tits down to their waist, and then they'd the young ones who's tight and this, that, and you know what I mean? All different levels of prostitution. And we'd be down there. And like I said, Jimmy Savile would come down, and he'd be like that, and he'd come down in his Range Rover and that, you know what I mean? And there were mattresses in back and that. And we used to call him Mr. Bojangles because he had that much jewellery on. You'd hear him, he'd be like, hey, oi. And hi mate, did it? And he'd be like, come over. And he'd get the bird over. Next thing you know, she's gone. Might come back half an hour later, something an hour later. Next thing you know, she's got an handful of change and that, you know what I mean? Done the thing, done the deed. But it's quite ironic because when people talk about Jimmy Savile, a lot of people knew about Jimmy Savile in Leeds, a lot of people, but it's ironic that, listen, if you haven't got the right voice, you're not going to get heard. And that's the thing. If you ain't,
scary thing, isn't it?
It's absolutely horrific to think that, when you think about it, he had an open door to all the...
Stoke Mandeville.
What's the word? Vulnerable people. And vulnerable people usually don't get heard. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. And vulnerable people are put into places where they're supposed to be helped and secure and safe from themselves and safe from monsters like that. You know what I mean? It's a shame. This society is absolutely vile. And when you see all them people doing all these, the sexualisation of children and all that business, it's absolutely horrific and that, you know what I mean? I think to myself, you know what? How are these kids supposed to be kids? I think we've lost society, to say the truth. But then again, I'm wrong. I am wrong, because you know something, one thing that we've always got to remember, there's more good than bad out there. It's just that bad gets the headline.
Sam was doing weekly lunches for the cops, wasn't he, in Leeds?
I'm not going to say it was for the cops, because I don't really recognise the cops, if you know what I mean. I can't say he's a policeman, but you know what it is? Years later, when I was doing my boxing, doing the training and that, quite ironic, people still knew about Jimmy Savile and that, but he was a celebrity, you know what I mean? Let me just have it clear on this. Jim fixed fuck all for me. He didn't touch me.
Sorry, but now the second time Nick's referring to, so this was the early 80s, so now Nick's kind of got out of prison, become a professional fighter. Yeah. He saw Jimmy Savile around Roundhay Park, breakfast on quite a lot of mornings, and so now he saw Nick and...
You know when you hear about these meetings that they had, like you were just saying, and then when you go back, you think, fucking hell, they were there all the time. You know what I mean? They were in there all the time, and that is that what we were doing? And then group of cronies and all that, all perverts and that. But what you got to remember is all them old perverts are perverts of influence. They're people of influence. You know what I mean? And chances are, I might go a little bit backward for telling the truth here again. You know, but you know what? I'm of a certain age now. I'm seeing certain things. So really and truly, I think that really and truly, I'd rather tell truth than hide a lie.
Well, this is what David Icke said. He was part of a network and he procured for powerful perverts and things like that.
100%. You've got to come to that conclusion. He was the British Epstein, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Got to be. You know. And I'll tell you something. I remember in my mind's eye watching the news and that, and you'd see him at these state affairs. You know, like state affairs, state dinners with very important people. And you know, the people who were hosting it, they'd be going to Jimmy Savile before they're going to him. And you think, he's supposed to be important. And he said, no, Jimmy's the one. Jimmy's the one who's drawing everybody's attention. And he's like the ringmaster sort of thing.
Prince Charles, Lord Mountbatten, Maggie Thatcher.
Listen, how ridiculous is it that still nothing's been done really when all the evidence is in front of you that the King, Mountbatten, all them nonsense were best friends with Jimmy Savile.
I mean, what was some of your experiences like, Nick? What was he kind of... And obviously you told me a few...
With him?
Yeah.
No, listen, to tell you the truth, Jimmy Savile was a very, very charming man. You know what I mean? If you got past the smell of the cigar smoke, and got past the visualisation of his teeth and all that business, because sometimes, I'll say it as it is, sometimes if somebody's so repulsive to look at, you know, got things like black teeth and a horrible smell and this, that and the other, to a degree, no matter how important they are, you don't want to be near that, you know what I mean? You don't want to see it, you know what I mean? Well, I don't. But like I said, I'd go down there, and at the time I was full of confidence and this, that and the other, and I had pecs instead of tits and that, you know what I mean? You know, things like that. And I suppose I looked the part. And I'd go there and I'd always have my scrambled eggs, beans on toast, glass of orange juice, down at Ramsey Park. It was my little ritual after I'd done my runs. And on occasion, like, might be once a month, might be once every 6 weeks, might be once a fortnight, I don't know. But randomly, I'd go in there and he'd be there. And to tell you the truth, I don't think there's many rooms that I'll go in there that I personally will go in where people might not go like that. And that's only because I'm a big black guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Big, very handsome black guy. Get that in. But he'd go, because we were on a nod-head basis, and all right, mate, and everybody knows Jimmy, don't they? You know what I mean? Be all right, and be like, all right, how are you doing? What do you do? I'm trying to be a boxer, like, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to be a boxer, trying to train. You'd be like, oh, very good. Yeah. How often do you come here? You know, chit-chat, chit-that. Then it'd be like, oh, I bet you get the birds, don't you? Like, well, I don't do bad. You know what I mean? And like, oh, I bet you give him plenty, don't you? Oh.
Yeah.
No, it'd always go back to sex and that, you know what I mean? And sometimes, to a degree, listen, young lads and that, we can talk shite and talk banter all the time, but you know, when you get when you get people of a certain age and that, you can't talk mucky with old men, you know, because you're like that, don't want to see your wrinkly bollocks all over the place. No. No, but it's amazing what he was able to do. And so much of the story, trust me, has never been told. You know what I mean? You've got to understand that. It's not been told, because they gave a little bit of it, as little as they could give. But really and truly, like you say, our King of England is best friends with the nonce. And I'll tell you what, you know, if you sit down, okay then, say it as this. If you're a criminal, and you know about the code, no snitching and shit like that, and I see you doing business with him, who's a grass, I can't do business with you. And if I do business with you, that makes me you and him all together. Okay, so you know, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not involved in any crime or anything like that, but I'll tell you what it is, I still respect and observe the code that if you're a criminal, no snitching, no grassing, you know what I mean? And I'm just happy as Larry, with all due respect, my name's clean. My name's clean. And I'll tell you what's quite nice. You know, we've got a couple of people who, when we was younger, they'd been inside, we won't say nothing like that, but they were saying, because I didn't know how I was, because I just was, simple as that, you know, I was here to get out. But when they had like that, Nick, tell you what it is, you were alright in there, you're good lad, you. So listen, I know I had a few fights and put a few people away and that. They went, oh no, they were always bang out of order and all. Listen, it's them who got a job, because they were supposed to do whatever to me. Can you see what I mean? And I'll tell you the truth, I'm lucky. I do think that I'm quite lucky, because I know there's a lot of people who's been inside, still inside, because of how they were when they was younger. You know what I mean? I don't think I've been affected that much. You know what I mean? Obviously, I've been affected because I'd say that I won't say paranoid, but I'm very, very suspicious and aware of what people do and actions and that, because I know that their actions can have ramifications on me. And I'll say, it's like, just say for example, the other day I was in a car with somebody and well, they got a phone call and I went, ooh, I didn't know you were, listen. And they went, listen, we'll be 5 minutes. I went, no, we won't. Drop me at my car, leave me out of this. No, leave me out of this, not to do with me. All right, leave it. And he went and did his business, and I was like, I can't sit down with you, really, you know. What do you mean? I said, I'm not sitting down with you, you know what I mean? Because what you do, whoever you sat with, they do too. So I'm not doing it. Anyway, back to what you want to talk about.
So when the news, obviously, Jimmy Savile was October 2011. 2010, and a lot of your people, Nick, Leeds, were like, we knew. Why are you surprised? We're surprised you're surprised. Obviously, I've been in the Queen's Hotel. You used to have your press conferences with Mickey Duff there. Jimmy Savile's coffin was laid in a gold casket. I do know from my father-in-law, or saying someone that, so he was buried on a tilt. And his body's been dug up and cremated, but he, you know, when you know, I watched an interview the week on YouTube, and it said his niece and his auntie, or cousin or whatever, they're all horrified, and because certain things had come out. Where now I think, but was that Leeds answer as a whole? The city of Leeds knew what Great Britain didn't.
I think, I'll tell you what it is, there's a lot more than Leeds knew about that. Come on. There's a lot more than Leeds knew about that. I really do believe so. I really do believe so. And judging by the people who stand around and says, that they worked with him and around him at various hospitals and that, and they were unnerved by his behaviours and his actions. Listen, people knew, people suspected. I wouldn't turn around and say, okay then, I wouldn't turn around and say people visually saw him doing things. But I'm sure that some of his actions had people very, very suspicious. Yeah, very. But
he was bulletproof. And when you're talking about Princess Di and the King, when they were going through divorce, he was trying to get them back together.
He was the managed guidance counsellor, wasn't he?
So, you know, but like, I mean, Nick, you just mentioned there about possible, like the prisons and the fighting. I've read your book a couple of times.
You've read it, haven't you?
Yeah. But now I've read it, and there is, take it from me, when people read that, I'm not going to go into it, but for instance, at the top of my head, people getting their head banged off the sink, people's teeth completely gone, and ears getting bitten off. It is extremely graphic. But the title is in the book, listen, you know, and it does say at the start, this is my life, this is what, and this is why I had to be the way it was. It wasn't, look at me. A lot of it, he's played it down.
Listen.
But you had to get through it.
We were born, our staple diet of films when we were young. Remember Scum?
Yeah.
Right. If that didn't make an impact on your life as a youth, maybe you had a good life. You know what I mean? Because I'll tell you something, all of my generation who watched it and then got ready, just in case they went. You had to do. And if you tell me that you went there and you don't remember, where's your tool? What fucking tool? And that, right, okay. So you know what I took from that? Where's your tool? You're gonna ask me where's my tool? Done. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm not asking about what I took from that. The black guy made a mistake. Do you remember that?
Vaguely, it's been a while.
I'll tell you.
Yeah. But
listen,
Carlin.
they're in Carlin, they're in the greenhouse or whatever. I think it was, no, that's where they shagged him, didn't it? No, that's another one.
Showers.
Yeah, it was in somewhere and he's gone, where's your tool? And the black guy's gone, what fucking? And he's gone, this one, bang, and booked him up. And I thought, ooh, he made a mistake there. Yeah. Don't have a big conversation. You know what I mean? Don't have a big conversation. If it's on, it's on. Where's your tool? Done. That's my fucking tool. Now, pants off, in the bin.
Yeah. You know I mean, how bad was it to live that life?
Audible.
Just for the viewers, you're talking about a lot of prisons. I'm talking about, you know, before the Durhams, And before he was threatened, you're going to Wakefield Monster Mansion, which Nick will tell you that was.
Do you know in there? Do you know where? And you've got to be honest with yourself, because if you're not honest with yourself, you're living a lie. You know where I felt safest in prison? Behind the door. Behind the door. You know, like they might bang you up for 23 hours a day. That 23 hours a day you feel safe. Because when you go out for that hour, that's when it's on. You know what I mean? Honestly, and I don't glorify it because I'm happy to be able to remember it and remember it as a distant memory. And as something that's, God's willing, will never happen to me again. But when I think about it, and I think to myself, because when I see some of the kids and what they go through and all that business, I think to myself, fucking hell, that's bad, you know. And I'd say, because all it is what we've got to remember is this is nothing new. This is nothing new. You know what I mean? It happened in the, just say for example, my grandfather's generation, they'll have all had that. I'm not saying them specifically, but things happened. Repackaged into my father's generation, shit happens. My generation, my shit happened. My son's generation, you know what I mean? So it's not new, it's just a different wallpaper, you know what I mean? But at the same time, we all manage it in different ways. I know people who are now still affected by how they wash on and how they were treated and how they accepted that treatment. Whereas I turned around and said to myself, and I don't say it like I'm any hero or nothing like that, but I had to work for me. And my main mission all them years ago was to give myself another chance just to get out. But I also knew that in order to get out, I might have to turn around and do things that could possibly keep me in. And the one thing that I do, and I'm so proud about, is that I was able to get out. When they gave me a sentence, it might not be a long time to anybody, but even a day is too long. You know, but they gave me 2.5 years, and I thought to myself, right, if I do this right, I might get parole. Didn't expect parole, didn't take it for granted, because whatever you get, you get. And anyway, I went to one place. I remember they carried on. They tried to get somebody on me because I told one of the, I was calling him boss. And the officer didn't like it. He was saying, call me sir. I said, come on, boss, sir, boss, what? You know what I mean? Come on, I'm locked up, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? So, because he thought of that as insolence or arrogance or whatever. You know what I mean? He then put it upon himself to put me in situations where people were confronting me, thinking that, well, they can confront me in front of the officer and do whatever they want to do. And I'd go like that. So I'll tell you what, nice one. And say, what do you mean? What do you mean? I say, hey, listen, how long are you doing? I say, you want me to react now? You need me to react now? All right, officer. Listen, we're not going nowhere, mate. And you've got to go home, officer. You know what I mean? Cool. So when it'll go, and then I get them on their own, and I give them it. And I say, fair enough. And never had no problems with the main lads and that. Never had no problems with the lads. Never had no problems with the main lads. Just that sometimes what it is that people get in a certain situation and think that because of the numbers, the person's not going to respond.
The war story.
Yeah. And you go, no. Listen, I'd rather take on 5 here than 1 here. 1 here, I've got to concentrate on you. 5 here, I just go wild. You know what I mean? I'd have to think.
So I'm next referring to a certain situation, I mean, in the book. Could you explain the water story just for that, to get that point across? So the prison mentality, Neanderthal environment world where, you know, where he publicly done something in front of you. It was only water, you didn't care.
Oh,
do you know what I mean? But that's the kind of mentality these young lads, and when you've got 500 18 to 21 year olds, that is the difference between being a victim and not to the whole prison. Can you tell Sean what is?
We've got there's a process called NRO, North Regional Office. If you get kicked out of the YCs and that, they'll put you in a this is back in my day. They put you in a what's the word? Dispersal prison, like Armley, Liverpool, Dudham, Hull, you know, the main prisons. And they lie you down for 3 months, you know what I mean? Just see if you behave and then assess you and then put you somewhere else. So when we went up to Dudham, there were a few Manx, a few Scousers, a few Leeds lads.
Middlesbrough lads.
And say that again.
It was a Middlesbrough lads who done it, wasn't it?
Listen to this.
Yeah.
There were Leeds lads, Manx, Scousers and that, and we were like that. Listen, these Geordies are a bit tasty, you know, and they stick together, and they don't fucking like us. So what we might have to do is just sort of like, we'll stick together, even though the Manx don't like the Leeds, and the Leeds don't like the Manx, and the Scousers and that, we're all rivals, but while we're here, let's just band together and we'll just sort of like hold our own thing. So next thing you know, what they do is, you know, the prison, what they do is, that's A, B, C, D. Week 1, A gets his water first, then B, then C, then D. Week 2, B gets his water, then C, then D, then A. Week 3, C, D, A, B. You know, that kind of thing. So you wait your turn. So next thing you know, we're in the queue waiting, and we open one section in the queue, open another section in the queue, open this other section. So there were a group of Geordie lads, and they were all right. They were handy lads, good lads and that, but tasty lads and that. And obviously they're in their prison. They should be running things, so they're like running things and that, and we're just sort of like getting his heads down and just trying to get through the day and that, doing those little bits and bobs. Anyway, this whole crew of guys walked past us and that, and as he's walked past us, like, he's looked at me and he's like, just looked me in the eye and just kept on walking. I thought, fucking hell. No, sorry, he walked down, they all went past us, they got the water, and on the way back now, he just looked at me and just kept walking. I thought, fucking hell, that's a direct fucking challenge, that. You know what I mean? So the lads are like, what we're going to do? So I said, listen, it's only water. It's only water. So on the way up, lads are saying, what we're going to do? I said, it's only water, it's only water. But on the way back down, he looked at me and I thought, oh, fucking hell, that's a challenge, that. So I says to one of the lads, do us a favour. We'll get us water, just watch this door for me a minute. You know what I mean? So I've gone to the lad who he up me in one. I thought, I can't let it go. Because I know that's it, then the floodgates will open and they'll take liberties on all of us. So anyway, got to his cell, looked through little spy hole. Bad mistake, he's got his back to us and his face full of soap and all that, this, that and the other. So I'm like that. Just wait, we hold this door. Gone in, closed door. Just give him one kick. Just smashed him into the wall. Turning around, bam, 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 bam. Pumped him up a little bit, water, come out, slow, slammed his door, got mine, gone back up to my cell, in, getting washed, this, that and the other. Next thing you know, bang, my door's coming, manners, show us your hands. So what you're about, show us your hands, show us your hands. Yeah. Now what it is in there, you know yourself in there, don't you?
Knuckle checks.
Yeah, if you're not fucking, no wonder this fucking country's fucked. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? No scratches on your hands. No, innocent. You know what I mean? But so anyway, next thing you know, they didn't see no scratches on my hands, no evidence, no note, so left. But that night, next thing you know, he must have told the rest of the lads and some cons on the other wings. So you know how the wings all veered off, but that side can talk to that side. And I just said, Zeke, Heil, fucking touching our lads and that. That's fucking hell, fair. I've done no wrong. So next thing you know, like that, I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, this is going, listen, there's too many of them fucking shouting this and that. I better nip it. Listen, so I've gone to the window and that, and I'm like, yeah, mate, if you're gonna fucking do me, you're gonna do me, aren't you? You don't have to tell the whole fucking jail, you know the score, get your chit in, we'll sort it out. Anyway, and I'll tell you what it is, I don't know if you really fucking want it, mate, because in reality, you won't be shouting out a window because you know screws are downstairs listening. You know, they're just sat on the walk while listening to all prison gossip that goes on, then they know what to do. So anyway, I think a couple of the heads realised that what I was saying, all right, listen, you're running your frigging mouth off, but you're telling the whole fucking jail. You know what I mean? So anyway, so next day, I put my chit in. I'll tell you what it is, I've gone along the landing, because there's a certain place where you go, there's a recess, and you're on the ones, but the doctors is there, but you're on the ones, so whoever comes to the doctors can sort of like half see the scuffle. And I thought, I'll tell you what, rule number one, get there first. You know what I mean? So boom, boom, got there, and I'm in there, and I'm shitting myself. I was scared. Listen, every time I have a fight, I'm scared. Every time I'm even put in a confrontation, I'm scared, because I think to myself, Jesus Christ, I don't know what's going to happen here. Anyway, so I've got in there, and I'm thinking, please Lord, let me just get a couple good ones on him. You know what I mean? So next thing I'm looking out, I'm looking down there, and I'm like, and you got to look, and you can't look and go, you're looking, and you're looking down at them lads, and you're looking at him and thinking, yeah. you might think you're going to get me if I think you look at him, you might think, yeah, you might think that you're going to get me. No, you're not, because by the time I finish with him, you're not going to want to do nothing to me. I've got to show that and I've got to prove that. And that's how it is. It's all front, you know what I mean? You've got to win.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hence the name of the book.
Yeah, because it was all front. Listen, I go into him cell in the night time and I go like that. Fucking hell.
Thanks for watching our podcast. As with my sponsor, it's AG1 by Athletic Greens. With Jem being pregnant, some days she wakes up in a good mood, some days she points at the belly and screams at me, "You did this to me!" But with AG1...
it puts me in a better mood, thankfully for Sean. AG1 has been a part of millions of mornings since 2010. AG1 gives me increased energy and mood support. It's the healthiest thing you can do in under a minute.
My body is my temple, and with AG1, I take good care of my body every day. Why take a bunch of things when you can just have Athletic Greens, 1 scoop of powder in water every day? If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/Sean, SHAUM. That's athleticgreens.com/Sean. Check it out. That's the word from our sponsor. Thanks for watching. Link in the description box below this video for AG1.
Because some of the things that you see, and you think, wow, like I said, you know, the razor blades. They get the razor blades and they just go like, well, it might even just be an elastic band that they go, elastic band, and you've got the razor blade there, elastic band there, and they'll just go thumb, and you're like, Jesus Christ. And I used to be always on my guard, and I used to always think, one shot, and that's why I always used to practice that one shot. I mean, one shot, don't let me hit you, because if I hit you, you're going to sleep, and when you wake up, you're going to find something missing. You know what I mean? You will find something missing. It's simple, and that's not said like a Christian.
One of the fantastic quotes.
Oh, well, you've done finish this one, have you?
Sorry, yeah.
No.
Oh, sorry, go on.
So I had the fight with the fella yet, have I? Because he didn't come.
Right.
Then so I'm in the recess, and every so often I've got to put my face out and look down the landing just so that whoever's coming sees that I'm in there. Anyway, I've gone like that. Next thing you know, he's come out and he started walking down, and I thought to myself, right, I'll step back in. Right, and I don't know if I'm going to go with the left first, the right first. I don't know if I'm going to spit in his face first. I don't know. Is there anything I might just throw something in his face and then get him on the blind side? Anyway, next thing you know, I'm like, where the fuck is he? Where is he? He turned around and walked back. And I don't know if it's because he saw that I was there and I was ready to go. You know what I mean? Just let me tell you this quick story because it was funny. Listen, so everybody wants a bald head in jail, don't they?
Yeah.
But once you go in, if you go in with your hair, you've got to apply to get your haircut, or take your haircut, change your appearance. Am I correct?
In America it's different.
Is it?
Yeah.
Right, what, you can just do and done?
In America they cut your nails and shave your hair off.
Right, well over here, if you come in with a certain hair, you can keep it, can't you? Right then, but if you want to turn around and totally change your appearance, shave your hair off, you've got to put a chitty in and go, listen, and they'll turn around and tell you to go piss off or whatever. So I've gone like that, I've gone to Durham, and at that time, I was pumping out some weights. I had a 19.5-inch neck, all right? My top half were like Mr. Universe, my bottom half were like Mr. Puniverse. I had no fucking legs, mate. You know, and I was thinking, if anybody took the piss out of my legs, it would on, because I'm like, you are. You know? Anyway, so I wanted to shave my hair. So I said to the screw, boss, can I shave my hair? You have to put an application in. Come on, no, I'll have to put an application in. Well, what if I do it and I put, no, you've got to put an application first, get permission. So I thought, all right, and I thought, well, I'm not going to get my hair cut. So anyway, so I put the chit in, got in front of, it's not the governor, it's like a CO or something like that, you know, the wing orderly, wing officer. So anyway, so I've got in front of him and I thought, right, then I used to always play smart. So I've gone in. So the same screw said, no, you can't cut your hair, you've got to put chit in. So he's outside. And I've gone in with another screw and I've gone, oh, application to cut my hair. But no. Fair enough. But as I walked out of the door, I said, oh, thank you very much. Cheers. I've gone back with him. And he's gone, what? Nice one. I'm glad you told me that. I'm going to cut I can do my hair. He said no. But he thinks, yeah, I shaved my hair. You know what I mean? I shaved my hair, nice. And I thought, right. And didn't get it. And they were all like, how the fuck did you get to change your hair? Nobody else could get that. Listen, they said, yeah. just said yes and just blagged it. You know what I mean? I'll tell you what, quite funny as well. I never had a YP shirt because I didn't have a note for my neck, and that would have good one. They got me a Slazenger jumper, and I was like that. I thought, ooh, this is good. This, I mean, because I was proper pumping it out.
Like, that was before you were a pro, wasn't it? You were just learning into becoming a boxer. But
well, I was in prison trying to survive. So what I'd done is, as soon as I got in prison, I realised I'm fucked. You know what I mean? Because I didn't realise that I was like that. Like, I look out, I don't look at me, I look out. And I didn't realise I was a skinny fella and that, so I don't know how I got away with half that shit. But I realised that when you go in there, let me tell you something, only the strong survive. So I turned around and I was doing my press-ups, my sit-ups, my squats, I was punching the walls with towels on my hands. I'd get the bed, stand it on its top, and I'd be doing pull-ups. Because at the end of the day, I used to think to myself, right then, the main thing you've got to do, if you can't do it from a distance, you better grab an hold of him. You know what I mean? Grab an hold of him and then do whatever damage you can. And you need that body strength, you need that upper strength, you need that, you need power, raw power. You know what I mean? So I just think, like I say, Manny Burgo.
So Manny Burgo was a Tyneside heavyweight boxer. It's actually in the Lee Duffy documentary. So Manny Burgo was heavyweight boxer from Tyneside, very close to Lee Duffy actually. It's in the documentary. So Nick met him early 90s, late 80s in Durham prison. And I think he was the first guy who actually said Nick started showing him the basics of boxing. Manny Burgo actually beat Viv Graham as the amateurs. You know, and it was a decent pro heavyweight himself, wasn't he? With Glenn McCrory. So that was Nick, the first kind of, he was in there among, you know, he'd been in the Risley's, all these kind of prisons, this world of dog eat dog, terrible, horrible mentality, isn't it? But, you know, I think now, and one of the things, the most instrumental things in this book, when you read, is Nick's older brother in Durham prison, and he's sitting down with him and he's saying, Nick, when's it going to end? He said, I'm coming to see you. The sentences are just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think it was that which struck a chord and said, you know what? Because Colin said, what's wrong with you? And he said, well, from the hours of 6 till 9, I get itchy knuckles, I'm bored. And he said, well, get out, you come to the boxing, and then amateur boxer, become a professional fighter. And, you know, I think most people know what Nick Manners did, won a title for Joe Calzaghe. Very winning fighter, you know, cracking little career in my opinion.
I'll tell you what, you know what, Jamie? You know what I'd love to be able to do? Because a lot of people, unfortunately, a lot of people base my ring exploits on one fight.
Calzaghe. It's not a bad fight to lose to, is it?
It's not a bad fighter to lose to and all, but when you've got a winning mentality, I'd say, listen, look at me 10 wins. Look at me 10 wins and that. Forget about that.
11 wins.
Yeah, but
10 knockouts.
Yeah.
But Colin Hart.
I'd love to have a what's it called? I'd love to have a compilation and that.
You know, Britain's the voice of boxing really writes with his son, and he said Joe Calzaghe is the greatest British fighter of all time. So to lose to him. But Nick, one of the quotes in the book, what he gave me, and I said to him, I love my quotes, and he told me, and I went, who said that? He went, me. I said, tell me that again. And it's something like, if you're going to go to hell, you better get yourself a pair of horns, because please and thank you doesn't cut the mustard in them kind of horrible environments. You know, I know personally, I know there's a lot of books you wouldn't read, a man, but I know you'll read this. Because obviously I know your mentality, Sean, I know what kind of...
Sean, you've been in that situation, haven't you?
He has.
Yeah.
You know,
at the end of the day, you know yourself that if you can go into a place, and to a degree, you're better off being deadpan, minding your business, not giving nothing away, not accepting nothing, and just getting on with it. But sometimes, you may just have to turn around and somebody might go like that. What are you going to do?
That's called a heart check in America.
Simple thing. You still haven't took it back, motherfucker. You still haven't took it back, so that means that you know what's coming next.
You're going to take that next?
Yeah.
And then my booty?
Yeah. and taking your booty. I might sell your booty. I'm gonna sell your booty. You know what I mean? Listen.
But this environment, oh, the huge.
Oh, come here. Listen, you've got soft hands. What would you have to do with them? You'd have to shave them hands. You've got nice fingers. Just squeeze them free. Squeeze them. You was gonna.
My thing was, I'd read your legal paperwork for you. Fair of them couldn't read all right.
No, but the thing, I'll tell you, it's a very vulnerable situation to be in prison.
Yeah.
Listen, that's a good point.
Generosity is weakness.
But you know what? You remind me a little bit of Shawshank Redemption. Is it Shawshank?
Yeah.
Was it who did the paperwork?
Yeah.
Was it Shawshank? Yeah. Now watch this.
Yeah.
You've got to have something.
To fit in.
You've got to have something to get by.
Yeah.
You've got to have something.
Commodity.
And it might be the ability to read, write, and also, listen, if you're the man who's reading them letters for them prisoners, one thing you 100% better understand. Man's business is man's business.
Yeah.
And if you turn up, because you're going to get all them secrets, because you hear them, listen, I've seen people kick off because man's read his note and then he's told him, he's fucking there shagging somebody else, and that's total embarrassment. And then next thing you know, the guy whose letter he was writing comes and beats the shit out of you because you've run off his business and that. And
I was lucky because I had 100 co-defendants, including some of my bouncers, including Wildman.
Fair play. But the thing is, if you've got good people, and like I said, one thing I've always turned around and said, and I believe in it.
Yeah.
I was told it. If you're right, you'll be all right. If you're right, you'll be all right.
Yeah.
And I've been in some situations where, you know what, I've been right, and I've been all right, and people have gone like that. Okay, no, how come he's such and such? So listen, I don't get in. I can talk to certain people are absolutely petrified. But I just talk to them normal, talk to them straight, and then when I come away, they go, "Oh, how come he talked to you?" I says, "Well, why wouldn't he?" I said, "Well, you're the net though. You're beholden to him, so you can't talk to him really and truly because he's already got one over you."
The other thing in America is they love the English.
Do they?
Yeah, so I didn't fit into the
you'd be alright. Fucking black English, they'd be like that. Yo, Benson. Do you remember Benson, the butler?
Yeah,
fucking Benson, come on, I'd be like, and you're alright, they'd love you. Oh, Prince Charles, come on.
So they all come up to me asking me about the Spice Girls and I've had tea with the Queen and all this shit.
Yeah, just tell me,
My sister went to dance school with Sporty Spice, so I had that one.
Happy days. Oh, yeah, because you're from that Liverpool ways.
Witness, Rugby League.
Didn't you know on being Paul McCartney's cousin when you first went over there?
Oh, my aunt, yeah. So my girls in the collection.
I was
Paul McCartney's cousin. No, my aunt, when I was 16, my aunt changed my date of birth and my passport, so I was 21.
Yeah.
Took me out nightclubbing. Yeah. And she's introduced me to all these beautiful American women as Paul McCartney's nephew.
Oh, lovely. Yeah. Did you get success based on being Paul McCartney's nephew?
Depends what you define success at. We were the women.
Did you put any balls? Yeah.
I got a few dates, let's say.
There you go.
But so it's kind of recap on that kind of chapter, if you like. That environment, I mean, Nick's talking about you've done in prisons. He's literally
Which I said just last night, I was right by Dunham prison.
Yeah, so he's literally missed Lee Duffy by hours, shipped out. He's in there with Viv Graham, he's in there with Paul Sykes, he's been in there. So that's that kind of environment.
About Viv Graham, didn't I? Or playing basketball.
Yeah, we mentioned that in the first
one of my favourite stories is your Sykes story from last time.
Well, do you know what I mean? So I got the recap on the film. This is the reason why I know Nick Manners was. I was more familiar with his brother, Colin Manners. He fought a guy from Middlesbrough called Colin in his car. So I knew Colin Manners was. So 2015, when I started, I'm going to write a book. And Nick Manners, I used to Google the forums, that's where I got a lot of my work from, a lot of kind of the input. Nick Manners. So I reached out to him on Twitter, and now Nick's very suspicious. I was telling his brother Colin a couple of months ago, and he's laughing, he said, "That's our Nick." And he was kind of, I couldn't see him, but I was talking on Twitter, and then I spoke on the phone, and I know he was going. And he was proper, and I must have kind of, level by level, thought he's all right. I mean, and I met him, and...
Hang on. level by level, you thought I were all right.
No, you were kind of sussing me
I'm gonna
out. You were very...
say you were about
No, you were suspicious. You were like, well, what's this geezer want? Hang on a minute, I don't know him. And, do you know what I mean? I know I'm going to write a book on Paul Sykes, and you want some stories, but it's a great story, and I know a bit more about that now, because I know what happened from interviewing the guy who Paul Sykes said it to. I know what Brendan Ingle, God rest him, told Paul Sykes.
What did you tell him?
Well, Paul Sykes had basically propositioned Jason to called
Barker. Unfortunately, you know what I mean?
It's Pretty Boy Barker.
Yeah. You know he's passed away, don't you?
Who?
Jason Barker.
No?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sad. I only spoke to him.
I know, listen, I'm so happy that he was able to put his words down on me. You know what I mean?
Because I interviewed him.
Yeah, I know.
I spoke to him a couple of spell, and his nickname was Jason Pretty Boy Barker. And he was, when I seen him, he was kind of bald now. But when I looked at his pictures, I thought
from years ago.
And I was trying to Junior Witter, and he was laughing his head off. And he said he was proper handsome. So Paul Sykes has walked up to him and, "You two boxers, like," and Nick's been a bit like, "Oh, it's pretty obvious," but I'm not going to tell him that. And Frank Bruno's there, Harry Carpenter, and it's a big celebrity. Elland Road, Cantona's there, Gordon Strachan.
Probably the second greatest boxing night in Leeds history.
Yeah, BBC were there. This is a full on, and Paul, and then all of a sudden the securities just went like that, like Moses parted the sea, and then Paul Sykes has come along, and he's basically started talking to him, sexually propositioned Jason Pretty Boy Barker. Brendan Ingle's head. Brendan's went nuts. Followed him. Long story short, I'm not, it goes in depth in detail with the book. Sykes ends up asleep on the floor. Nick's 20 minutes from going out, the greatest night of his life. Thousands there, full family, thinking, I just killed Paul Sykes. And if I wake him up, he's going to kill me. And it's flight, right in the corner. Nick plays it down a lot more than it is. You can actually, if you study Nick's hand, you can see the tetanus that he had of Sykes' teeth. And that was
this thing, just in there. There's a crease. Well, there's a little crease in there where I had the bandages on, but because I caught him on the edge of the thing.
But there was a funny story.
His tooth went in it. And
afterwards, and there was another black guy on the bill called Denzel Brown, who was a cruiserweight. And Nick, he did make me laugh. And there's a lot of funny things in this book. And Josh Warrington said to me, he agreed with me a couple of months. Said, Nick's funny when he does an interview. And it's so Sykes, he woke up, oh, good shot that kid. Nick's went out, knocked out Lee Crockett in 20 odd seconds, 2 knockouts in one night. And then Paul Sykes is back causing chaos, getting in the ring. Now, that night...
He got in the ring?
I don't know, I've got it back.
I spoke to the police because the police was supervising it. And that night, there was Henry Wharton against one of the Travellers.
Fidel Castro.
Yeah. So the Travellers, there was a lot of... So Sykes got in the ring and was now causing mayhem. And so this other black guy called...
Talking about Denzel, eh?
Yeah. So Denzel's on the thing. And Nick's thinking, well, do you know what? Paul Sykes won't think Denzel Brown's knocked him out. I'm okay with that.
No, what happened was, a couple of minutes after I sort of woke him up, and he'd gone, good shot that kid, and gone out the door, and I thought, fucking hell. And next thing you know, he's come back with, to be fair, come back with my dad, because my dad was there, come back with my dad, and he went, can't half it that lad there, that Denzel Brown, and I was like, I think I'm fucking Denzel and that, I won't like that. Because you know what it is, with all due respect and no disrespect, what happened between me and Sykes, it happened, and it's one of them situations where, look, at the end of the day, there's sometimes when your natural survival instincts have to kick in, and you know what, you've got to throw something. You've got to throw something else, you're going to get fucked anyway. So I threw something, and the thing is, I've always turned around and said, don't let me hit you, because I've got half an hit with one, you know what I mean? But as soon as I whacked him, and he went, and I thought, fucking hellfire, oh dear. He's gonna get up and fucking annihilate me. He goes, listen, let's not make no bones about it. The fella can fight. and the fella could.
Oh, he was a monster.
He could have a handful and that, you know what I mean? He'd had a drink.
Yeah.
He'd had a
But
drink.
do you know, I'm going to give you a time scale. So Paul Sykes at large was December 1990. So this was September 92. So this is less than 2 years. Now people are aware of the Paul Sykes ravaged demise, sleeping, getting pissed on, eggs cracked on, lighter fluid poured on and pissed, tortured, tormented. But Johnny Nelson said to me, he said, those young kids, and Peter Fury said it, would never have had an inkling to who once upon a time he once was. And so Paul Sykes, pretending to a tramp, just struck at midnight, the millennium. He was gone.
How old was he on them around that time?
So Paul Sykes was born in 46, so he was 46. So, you know, he was still a scary, and he didn't really start losing fights till about 96, 97. So this is, you know, and his name was still a lot, probably till about 98. He was a one-off, and
when he was in Durham, man. Listen, I was in Durham, and I was on the force.
He was a god. His name was.
And he was in the cellar, in the block, in segregation. And I'll tell you what it is. I swear to God, he banged that door, and you know what?
Couldn't get a pen, could he?
I'm laid on the bed, and you could hear bang, 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 and you could actually feel the vibration of the
Durham
bang.
Prison, 4 floors.
You could feel the vibration of the bang 4 floors up. I'm not a liar. I don't need to lie. I don't know if it was the vibration of the air or something. I don't know. But bang, bang, and you could feel it. You could actually feel it. And for a pen. And that one, he was writing that sweet agony at the time.
So the stories of Paul Sykes, allegedly, and all that. I spoke to the chief of West Yorkshire Police for one of the books, and the scene is criminal. They said there's just no proof. But do you know what? He's in his cell thinking, Jesus, that man's got some power. Please do not ever let him get near me.
When we went on exercise.
He was inside a prison.
Have you been inside Durham?
I didn't go inside, no. They took me a tour of Durham last night, but outside.
Outside it.
They showed me the remand jail in the centre.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Durham's the dispersal jail, so they'll have the remand part and they'll have the people who's sentenced and that, different wings. Well, what we're going to say? Well, we had people like.
So you're talking about when he was in the cell, inside the cell.
In the bottom, yeah. And we went and one of the exercise yards is like a stagger that goes up. You know what I mean? So there's an exercise yard there, but if you go further up, there's an exercise yard there. And we'd gone out, and whether it was or not, you know, like if you're looking at somebody from afar and they've got their head turned towards you, you might imagine that they're looking at you. Whether they are or not is irrelevant. You just visualise that. So we're in there, we're walking around, and anyway, he's coming into that holding cell where he gets his exercise. It's like the only thing I can describe it is you know them meshes that you get inside that if the people wanted to escape, what they do is they get a toothbrush. You know, the really thin. Yeah, and have you ever heard of that?
Yeah.
They use a toothbrush to get up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or toothbrushes. That really thin stuff, and he'd be caged in that. You see it in all these prison things. You're caged in that, and he would have. I want him. Bring him to my hotel. I want him. I'm like, he's not looking. You can't be looking at me.
Yeah.
Nah, man, that can't. Fuck that. You know what I mean? No way. And then it was years later that I seen him at Elland Road. But you know what it is? He had a presence on it. He had a real presence on him. When he walked around that prison, I'll tell you something, he walked like a demigod. You know what I mean? The screws just walked near him and let him think.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, he was one of the scariest men I ever saw in there. Leeds man as well.
Did you see him hit anyone in there?
No. I was a YC one. You know what I mean? What's this? A guy called Alfonso Fredericks.
Oh, the hitman.
The body in the bath. I don't know if it's a hitman. That might be another thing, but you know something. Just, you know, when you see darkness in somebody. I got shipped out of somewhere there the other, and I've got put in Hull. So in Hull, although they've got a unit that was for the YPs, it's within the prison, and there's all the comms and that there, different wings. So we had to go from this unit here into the mainstream prison, get us food, and then come back to this uni. And I seen Alfonso's from Leeds, used to be a bit of a pimp and that, you know what I mean, but bad man pimp, proper bad man pimp. Good heart, bad man, you know what I mean. So anyway, he got done for the body in the bath, and he thrown punters under cars.
What was the body in the bath?
Body in the bath called Maureen somebody Day, Barbara Day. You do your research on that, and that's a serious guy, and he'd been done for a couple of murders and that. Threw man into the road, and man head got crushed in Spencer Place and that, you know what I mean. Dangerous guy. Anyway, let him out recently, and he did somebody else in, so they had to put him back in. You know what I mean. Do your homework. That's a good one. I was in there, and we were walking down for his dinner. I just felt something, you know, presence. And then like that, and you put on that front walking down. I seen this guy, turned, I seen Fonzo, and it was from so far away, but it was like he was looking right into me. You know what I mean? I go like that, I'm looking, like that, and he actually went under his head. But I know Fonzo and that from Leeds and that we all know. And one of the strongest men in the prison. Strongest men in the prison system. He's got records for deadlift and this, that, and the other. You forget about all the names that you hear about who are strong. Fonso, Livingston, Fredericks, man. Scary guy. Locked up again now.
One of the other names, obviously from the book. I don't know, you'll be familiar, Sean, but there was a name from Hartlepool. So he was a serial killer. So he was known as the Fox, Arthur Hutchinson. Early 80s, killed 3 people. And you come across him.
He was in Armley.
Was it Armley?
He was in Armley, yeah. He was in Armley.
And you said, I think Nick said to me, he said, in the book says, you would never have guessed he was even like that.
You wouldn't have thought him, you'd have thought he was a fucking gardener or something like that, you know what I mean? You wouldn't have thought him, you'd have walked past him and not noticed him. You know what I mean? Not noticed him. And like, fucking hell, who's he? 2 screws with him. Who's he? Oh, that's that fucking Fox. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Some of the people that, I'll tell you what's interesting. The levels of violence that go in, that the prison officers use on the kids, never mind the adults, the kids. That's
because you said in your book that's what scared you, and you said there was a big screw called the Viking.
The Viking, he was in Leeds,
yeah. And the Viking was, if Sykes kicked off, that's who they put on books. Nick said to me, to quote Nick Manners, he had shoes like sofas.
Shoes like fucking that,
and he said, if anyone, and I always had it in the back of my mind, you know, this was abuse really, you know, the Medhamsley and all this kind of thing. And did you see that go on to other people and you heard it?
Listen, I was in, I'd had a situation where I'd had a fight, and that with the ears had come off and all that business. It just survival, mate, survival, you know what I mean? It was an accident.
It said in court actually, didn't it? It was, he come to your cell and all.
He come to my cell, he did all sorts and that, he did everything that he could.
Was it actually when he went out of court?
We ended up in Crown Court and that. They tried to double thing me, didn't they? You know, initially when it happened, they put me in the block and that, but put him in the block as well. Put us in the block. And then they put us in front of, I can't remember what it's called, it's not the Governor's, it's another one, the bigger one. There's the Governor's, you go in front of the Governor, or you can go in front of the...
So it's the outside charge, because inside prison...
No, hear what I'm saying, you're not listening to me. You can get a Governor's report, which is just the normal Governors will give you 7 days or whatever. Or they can put you to, I can't remember what the terminology is, what it is, but they can give you up to 90 days and things like that, right? And it's bigger than the Governor's. And then after that, if it's worse than that, then you go outside. So they turn around and went like that. They call the police because the kid's ear will come off. So I'm like, not guilty. He's had boots on, he's got leathers on, not leathers, his denims on. They're classed as offensive weapons in this institution. So why are you coming to me? He's come to me, he's come to my cell. He's come to me, you want to talk to him? I just turn around and try and protect myself, simple as that. Anyway, next thing you know, what was the point, what was you on about? The farmer, the big farmer. Anyway, next thing you know, we've had a tool. Unfortunately his ears come off, or half of his ears come off. They've said to me, right, we're going to give you 90 days and that, you know what I mean? So I said, really? I said, well, police have told me that they're carrying out an investigation, so I don't really see how until the police can call me guilty, I don't see how you can tell me I'm guilty. I don't think it's right. So they sent me out of the room, brought me back in, they were like, "You're going to Wakefield." Like what? No, I'm going to Wakefield. Like,
and that was Monster Mansion then, wasn't it?
yeah, horrible. I shit myself. I thought, when I say shit, not physically, but I
That's
shit myself.
game over.
Fucking hell. I thought, no, they can't do that to me. I'm finished, not with these legs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? No, these legs, I look like a fucking supermodel.
At that time,
They've had me.
70% lifers, 70% sex offenders.
Listen, back in the day, there used to be some kind of code within the criminal community where
Yeah, there's no lower part.
if you're a burglar, if you're a thief, if you're whatever, fair enough, cool.
Here is a word from today's sponsor, Aura. If you Google someone, you can find out all kinds of personal information about them. This information is accessible because of data brokers who profit by selling your information to robocallers, telemarketers, spammers. You can use my link, https://aura.com, Aura is AURA, /Sean Atwood, SHAUNATT Wood, to try 2 weeks for free and see how many data brokers are sharing your info. Also linked in my description box on this YouTube version, or scan the QR code on the screen.
Aura also monitors your emails and passwords to see if they were involved in a data breach and exposed on the dark web, and gives you the recommendations on what to do.
Aura has almost every internet safety tool you'll ever need, all inside one app.
But if you're a nonce, if you're a rapist, if you're a wrong'un, a snitch, you'd have to go on segregation, and segregation was a minority. Now, those people who would have been in segregation are the majority. Listen, so you don't think there's loads of grasses and snitches among us? Talk to me. Do you not think that there's loads of grasses and snitches among us? Not among us. No, in fucking hell, we know him. No, but do you not think that
Where I was,
in society?
people were always dropping kites.
Listen.
Yeah.
What you've got to remember is that there's a lot of people who are not prepared to take the punishment that their actions may reap.
Mm-hmm.
So in reality, in society, if you can't do the crime, don't do the time. Because a lot of people are scared to be away from the family, they're scared to be away from the kids, they're scared to be away from outside society. So they'll do all these things that will get them the money and the bling and the this, that and the other. But as soon as they get nicked or whatever, they're like, ah, phew, it was him. And that's kind of accepted now. So me personally, I'd rather not be involved in any kind of that crime or any crime at all, because you know what? I'd be very disappointed in you if you grass me up, because you know what? I'd never do that to you.
So one of the funny, as I said, Nick Man is funny, man. And one of the things he said was,
I just thought of Joe Pesci, man. When you know, remember Joe Pesci?
Yeah. So one of the things, what do you mean funny how? Funny.
My clown, yeah.
Yeah. So Nick Man has said, listen, you got to watch the Olympics. Carl Lewis, Ben Johnson, black men just don't lose races. And one of the good things Nick was good at was running. He could run like a deer, right? So one of the things that, another art you were very, very good at, and it is an art, is like Chris Eubank. He was a professional thief, and you made a good living. I think you got caught once, considering what you'd done. Was staggering.
The most embarrassing.
Yes, I know, but you know, you made a good living from it.
We did all right.
You went to many, many different places around, you know, about, and this is the time when it was, and you did it for a good reason, and a Robin Hood reason. He did it for a help. He was a family, and he saw himself as one of them. They looked after him, they fed him, they were on the breadline. So he was doing good things by feeding it. But you did it, and it got him put away. Was it 14? 2 weeks ago. It broke your mother's heart.
Oh, listen, we used to go shoplifting, and just like, let me just say, I was the same as so many other people. You know, when you're in the house, there's a halo over your head, you're making your mother a cup of tea, you're doing whatever you've got to do, you're washing up, and this, that, and the other. Oh, my lad's a lovely lad, Get outside. Like that, right? You know what I mean? What can we get? Where's the bag? You know what I mean? But the thing is, I would say, if you're not brought up in an environment where you can get everything you want, I want a bike, got it. Want a such and such, got it. Right? sometimes you have to do it for yourself. You know what I mean? So we'd be robbing bikes, we'd be doing all sorts, you know what I mean? We'd go all over the place. You might go to Wetherby, we might get on bus to Wetherby, take the bikes, ride back home. You know, Wetherby's not that far when you've got a bike for nothing. You know what I mean? But little things like that. I just think, what was you on about? Sorry, my memory again. Thieving. Yeah. Listen, at the end of the day, we just wanted to get a few quid, and I had a lovely family. For me, lovely family, and at the end of the day, they looked after me. I used to babysit for the kids and that. Scooby-Doo, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And I was just mentioning, good family, lovely to me. And she was a great shoplifter, fantastic shoplifter.
She was your mentor, wasn't she?
Well,
she was a bit older.
I wanted to be more than just a shoplifter, to be fair. But you realise that just going in and taking the stuff and that, you could get a really good living. You'd be out every weekend, and that's what it was about. You know what I mean? So we'd go, and because they'd looked after me so much. Listen, by rights, what you're supposed to do is everybody gets a third. But I'd be like, listen, give us 40 quid, give us 50 quid, or might be give us 100 quid. And listen, you always sort me out anyway, so it didn't matter. And I could always go to them and ask them for anything, not a problem. You know what I mean? They were there for me, good people, so I just want to acknowledge them. But we went robbing with Austin Reed's, all the designer shops in that, Hugo Boss, whatever. And then the thingy was tipping back, the pushchair was tipping back with so much gear. And we went, you know what, one more, we'll go to Mother Care. You can always get rid of kids' clothes. Goes to Mother Care, filling the bag. The pushchair were going like that. you know, with bags on thing. Next thing you know, I think we've been sussed. Right, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go out the door and see if they follow me. You know what I mean? And if they do, you'll go that way, because at the end of the day you've got kids and that, you know what I mean? Anyway, next thing you know, followed me, didn't they? So I couldn't really run because I had the kid in the pushchair. I ended up in Thorpe Arch for 2 weeks. So when they're in there, and amongst, try and take it into context, go like that, amongst my kids my age, I was alright, you know what I mean, I was alright. So, amongst the kids my age, I was alright, so I was quite confident in my own age group, you know what I mean, in being able to get through. Got to Thorpe Arch. Everybody's like, what are you in for? I'm like, burglary. Shoplifting's alright, but when they tell you, when you say, I got caught in Mother Care, they were a piss take, you know what I mean? So I'm like, oh, I'm in for burglary, mate. And they're like, fuck it. You'll never guess. Fucking Mother Care. We've done everywhere else, bags full and everything, and we go to Mother Care, and that's where we're getting into, you know what I mean?
But you were very good, and do you know, another funny story again was Josh Warrington was talking to me. He said, this is what Nick Manners is about. He said, so we've got the big fight in Leeds 8 years ago. Josh Warrington, British title in Leeds. Eddie Hearn, do you know who Eddie Hearn is?
Mm-hmm. Big man.
Yeah. So he's got this amazing do, and it's a proper tea thing. And Josh is looking at Nick, thinking, Nick, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm nicking this teapot. Do you know why I'm nicking this? Because this is history. This is British. This is elite history. And like in Nick's head, he made it okay. Sorry, Eddie Hearn, if you're watching. Nick Manners, your tea party. Do you know what I mean? But to Nick,
there's always one amongst us.
But
to Nick, it meant sense because it meant something to him. It wouldn't have meant anything to anyone.
I've got all sorts of little memorabilia, historic. Listen, honestly, little things that'll go. You know something? When Josh won that world title for
5 years ago,
right? When he won that, okay, usually I'd drink cider. But that night, when we were in the back of Elland Road and that, we just drunk out all the champagne. So, the champagne flute that I was drinking from that night, I have it. You know, like you say, little quirky things. I have the same champagne glass. You know what I did? I took it to the thing and I got it engraved. Josh Warrington, Leeds first world featherweight champion, and the date, bang. That's in the gym. So that goes alongside all the other memorabilia and things that I've got, you know what I mean? And that's why my memory is good, because if you've got things that you can bullet point to and go, bam, that, relevant. You know what I mean?
But Leeds has been dare I say it, a naughty city. It has a lot of characters, and one character, I'll have to say this, is Nick was like, and I said, look, you should mention it, he's part of, was a really infamous character called, he approached you years ago, he wanted to sponsor you, and you were like, thank you, no thank you. This guy was later murdered, elite level, alleged. Do you know what I'm about?
No.
He got murdered. Delroy Brian, is it? Clifton.
No, he sponsored me. He wanted to sponsor Central Area title fight. I'm not really bothered about him being involved in this.
So you want to leave the name out? I'm just saying, because his story is later, it will ring out to a lot of people. He was found murdered. He was like regional crime squad number godfather in Leeds.
Clifton was a serious guy. He was a serious guy. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Serious guy. And when I had the opportunity, the reason why he's mentioning Clifton is that Clifton was a serious guy. That's all I'll say. A very serious guy. Good guy. If you don't owe him, no. You know what I mean? Yeah. Serious guy. When my brother was wanting to turn around and hold a title fight, Central Area title fight for me, obviously you need money, you need the backing. Initially you need a few quid to give to the board. So getting sponsorship sometimes a bit difficult and that. So anyway, he suggested Clifton. And I said, you know what? As much as I'd like to say yes, no. No. Because when it comes to money coming back, no headaches. Alright? No argument with Clifton, no headache with Clifton. I want to be able to always say hi to him and whatever. I don't need no thingy. But what happened was, there was a little guy called Leon Bickersteth, right? And when I went to Everthorpe, when I first went to Everthorpe, I was doing 17 months. And when I got there was a little Leeds lad who was trying to be a baron. You know what a baron is, don't you?
Brick baron.
Yeah, trying to be a baron. Tobacco, whatever else, not drugs, tobacco. So that's the main currency really, you know what I mean, with kids. So you're trying to do that. But when they were going to get paid, they were giving them all kind of grief, calling them black this, black that, blah, whatever. So we go fuck off and that, and we'll give you it when we want to give you it. So anyway, next thing you know, I'm like that, and I'm just surveying the lay of the land, and I'm thinking, I said, Bicker, don't make me funny, mate, but can't you handle this a little bit better? Because when they turned around and cussing you off and that, I've only been here 2 minutes, I know, but when they're cussing you off, it's all like it hurts me too, you know what I mean? So he said, them man, I take liberties, man. So I'll tell you what then, you're not being out of order, are you? No. And he's like, no. So I'll tell you what then, you do that and I'll collect. You know what I mean? He says, oh, what do you want for it? I said, no, I just want a fucking easy life, mate, because at the end of the day, the amount says, listen, it's not going to get down, it's not for me to just say, oh, listen, you owe him, it's sort of like this day, you're supposed to owe him, you're supposed to give him his money. So really and truly, we did all right there, and it made it a lot easier. It made it a lot easier for us to get through, because sometimes them little, when he's getting racially slurred and all that business, and you're like, it's not to do with me, but it is kind of thing, you know what I mean, back in them days. So anyway, next thing you know, he heard about the boxing, like, in yours boxing, and he approached our kid, and you're like, listen, are you needing a few quid? Like, yeah, listen, you don't worry about that, I'll sort that out. You know what I mean? And that was down to me and him being alright back then. Yeah. And it was one of them things, one of them moments and that, you know. But you know what? I'm so glad that he did that and that we were able to have that memory, you know what I mean? And he put the money up and that. Clifton wasn't happy actually, because Clifton wanted to do it. Which is nice of him. Yeah. It was nice of him, you know what I mean? But I know that, listen, I'd rather go with Bicker. You know what I mean? That's alright by me.
But can I just say, and I think you'll know, Sean, I know you're not the biggest boxing fan in the world, but boxing and villainy went hand in hand back to the days of the American Mafia, Rocky Marciano, Sonny Liston. So did you ever have that, Nick, when you were this young guy and you looked like a boxer, you epitomise what a boxer looks like, big 6'2", black guy, fit. Did people try and latch onto you? You're the other Clifton, the more other people, the characters.
I had loads of people ask me to go, listen, if you get that money, take 30% of it. If you get that, I'd say, listen mate, I'm not being funny. I'm not doing fuck all like that, because I know what I'd want to do to get that money. And I won't be asked too many questions, you know what I mean? And that's not the lifestyle that I'd want to go. And that's not the lifestyle that I'd want to live. So I'm not going to do that, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, okay, I do believe that when I was younger, I did have a callous.
Yeah.
And cold. But you know what it is? My thing was this. You touch me, don't argue when I do that back to you, because I'm not touching you at all. So your touch, that might be your touch, that's my touch, don't touch me. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to disrespect you, so leave me. You know what I mean? So, and that's why I'd rather be. You know what I mean? Listen, I won't bother you, you don't bother me.
And I think, well, you know, you just told me a story there, and I thought of one. It's not hilarious, it's certainly not hilarious for the guy, but there's a story of a black guy, and you said he was built like a gorilla. When you were just being, and then he come and shout, "Oi, Manners!" Do you want to tell him that story? Because I think that very much epitomises Nick Manners. He weren't looking for him.
I'd been knocking off a girl. Alright, I'd met her. And half knocking her off. Didn't even do the deed. But just when she was knocking off, just sort of like trying to get something. Bits and bobs, yeah. So next thing, sticky fingers, whatever. You know what I mean? So anyway, next thing you know, that's an expression I heard for years, sticky fingers. Anyway, did they ever do that? Sticky fingers? Yeah, mate. I'm sorry. What? I know. So anyway, I'd gone, oh, but who's kids are like, who's your child and that? She went, oh, such and such and such. I'm like, I can't. Is he a fucking hench guy? It's a kind of beefy guy. She went, yeah. What, built like a fucking silverback like? She went, yeah. Oh, fair enough, yeah, I know him. Anyway, so come back to my business. Next thing you know, I'm up at feast. You're not gonna say feast, a fair. Next thing you know, I'm walking around with somebody. Next thing you know, I heard, Manners! It's like, well, everybody used to call me Manners anyway, but it's the tone. You know, the tone. Manners! Manners! What? Yo! Rah, rah, rah. You been chatting about me? I said, I tell you what you do me a favour, just come behind there, because no point chatting in front of the girl then. You know what I mean? So like, come on. Yeah. You been calling my name, you're telling the girl that I'm a gorilla. Listen mate, I didn't so like describe it like that. Right, listen, hang on, where we going there? Okay, bang. Okay, go about my business, you know what I mean? But I did end up getting jumped.
Did you?
Yeah.
By a few lads?
Yeah, there was a crew, wasn't there? You know what I mean? Yeah, I went, yeah, I banged him out. Anyway, so next thing you know, but he had a crew. So next thing you know, I were in a place, and they all wanted a weed. So they're all like, oh, we can't go to Chapel Town, can't go to Chapel Town. I'll tell you what, give us a lift. I'll go get you sorted out, because it was just a bit of leb. You know what I mean? So I've gone, oh, fair enough. So they've collected the money, gone up to Ayfield. Gone to Ayfield, next thing you know, a certain person has gone, yo, Manners, what's going on? So what do you mean? You banged my boy. Yeah, but it was a sort of like fair fight, wasn't it? You know what I mean? And he's gone, yeah, but I'm like, the next thing you know, around me, and I'm like, really? It's alright. So they're on me. So I grabbed one of them, flung him on the floor, and I scraped his fucking forehead in the floor. And I didn't even feel the bottle lick my head. You know what I mean? But anyway, I ended up scraping, just rubbing his fucking forehead on the floor. You know what I mean? And while they're kicking me and punching me and lashing me with the bottle and that, you know what I mean? Licked me with the bottle, it broke, but they didn't juck it. You know what I mean? Because we all knew each other anyway. You know what I mean? So they got to do bits and bobs to me. I got this one. Happy days. So what happened was...
Did they just let you leave?
Eh?
Did they just let you leave?
Well, I wasn't stopping on them. They wanted the boy back, didn't they?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So after there's only so far that they can go before they go too far. So it was like, they'd give me a little bit of a kicking. I'd give him some and scraped him up. So they dragged him by his legs, and I was like, all right, fair enough. So it was a bit of a stalemate. And then a couple of months later, I'm driving through town, and the main man of their crew, and he's a dangerous guy, good guy, but I've known him since we've both been small. Anyway, driving through town, so next thing you know, I hear beep 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 like that. And you know what it was? We both went underneath the Queen's Hotel. That's where I seen him in City Square, and he's gone beep 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 beep. And he's like, pull over. You fucking wanker, get around there then, get around there. We've gone round underneath the Queen's Hotel. He's got out of his car, I've got out of my car, I've gone towards him, he's opened his boot, and I'm like, what are you fucking doing? He said, I just thought you wanted to fight. Me just fight you? I'm gonna fucking finish you. Go fucking come on then. And it was just a standoff, he was like, come on then. And I'm like, no, you're gonna do your thing. I've come out of my car, I'm here. I'll tell you what, I won't be taking a step backwards, so come. You know what I mean? It was like, and it was like, you shouldn't have thumped him at the fair, man. I said, well, he shouldn't have fucking called me out at the fair then, should he? You know what I mean? Fucking idiot, you know what I mean? What's he going on like that for? So, anyway, stalemate, sorted out, done. You know what I mean? It was like Mexican standoff, sorted out, done. And I didn't really want to have no real trouble with him. And I didn't want no trouble with any of them, you know what I mean? It's just that sometimes you've got to stand your ground, you know what I mean?
Can I ask you, Nick? Obviously, I know you're...
And we're all alright now,
yeah,
to be fair.
Quite young. But what's your memories of, like, the Yorkshire Ripper and that?
No, the only
Do you
memories
remember
I've got,
the
only memories I've got of the Yorkshire Ripper is when my mum was going studying and things like that, we'd all walk with her to the study. You know what I mean? We'd all walk with her,
Really?
so that she didn't have to. Yeah, a load of people did that. So we used to go to a place called Primrose Hill.
Yeah, that's where he killed. His first one, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But we went to Primrose Hill school, and there were college like classes that your mums and people would do night school sort of thing. So that she didn't walk home on her own and this, that and the other. We'd all walk with her, and then we'd go to the youth club in there, and then when she's finished, right, cool.
Yeah. I mean, that, you must have been young. I mean, he was tried in 81 in the Old Bailey, so you must, I mean, you know, you're talking about 11, 12,
15,
13,
yeah.
when you were warning your mum and your brothers,
Yeah.
you know, but that is, it's another stain in Yorkshire's...
Well, you know, when you think about it, when you look at the locations now,
Yeah.
like when I look at the locations now as a 50-odd-year-old man, and you think, fucking hell, it's over at Road.
Yeah.
Hang on, there, the back of there, Prince Philip Foot. Listen, I drive down Buzzling Fault Lane all the time. What's you found in there? Jesus Christ. You'll go, oh. And then, with all due respect, no disrespect, there's one lady who survived and that, and I see her all the time, and she's a constant reminder of the Yorkshire Ripper.
Really?
Yeah.
I've interviewed his first victim's son.
Yeah. Well, that was where that one was killed.
No, that's that. Well, that's the son.
Wilma.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nicky McCann.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one. And then there's an actual victim who survived. Right. Listen, I'm not saying a name.
7 survivors there was.
Yeah, well, this one's in Chapeltown and that, and it's like every time you see her, your heart goes out to her and that. You know what I mean? She don't come across as she's not playing no victim or nothing like that. But from your own compassionate side, you think. You know
And they
I mean?
brought Savile in as a suspect, didn't they?
Knew him, didn't they?
And one of them
Have you ever
was,
seen that
yeah.
picture where Frank Bruno's stitched up? So there's Jimmy Savile there,
Yeah.
and there's
You've got blonde
Peter
hair and glasses
Sutcliffe,
on. Yeah,
and he's shaking his hand, and Frank Bruno said, when I shook his hand, I had no idea, and Jimmy Savile went, you've got no idea who that was. It was a proper stitch up, but
Yeah,
another person, sorry.
Well, why would they do that?
Well, he was obviously, I mean, this was the 80s, but another person, I know this person because I know the guy who went with him. Sykes was debt collecting for Savile. And I know that because he went to a flat in Roundier Park, and he done many debts for him.
Right, well, that's unfounded, isn't it? Is that what's the word? Unsubstantiated.
He did many. Sykes was a bit of a celebrity as well in that Yorkshire thing. Do you know?
Oh
what I
no,
mean?
he was on the circuit and that. And what it is what you've got to remember is that a lot of people love the celebrity of boxing, and then what they'll do is they'll go, listen, you're a boxer. Can you go get? Can you collect that money from him? Intimidate him, scare him, this, that, and the other. But it's a lot of the time it's for the boxer to turn around and control himself and realise that he's being used. You know what I mean? But, you know what I mean? And that's the thing.
Have you seen a lot of people try to use you in life? Hence, they're reading that conversation this week. That guy, how can you just come here with me? Why? Because you want someone 6'2" and black, ex-boxer, to be seen.
Well, no, maybe he just wants that added security, or he wants to when he goes and gets the money off the fella. He wants the fella to know that he's got backup, and I'm still saying you've got your own backup, man.
Yeah.
What's this? Tell you what's interesting. Well, I had a brilliant one then, but I can't think of it now. It's gone. It's my fucking headshots, mate.
But do you know what with?
Oh, listen, yeah, all sorts. It's about a lot of the things in life, for me, and how I see it. I might be wrong, but it's about people getting I call it getting you in the net. But it's like if I do something for you and you accept it, some people think, right, you owe me one. And it's like, and then all of a sudden when they come to call it and you say, oh no, say, hey, listen, you owe me one. You know, and I'll tell you what it is, if you don't give me what I want, he is going to turn around and sort you out, and you're still going to give me what I want. And you go, oh, I thought we were mates. Where did you get that impression? You know what I mean? We know each other.
No free lunch.
No. So sometimes you've got to lose to win. You know what I mean?
Regards, I mean, you do a lot of stuff now, Nick, for the community, which is kind of, some of the stuff, I mean, particularly that Ruslan guy, some of the stories and that, and do you see a lot of Nick Manners, young kids? You've now got the philosophy, right, the hindsight for the 10 count. 10 count in everything in life, 10 count in a boxing ring, but you just give yourself that 10 seconds and you wouldn't, in every action there's a reaction. So do you see a lot of young Nick Manners that if, you know, today in the gym, the young troubled kids, hang on a minute, maybe you're getting troubled at home, do you find it on yourself to think, maybe I need to speak to that guy? It could change his life?
Listen, the only thing I can do is the periods of time that them kids come into that gym, the only thing I turn around and say to them is, you're allowed to reinvent yourself as a decent person. It's up to you. So you know when they come in, we shake hands. Ask them if they're alright, ask them if they had a good day at school or a good day at work. Say, yeah, and I know this might not be the goal that you want, but this is what it is. So have you had it alright? Is everything okay? Okay, is everything alright with home? Your parents okay? This, that and the other? Yep, okay. So you've got nothing on your mind? No? That's a good training session. Boom. Now, I'd like to think that I've got a level of trust with them that when I turn around and shake the hand, and I insist on eye contact. So shake your hand, eye contact, and you know that the eyes are the window to the soul. So you can gauge so much from the eyes, can't you? So I always say, look them in the eye, man. Look him in the eye, see where they're at. You know what I mean? Look him in the eye, see where they're at. You know, stop blinking. You know? No, I'm only joking. You know? No, but you know what I mean? If you look him in the eye, you can get so much truth out of them eyes.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, as I walk in rooms and that, and I'll tell you, as I walk in a room, I'll go like that. I'll tell you, as I want to see whether there's a film comes over your eyes, you know, like, or if it's joy in your eyes when you see me. That gives me a real gauge.
Some people are just dead, aren't they?
Yeah. Or some people will go, the eyes might tighten. You know what I mean? Like you walk in the room and you go, somebody looks at you and you're like, they're looking, or they look down, or the frown, or you can gauge a reaction just by you can gauge that reaction from that reaction. Do you understand what I mean? You can tell if somebody's pleased to see you. You can tell if somebody's tolerating you. You can, you know, little things like that. And I turn around and I'm big on that. I'm big on energy.
Body language.
Body language. See what I mean? That's body language. Have you not read
barrier?
that?
It's put another barrier.
There you go. Fuck off. No, but body
That's
language.
a barrier as well.
Yeah. Have you not studied that as well?
Yeah, totally. He's gone from an arm barrier to a hand lock.
Yeah, you see. Listen, you know what you've got to do? I've got a book that tells me about body language and signs and how people are and that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you shake my hand, this is how I shake your hand. There. You know what it is? If I were a twat, you see that there? You know what that is?
Like
Dominance. Yeah. So when man turns around, I've had people come and they try and I go like, I don't think so, mate. That's very deep. That's very deep. Listen, that's politician deep.
But you're up and all that, aren't you?
You gotta be to survive.
Front. Gotta get through this.
If you walk in prison, hunch shoulders, looking down, just do a little shuffle, you're a victim right away.
You're a victim straight away.
You got a spring in your step, head up.
Yeah, confidence in your eye, but not looking, but just mind your business,
so
mind where you're going.
Is doing what one of my dogs does, of course, to sit on your head to prove that you're below me. I'm above you.
That's why with dogs I'd be like, get on the floor.
Yeah.
Get on the floor.
But Nick, it's funny you should say that. We've got a book, right? So let's talk a book. Why now, right? I know I'm handsome and I'm charismatic and I'm flamboyant, a bit like the minute, but you know, we've got this book, right? We've done it. Why did you decide now? We spoke about it years later. Listen, I've done books, but they're other people's books. So if you get shot down in flames, I can sit with my popcorn. Might affect my sales. It's not going to damage me. So I'm going to sit back. You've got it all to come. How are you going to deal with it? What is it going to be about? What can people expect to read?
Listen, I'm happy as Larry. All I want to do is, I think actually, I've had a decent, decent
absolutely.
journey. And I think to myself, boy, some of the situations that I've been in, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Some of the situations that I avoided, some of the situations I haven't been in. But I think that there's a few people that would be quite interested in reading that.
Yeah.
And
Can I just say though, can we thank Joe Calzaghe?
Excuse me.
Because Joe written you forward.
well, there's been plenty of people to thank.
Yeah. Just, I mean, do you know, I did a sport at junior with Josh Warrington, kind of Glenn Rhodes, Joe Calzaghe. I think it's 3 pages. Obviously, the traded punches.
So I love the idea. You know what it is for me. Joe is consistent.
Yeah.
He's always been nice. He's humble. He's down to earth. He's an exceptional fighter, or was an exceptional fighter, but he's a lovely person as well, and I like that. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you what it is. Like you might back me on this. I'm confident, but there's certain things that I'm not overconfident in. So I'm not overconfident in the fact that you might do for me like I would do for you. So when I asked Joe to if he'd contribute to the book, I was like half thinking, no, well, he doesn't have to, he doesn't need to. But the response that I got from him, I was so pleased with that, because you know something, I believe in truth, and if you're going to shake my hand, shake my hand. If you're going to turn around and say you're all right with me, be all right with me. Don't fake. You know what I mean? There's no need to be fake, because I'm not going to fake on you. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you what it is, like I say, the respect that I've got for him and his dad and his uncles and family, for him to contribute to the book, I was like, you know what, that's nice, because there might be opportunities and situations where other people may criticise you, and sometimes you'll take them criticisms on board and think, and then there's times when you think, actually, I'm not listening to nothing you're saying, because you're wrong, and I see where you're coming from, so I'd rather take the positives from the positive people. And sometimes the positive people are the strangers to you.
Question for you,
True.
So last couple of weeks we've been talking to prison insiders. I hooked Nick up with certain someone, and it went really well. And so I know you go in. Johnny Nelson went in Black History, and Nick. I think Nick, out of anyone, I'm not just saying this. I'm really not just saying this. But anyone I've ever come across, he's the best talker. And I think, there's his story, and please, you might be watching this now, reading, to think, well, I've read the book. There's a message in there, and it's not, you don't have to be a boxing fan to read Gotta Get Through This. It's about young kids, bullied at school with teachers, brain, that was pretty graphic. Green Sambas.
There's the thing, I won't say bullied at
it was
school.
They
just tried to discipline.
It was a 70s.
I mean, they won't bother give you the cane.
But I didn't get it in my day. So,
did you not?
No.
No, well, you could have done with it.
So I'm a lot younger than you.
It's not them punishments, and I think them punishments. Don't get me wrong, it's wrong, and I don't believe in hitting the kids. I don't believe in hitting anybody. But what I do believe in is setting boundaries and turning around and saying, "Hey, listen, stop." I'll tell you, I'd love you to. One day I'm going to invite you to come down to have a session down at our gym, or just to observe the session.
That'd be good,
I'm telling you, listen, honestly, you won't believe it. And you know what it is? The little things. Somebody said to me the other day, the other month. No, it wasn't you. It can't have been you because you haven't been there. But somebody said they'd come to watch and observe. He said, Nick, them kids, cause the water bottles, I'll go, and they'll go. You know what I mean? And that's trust.
We filmed you training some of the kids.
Yeah. But like when you everybody wants a water, and they'll all, and it's like that's a level of trust and that. You know what I mean? And like they respect. I'm not going to say me. I'm going to say they respect the gymnasium when they come in it and what we're supposed to do. And all it is for me. I know this is the boring bit again. If you can't be decent, do me a favour, for the hour and a half that you're here, pretend to be. Because you know what, if you can pretend to be decent for an hour and a half, you can probably be decent for an hour and a half. And if you can be decent for an hour and a half, you might also be able to be decent for an extended period of time. And it's all about your behaviours.
And my philosophy in this story is Nick Manners used something good, positive, boxing, sport, whatever, as a vehicle that changes life around. So he went from that young kid fighting the horrific acts of violence, you know, robbing gold. That's an hilarious story as well. People, yeah.
Not the one with the gold that I buried and housing estate.
But you know what? So that book, it is a, you know, down, up, down kind of, getting involved with boxing, becoming a professional fighter, getting paid by Chris Eubank, travelling the world, being killed by neo-Nazis, Mickey Duff.
I didn't quite get killed.
Yeah. You know, being shot at.
Yeah.
You know. And it's all boxing is allowed. I mean, it's not. I'm not saying everyone become a boxer, but people play guitar, piano, write books, whatever. Nick found into a passion, and it worked for him. And what an instrumental, powerful, thought-provoking story. Nick Manners going into prisons, in the Durham prisons, and going and talking and for people ravaged with drugs and all that. And he was lost. He was. You were looking at some big.
I think when I think of it, there was only two directions I was going. I can honestly say that. I'd have had to take a chance to make some money. I was a shit crook.
Yeah.
What I've got to say,
I mean, that sleeping police officer, that is a story that should have got. It could have.
That could have ruined my life. Yeah. That was my Rodnicking moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you what it is.
I think we call it that, don't we?
That's my Rodnicking moment, and that's a serious thing because I'll tell you something. It happened to Rodney King, it happened to me, it happened to that George Floyd.
That's right.
And I'm thinking, and you know what it is, when I think of that, and remember, before George Floyd and all that business, I already said I felt the vertebrae in my neck crunching. I could hear it in my ears, and the only reason why I don't think
the only
reason why I don't think my neck snapped, and it should have snapped, was because I had my traps. And I crunched up my neck, and I'll take that, but I could still hear the vertebrae crunching in my neck. And afterwards I was like thinking, phew. And when I think of it now, and I think, jeez, just like that. And then 2 dogs on you, you know what I mean? 2 police dogs on you, CS gas, pepper spray, bolted in, you know, kicked in and all that business. You know, I should have fucking claimed. You know what I mean?
But there is people in this industry that are doing interviews and podcasts for ego, and there's a lot of wolf in sheep's clothing. Yeah. And he's one of the he's one of the genuine ones, along with the likes of Gary Hutton, that will play it down and say, well, actually, don't do with that. And it's, you know, I would never. My son, I don't think you can. My son probably looks up to him, and I like that. Do you know what I mean? It's like.
I've seen him train the kids in the gym. Just
he started boxing last night, so he wants to go ahead of you. But you know what I think is that's now I'm hoping this book. Front, gotta get through this, is going to be a foot in the door to other bigger things, because I would like him not even his own podcast, where he'd be brilliant for. It would be on television talking. It's, you know, I mean, he's been involved with Josh for a lot of years. They've had an amazing journey.
Listen, that's been a fantastic journey. That journey's done. You know.
Oh, is it? Didn't know that.
No, it's done. Listen, what it is that journey there is like a beautiful love affair with a young girl that you have some fantastic experiences with. You love your time together, and then all of a sudden you realise that actually we've done the deed. We've had a fantastic time together. Rather than get a messy divorce, let's just split up. You know what I mean? We can still say hello.
Can I just say though, when you're talking in this time, Sean, Nick got with Josh, and then they won the British, the Commonwealth, the European, and a world title. And this is a kid who could have got lost, and you know, and Josh said to me, he said, there's a lot of people in Leeds never been blessed with amazing boxing talent like Liverpool, like Manchester, but it did with Josh. But Josh said there's been a lot of people in Leeds who had a right good go. Nick Manners had a good go.
No, I didn't have a good go. No,
you did.
No,
I think you did.
I don't
but
think I did.
What one good thing what Nick Manners could do was punch, and he's put, and they've worked well, and I think it's been a special time. It's sort of sad to hear it's gone. And
no, it's not sad. No, listen, how can you be sad when sort of something?
Yeah,
so
but
beautiful?
everything has to end.
Listen, watch this. This is the thing. From day one, what I did is I had a relationship with the Warringtons, and our relationship.
It's like Monica Lewinsky.
That our relationship was based on an objective.
Yeah.
The objective was to do the very best that we could do with the talented young boxer that we had, to give him the opportunity to do the best that he can do and win. Wherever them wins take us, we've got an objective. We had an objective which was the world title. Just so happened that Lee Selby had that world title. So he was in a position where we could go, that's the target, let's work towards it. We had a fantastic team, I've got to mention them. Jimmy James Harrington, Mark Hurley, beautiful people, great people. Frank Hopkins, brilliant. What a team of people that was. And I'll tell you what it is, they got the job done. At the end of the day, the job's done. What do you do after the job's done? Move on. We've all moved on, but we're all moving on in the same direction.
So are you open now to possible other Josh Warringtons to come and...
Like I say, I'm never going to be getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning, this, that and the other. One of my first objectives has been done. My main objective was to get Leeds, be part of the team that gets Leeds its first world champion. Job done. He did it twice. Job done. You know what I mean? So I'm happy as Larry that however long I was associated and worked with Josh Warrington, success. And you know what? I'm thankful for him, and I'm thankful for Sean for turning around and bringing me on as an invaluable asset to the team. And we've got the job done. Now we move on. Me personally, what I'd love to be able to do, I'd love to be able to go to these establishments where a lot of these kids are, where they're lost and they think that they've got to be big men, they think they've got to do this, that and the other, and just let them know that, listen, you think I'm kind of big, you think I'm kind of cool. To be fair, you're cooler than me, but you're a fucking idiot because you're locked up in here when you could be out there being double cooler than me. You know what I mean? Because the talent and the talent and the inventiveness and the ambition that I see you possibly being able to work with and thrive on, you can't, because you're locked up. You're not giving yourself a chance. Whereas if you give yourself a chance, okay, then all these mates that you've got who you're hanging around with and that, and who you're having all these laughs with, where are they? One of them's probably stuck up your missus. You know what I mean? One of them's probably driving your car. You know what I mean? You're here. You know what I mean? You probably don't even get a postcard off them. Think, be a bit more selfish to your own self. You know what I mean? You're allowed to do. But you know something, in reality, there's a lot of people have had a horrific upbringing. Half the story's not being told. So some of them, like you get people who get drugs, they drink and whatever, substance abuse. You know what that's called?
Self-medication.
You know, where you want to just forget it.
Yeah, self-medicating the trauma.
Yeah, you're just going like that and just forgetting it, but it's still there.
Still there. So got to address it at some point.
So what I suggest you do is slow down, because everybody's going like that, spinning. You know what you've got to do? Slow down, stop, stabilise yourself, think. You're allowed to think. A lot of people don't think now, you know, they follow. You get that?
Yeah.
The follow. So let's start thinking individually, because we've got, listen, one of the things that I always turn around and said, don't fucking educate me if you don't want me to think. How are you going to educate me? Give me a thought process and then tell me don't think and tell me stupidness. Because that don't make sense. I'm going to object. Why don't you just keep me dumb?
Yeah.
Keep me dumb, knowing nothing.
Yeah.
I'll be a sheep.
And Nick is one of the most inquisitive people you could, you know.
Why not? Why not?
Do you know, any stage in your life, I thought, when you're reading the book and you're hearing about him going into youth clubs, stealing £3 in change and not being able to shut up and keeping out that club for months and then going back in and getting on it, and I bet you think, do you know what, you've always been inquisitive to go, how, why, what's that doing there? Do you know what I mean? So
how much is that?
Yeah.
What's that?
But I think that's one of the things in life, it makes you unique. And you know, like, I think if I'd have been a lot like you, Nick, I'd have saved myself a lot of shit.
Listen, when it comes right down to it,
but
a lot of my whole life has been a charade. I realise that, and that's why I called it fun.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the things that we're doing to impress other people, or we're doing to get by. So we do this thing so that he thinks I'm all right, or what? Nah, it's all front. Because when in your own mind you're like, why am I doing this? You know what I mean? Regardless of what you're doing, and that's what I want to get across to people, that you can be individual, you can think for yourself. Don't just go with the flow. because the flow's fucked up, man. Don't go with the flow.
I like that saying. I've never heard that.
No, don't go with the flow. You know, don't go with it. Sometimes just stop, because you don't know where that flow's taking you.
I mean, what's the thing for you, Sean, when you look at the Nick Manners story and that? What are the things that interest you the most, kind of there?
It's endless, isn't
And
it?
you-
It's
you
always
wanna-
What I'm
told.
going to do, I'm going to go to the, no, I'm going to go to the toilet and you answer that question,
Yeah.
because I don't want to hear that answer. I want to
Yeah.
hear it on the podcast.
Yeah. So, you know, obviously, what direction do you want? Like, do you want to...
The story he told me about with the cops, what happened in the guards and all that stuff.
That's
and
brutal.
that was brutal. And also, the funny one is the Sykes one, when Sykes is, I can't even fucking fight you, that one.
Do you want them again, or...
Hey?
Do you want them again?
What do you mean?
I thought you... No, I'm saying, what stories do you want us to tell next?
No, I think
Oh.
we're at 2 hours right now.
Are you happy?
Yeah.
Do you not
Just
wanna-
round it up and tell them where they can find you.
Right.
Yeah.
Okie doke, got that. But he's a great talker.
Oh, he's
marvellous.
fantastic, yeah,
And
phenomenal.
there's a lot of bullshitters, but there's only 2 genuine ones
Yeah.
I thought who actually would be, I would say with my son, isn't Gary Hutton or is him? Do you know what I mean? He's not.
Yeah.
So it's all for egotistical bullshit, all them nonsense.
Yeah,
But
definitely. So we're just going to let you tell the viewers where they can find you and all that stuff, and if you want to go to the gym.
So 3, 2, 1. So Nick, second time on here. I know a lot of people that have said to me, I mean, like we had last year, and even with Alan Thompson in Middlesbrough, about 6 of my mates religiously follow you now. And they said, like,
Fair enough, thank you.
oh, he's an interesting character. But I knew this years ago, and I think most people will be aware of some of the crap I've had. So I'm a bit of a spider. I'm a bit of a barriers up. But when we spoke 13 months ago, I said yes straight away, because Nick Manners is better to know, and not many people get me, and you get me, and I get you, and I think your story, but people will watch this now, this is the second time. Yes, Nick's known in the boxing world, the industry, respectable and rightly so, but there's other people that this guy will be new to. What's the end product? Where you going? What do you hopefully want to do? We spoke about prisons.
In all seriousness, I just want to be a decent example. That's it, a good example. And if that entails me continuing with the gym, where I can be an example in that environment, fine. If it means that I'm doing I'd love to do the schools and the education, because I think that's where it starts. You know what I mean? Fair enough. I want to do the prisons as well.
Yeah.
Because I think I can have an impact on somebody there. Or I think quite a few, because a lot of them, they are fronting it, and a lot of them do not want to be in the circles that they're in. I know for a fact. And the thing is though, if any of you guys want to back me, now I never ask for anything. I don't ask for anything, you know what I mean? Because sometimes to ask for something means you're in the net. Now, if anybody's got a legitimate business out there that may want to put something into the gym, you might want to buy some equipment, you might want to buy some medicine balls or some boxing gloves to go towards the kids, and that'd be great, because I'm no good at all this, again, for funding. And
yeah. So if anyone wants to get in touch with Nick, he's got a page on Facebook. Gotta get through this. You're on Instagram.
Yeah, is it Insta? I think I've got an Instagram.
You're on Facebook.
I think I've got a TikTok.
I'll make sure Sean will put all the links in.
07943 965 643. Nick Manners, Precise Accurate Training, Manners Boxing, Leeds. If it's about boxing, it's about me.
Right.
And stay tuned, because some of the stories we talked about in here are in part 1 in more detail. So we're going to add part 1 to part 2. So you've got another couple of hours of Nick now if you stay tuned.
You got a cool voice, you know.
And we'll put all your, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll put all the links in the description box below the video for Facebook, Instagram, so if you do want to contact Nick. And also all of Jamie's links will be down there.
Yeah, just wanted to say, so a lot of my books have been read in prisons, but I think for actually constructive benefit to anyone, unfortunately, you've been there, and I've been in there, you've been in there, everyone's been in there, but I think your book would benefit there. Hence, Front's got to get through this, and it's at the end, you know, Nick, you asked, sometimes I say to you, you're kind of scary looking. Oh, I don't get that. Yeah, you are. Trust me.
Right.
Yeah, well, listen. Dominica says, Paul Venice says.
They don't say Denzel Washington's fucking
But
scary. They don't say Tyson the model.
But for someone to say,
look at this. This is not scary.
Yeah, but for a whole story, them 92,000 words to say, well, actually, this was horrific. It was horrible. Broke my mum's heart. Brought shame on the family. This wasn't nice. I wish I could cry. I can't. All these kind of things that your story does. No, come on.
You're a man at peace with himself. That's not scary. You're a man at peace with yourself. You look relaxed.
I'm cool.
And when Jamie asks you about what you want to accomplish, you're already there, man. You're already there.
What I mean,
100%.
What I mean, Nick,
listen, I've done my bit. You know what it is? What I'd like now is just an easy doorway into helping others. I really would, honestly.
And these books and podcasts will do that.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah. I hope it's taken in the right light, because I'll tell you what it is. I'm not trying to be nobody's big man hard. I know big men. I know hard men. You know what it is? I like to sleep at night.
Yeah.
And I do. You know what I mean? I do. So I don't want no headache, no problem.
Can I just say something as well? So I'm friends with Gary Hutton, great guy, but we got him to watch Nick Manners, the mini documentary, which is 6-7 minutes, and
with Mike.
Yes, but I mean, maybe you could know the people who made that documentary.
Yeah.
So could maybe get Sean's permission to put it on his channel. That in 6-7 minutes sums up. And I suggested to Gary Hutton, I said, Gary,
Why do you fancy that?
If you've got footage you want us to include, when we got permission.
Because I've got it on my channel. And it's it's the grip of music. That's Mighty Mike was a legendary old fella who, do you know when you look and you think, well, hang on a minute, you're a law-abiding citizen.
Is that clock right? Yeah. 2:10. Listen, I've got a boxing show. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. When you look at Mighty Mike, law-abiding citizen, and you've got this big black ex-thug, these two people don't normally meet in life. They didn't have the best time ever, but it's an emotional ride, trust me. And that chapter alone will make a lot of people cry. But Nick, it's always a pleasure. Sean, always a pleasure. My
mother always said, stand up and shake your hand. All right. I'd say it is congratulations to you.
Yeah, a granddad.
Okay.
I am a granddad now. I always take...
And anybody else who in the universe who's got the beautiful, joyous news of maybe expectancy, congratulations to you too.
But do you know, I think the future is rosy for you, Nick. I think...
Oh, God's willing.
Yeah, you know, and I think I'm really looking forward to... Your book will be my 25th by that time.
Let's hurry up and get it done.
And we are going to speak to the Prump thing now. But yeah, do you know, it's been an absolute pleasure. And Front's got to get through this. Watch your space.
Cheers, guys, and stay tuned for part 1. It's coming up now. Thanks for watching. Go down in the description box, support all the links. Thank you. Gadfly Press is proud to announce the publication of Big Joe Egan, the toughest white man on the planet. And that statement came from none other than Mike Tyson, who wrote the introduction to the book. If you want to check it out, the link is in the description box below the video. It's got almost 5 stars on Amazon. And it is mind-blowing stories of Joe's rise in boxing. You've got the crime story of what went down at the pub, the war at the pub, Joe's incarceration, and how the toughest white man on the planet could not be held down, how he rebuilt his life. He's gone from strength to strength, and what he's, you can see right now what he's doing all over the world. So links will be in the description box below the video. Thanks for watching.
And if you want to see the full podcast, it's on our channel now.
In which he talks about Michael Francis, Tyson, and loads of big names that he's worked with. Fascinating stories.
Check it out.
So the book, Big Joe Egan, Toughest White Man on the Planet, is available in all 3 formats: audio, ebook, and paperback, worldwide on Amazon. Link in the description box.
I'm not here to glamorize or glorify what went on back then, because really and truly, it was something that we all had to get through. Not just me, many other people. I know hard people. I've seen hard people. I'm not hard, man. You know what I mean? I'll stand my ground and I'll have a go, but I know hard, and I've seen hard, and I've experienced hard. They're hard, not me. What's that thing? If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Remember that? So you do all that. So in reality, we were being, in the environment that was brought up in, outside of the home, we were being groomed for this, groomed for criminality from day one. Terrible characters. You'd see the National Front walking around blatant with the red laces in their boots and that, and you get all sorts, you get chased up and down the place. Pull ball in the sock or in the pillowcase, bang. I think the batteries were called PP9s. They'd put a PP9 in a pillowcase and whack somebody around the head, and then listen, it was brutal. And he's gone like that, he brought 9 bar out.
Wow.
If his ass.
Unplugging it.
What?
The bank, he called it the bank. He went, oh, in the bank. And we were like that. You'll win nothing this year. Forget your Champions League and all that business you're doing. No, there's only one United, Leeds United. Remember that. Done. To be a top class professional boxer is a very, very hard thing. And you have to put in so much, you have to sacrifice so much. You might lose in a fair fight. In a boxing ring where you can just use that. You can't kick, you can't scratch, you can't bite, you can't this, that and the other. Yeah. So I went right the way around the back of the ring and got in behind him. And I've gone, Mr. Eubank, it's a pleasure to boom, and hit me. If you don't know, you best get to know. All right, if you can't understand what this hat means, come out of the house.
Huge thank you to Jamie Boyle for organising podcast with Nick Manners. Absolutely mind-blowing story. Not just the accomplishments in the boxing world. We're talking knocked out Paul Sykes. We've got Lee Duffy, Viv Graham stories.
Joe Calzaghe.
Stories of racial discrimination and what came about because of that. Just mind-blowing stuff that happened in prison. I think it's going to be not just a podcast, it's going to be a series because there's 20 pages of notes here. And it's cold up north.
It's all right, you don't worry about that. We always get warmed up, you know what I mean? Simple as that.
So the links for Jamie's Warcry Publishing will be in the description box. And Nick's links will be there as well. He's got this fantastic gym up in Leeds, helping the young people. Just met one of them, Ali, and it's the vibes up here, the energy is spot on, despite the cold weather. So Nick, where did this all start then? Were you born in Leeds?
Born and bred in Leeds, yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, like I've said to you before, I'm not here to glamorise or glorify what went on back then, because really and truly, it was something that we all had to get through. It's not just me, many other people. Thankfully, I survived. Some of the things that I've gone through, to me, there weren't really hardships, there was adventures. But when I look back, it's some serious shit, really, you know what I mean? It's not something that a lot of us should have had to go through. But there's a lot of people who's done a lot worse and gone through a lot worse than me. So I don't think I'm thinking, I'm just saying this is my particular tale of a little black lad who didn't really want to stay in garden and play, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, we're going to go out and find out what's going on out in the outside world up the street. But sometimes them streets weren't always welcoming, so to speak. But you've got to make them welcoming, you've got to make your way. If there's a door closed, kick it down, see what's behind it.
Wow. Well, before we start, do you want to explain the hat? I'm not just wearing this hat for the sake of my life.
I'll say it in a nutshell. If you don't know, you best get to know. All right, if you can't understand what this hat means, come out of the house and get on your horse. Simple. Carry on. Those who know will know. They'll understand exactly the significance of this hat. I love this hat.
I'll give the viewers a clue. It is to do with Django, the film.
I'll say no more. If you know, you know.
So I grew up in Widnes, just over an hour from here. And I remember growing up, there was a racism was prevalent, homophobia was prevalent, a lot of discrimination. And what was it like for you growing up here?
At the time, it was It was interesting. Let's say it's interesting because as you grow older, now I'm not going to jump on this racism bandwagon, because I'll tell you what, a lot of it wasn't racism. A lot of it was ignorance, because they didn't know. So I'm not Sean, I'm not going to come in and bullshit and glamorise that, this, that and the other just to make... No, I'll say it as I feel and as I see it, and I hope you appreciate that.
Yeah.
Listen, a lot of it was ignorance because there was a lot of people who hadn't met a lot of people, so didn't understand any people. So all the white guys would understand fish and chips, the Asians would understand curry, the blacks would understand yam and dumpling, rice and peas, and it wasn't until we all started mixing and integrated that we understood that actually we all eat and we can all break bread together. You know what I mean? Growing up, I had we moved to Gibson, which at the time was a very, very, very white area, working class, poor. You know what I mean? And to a degree, everybody did stick together. Initially, it did seem like it was hostile, very hostile. We'd get up, we'd have to, when on the way to school, my brothers would fight on the way to school, they'd fight on the way back from school just to get to school and get home. And it was just a matter of people calling names because they didn't understand each other. You know what I mean? So what a lot of people might not understand is that when you call me something, to a degree, I'm going to react. You know what I mean? They say sticks and stones will break your bones and calling names don't hurt you. But it did hurt. So what you'd have to do is you'd have to give some of that hurt back just so that they feel it the same way. Unfortunately, for the majority of the time, I felt justified in what I did. So I came out on top, if you know what I mean. Thankfully, because there was some terrible characters. You'd see the National Front walking around blatant with the red laces in their boots and that. And you get all sorts, you get chased up and down the place, roughed up and that, pushed about. And after time, you didn't even know what were going on. You'd be wondering, why are you picking on me? Why are you trying this? And it wasn't until you got sick of it and said, you know what, I'm going to do you. You know what I mean? You'd have a go back. And that was one of my experiences in Gibson. But the thing is, as we got to know people in Gibson, and because we came out of the garden and played out and sort of like, you earn your place, don't you? You earn your place. So we sort of like earned our stripes by...
And the respect of the local people.
Yeah. Not just because we fought people, because I'm not saying that we didn't lose. Sometimes you've got to lose to win. You know what I mean? You just got to have a go. Because there were loads of tough kids. They were tough and rough. And the thing is, as much as they were programmed to be hostile to anybody who was different from them, why, I don't know. It was like that back in the day. But you had to turn around and try and have a go back. Because you know yourself, like, if you let somebody pick on you today, chances are he's going to do it tomorrow and the next day. So sometimes just by making a stand, you can get to go in the direction you want to go without conflict, so to speak. You know what I mean? It was rough. It was rough. And
do you credit that with being like your early fighting training?
No, fucking fighting training, come on. You know what I mean? Listen, I've got 5 brothers, man, you know what I mean?
Oh, shit.
All that MMA shit, we were doing, I don't mean to be funny, mixed martial arts, all them, and locks and this, that and the other. Yeah. All of my generation were doing that long time. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then they just put it into an organised scrap. And personally, I didn't see myself as tough. I didn't see myself as hard. I saw myself as, listen, don't stand still. You know what I mean? Because if I try and connect, chances are I'm going to have an effect. So that's all right for me. But I know hard people. I've seen hard people. I'm not hard, man. You know what I mean? I'll stand my ground and I'll have a go. But I know hard and I've seen hard and I've experienced hard. They're hard, not me. You know what I mean? And that might sound a bit contradictory in that. But from where I'm looking and what I've seen in Leeds, they've got some serious tough men that go under the radar. Some of them above the radar. And I've always turned around and said to myself, you know what? They're the real hard men. And even when I was boxing, I'd go down and I'd stand on the doors. And I won't give the names of these people, but they're very, 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 very well respected men in Leeds. You know them. And I'd talk to them and I'd just get their psyche. And one of the things that I realised about them was that there was gentlemen. Gentlemen. The real good ones, the real tough ones, gentlemen. I always, do you remember the film Goodfellas?
Oh, yes.
Well, we all grew up on, I was talking to James earlier, and I says, well, we all grew up on Al Pacino, Capino, whatever his name is, Scarface and all that. So the rules of engagement, the rules of crime were set from there. Everybody knew you didn't snitch, you didn't grass. What's that thing? If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Remember that? So you do all that. So in reality, we were being, in the environment that was brought up in, outside of the home, we were being groomed for this, groomed for criminality from day one. You understand what I mean? So in reality, I don't feel that we was given, I don't feel that we was given the real, or we didn't take advantage of the real opportunities that were available to us. That's wrong there when I say I don't feel that we was given, because everything was there. But you had to be in a good place psychologically, at home and everything, to be able to access all them sort of youth clubs and the things that take your mind off criminality or stealing. And the thing is, half of us couldn't afford to do it. We couldn't afford, you can't, if you need to go play for the local football team, you need your kit, you need your boots. We couldn't afford it, you know what I mean? And unfortunately for me, I love football, but nobody had a size 9 foot in my school, so I couldn't rob their trainers, could I? Or I couldn't rob their things, so I had to make do with what? No, because you'd be like, or you go play another football team and you'd be like that, thinking, has somebody got trainers on other team or boots my size? And you try and rob them, you know what I mean? Just so you've got something. I don't know about yourself, but coming from a poor working class background, what we didn't want to do was put the pressure on as parents for finance. So when you've got the kid up the road who's got the posh this, posh that, posh the other, and you're looking at yours and you're having to go to TradeX or Divines and that for some cheap things, but you appreciate that your parents might only be able to afford that. So you know what, I'll go get me on. You know what I mean? So you'd have to go and find something to do, try and get a quid basically, so you didn't have to put the stress on your family and that, which I'm sure that 99.9% of the people who's been through that kind of situation would understand. You know what I mean?
Must have been busy with 5 brothers.
She was all right. She did well.
Were you the oldest, youngest?
No, I'm the middle one.
Middle child. Yeah. Okay.
They're all as big as you.
We've all got character.
Yeah.
Yeah, good brothers, good brothers. I'm not going to say too much about my family because at the end of the day, if they want to tell their tale, they can tell their tale.
Exactly,
but I come from good stock. You know what I mean?
So in school then, what were you like with the subjects and the sports, and what was your interest?
I thought it was all right. No, I really thought it was all right.
Yeah.
My mother still to this day thinks I'm a maths genius. That lad who I paid to do my homework all that time, you know what I mean? And even now, she's like, oh, you should have been an accountant. And I'm like thinking, should I tell the truth? You know what I mean? Fucking hated maths. I hated maths. The subjects at school, I didn't really have a problem with. The only thing that I had a problem with was the amount of time that I was given to try and solve it. Because it's like anything in school, you're only given a set time.
Rush.
Yeah, rush. And I'd be like, hang on a minute. A goes to B, goes to C, too late. And I'm like, fucking hell, I didn't get that. And then when you come in next, they're on to the next one. And you're like, well, I haven't got that. So to a degree, and it's not that I'm thick or anything like that, because I was all right, you know what I mean? Give me a little time, give me time to just turn around and stop taking the piss out of him or stop messing about. And then, yeah, we'll get on it. But you've got to, the teachers to a degree, they've got a responsibility to enthuse you. It's like this boxing gym. If they come and I can't raise their levels of excitement and anticipation, they're just going to box flat. That's no good to me. I've got to be, if they see that I'm enthused, hopefully that'll rub off on them and they'll get stuck in.
So what age did you get into boxing?
I was 19.
Oh, that's quite late.
Yeah, very late considering boxing. But what had happened was I'd been locked up. I got 2.5 years for an incident that happened.
Let's get back to that.
We'll go on that and we'll go from there. I got locked up. I got 2.5 years for some robbery thing. Let me just say, I was always a shit crook. I was terrible. I was rubbish, you know what I mean? How can you be the only black fella in a sea of white faces expecting to do crime and get away with it? You know what I mean? Thick, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it got to the point where it was like, if anything went off, it was always him. I said, it wasn't me. And I had to take earrings out and things like that and wear earrings at some point and take earrings out so that when it come to identification and things like that, people say, oh, and he had a earring and this, that and the other. I said, no, I ain't got, I've got 2 in actually. You know what I mean? Or I've got none in, you know what I mean? So just to try and get away with things. But I was in Durham. I mean, my oldest brother, who's my number one. He's one of the greatest fellas that I've ever met in my life. I'll say them all. He came up and he said to me, every time you're getting locked up, it's getting bigger and bigger, and chances are they're going to give you a big one and just move you on, because what they used to do then, they'd give you the first sentence as a warning, give you a second sentence, and then depending on what the crime was, they just stick a big one on you and just get rid of you for a few years and say, hope you learn your lesson. And whilst I was in Durham, he came up and he talked to me, and I was like, and he was like, what's your problem, Nick? Why is it you're getting in trouble? And it's the same, I say the same now that I said then, and it's the same that a lot of these kids have got. The problem is occupying your time. You know what I mean? Between the hours of 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock in the evening, we needed to know what we was doing on the night time. And what we were doing on the night time might involve money. So we need money. We go and we try and rob the warehouses and this, that and the other, and go to market trader. I've got to say it, a lovely fella. His initials are The Morning. I'll say them all. People know The Morning. It happens in the morning. There's PM and there's AM. All right, he's The Morning. And the people who know me, God rest his soul, cracking fella. That's just a code, because you say less, you say no. Great fella. What was on then?
The Morning.
No, that was just a sidetrack. Oh yeah. Between 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock, what we'd do, we'd have to find out what we'd done, and we'd go do we had a little circuit of warehouses that we'd do. We'd do them once every 3 months, once every 12 weeks. We'd just go there. Shit crook, like I say. But we'd take the windows out properly, go in and get us merchandise, put the window back in.
What was the merch?
Clothing. Clothing. Traders, warehouses and that, you know what I mean? Ironically, one of the buildings where we used to do is where we've got a boxing gym. So, you know what I mean? But those were the days. And we'd have as market traders and as fences, as they call them then, as sellers. And that particular one, he always looked after me. He was a good one. Well-known, very well-known face, and that great fella. Sadly passed and that, but a good man. Got a funny story to go, but that's going to go in the book. Well, to be fair, I'll tell you it now. Dickhead. So we'd done something. And we got in trouble, and that's what I got in the 2.5 years for. So my friend, The Morning, we'll call him, he said to us, look, rather than rip you off and that, because you've got a few quid there, I'll give you a few quid. You do what you've got to do. But what I suggest you do is bury them. And when you get out, because you will get nicked, you know what I mean, because you're red hot, mate. And I'm like, He went, get rid of them, bury them. And then when you come home, you've got something to come out for. So I'm like, fair enough. So do you remember that? So he gave me some money. I bought a car, couldn't even drive. Got a couple of lads to drive us over to Sheffield, went on the run, bang. So I'm like, right, where can I add this stuff? So do you remember that record, 19, Vietnam or something? No, 19.
No, 19. And right. The average age was 19. Yeah.
Yes. So the place where I got on the run to, me and my pal, I went, right, come out the back door at night. And I thought, right, I know I'm going to get nicked anyway, so let me bury these. I'll bury them and I know where they are. So I've gone 19. So I've gone 19 paces there, 19 paces there, 19 paces there. Boom, 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 there, bang. Buried them good. Gets me 2.5 years, 17 months later, comes out like that, right? We go get my little stash. Goes over to Sheffield. This time everything's all hunky, I'm good. I'd learnt to drive while we were in Sheffield on the run, just going back and forth. Gets out, gets to Sheffield. There's a fucking housing estate on it.
Oh, no.
No.
And I'm like, I thought, I've just done all that for that. And I've thought, no, an housing estate. So some digger driver has either had a tickle or that stuff's just there.
Under the house.
Yeah, and I'm like, I'm thinking, fucking hell. I'm looking in that and there's somebody up window like that, and I'm like, it's all right.
Oh.
Someday I'll drive. You know what I mean?
Heartbreaking?
So, no, just wised up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shit crook. I've been better off giving it to somebody safe, but then you just make sure that you know what you're doing yourself. But like I say, so I'm in Durham, gets out. My brother, while I was in there, he turned around and said, look, you need to do something because, like I say, your sentences are getting bigger and you might end up in trouble. So he says well, what I'm going to do? Between 6 and 9, we need somewhere to go, blah, blah, blah. I said that already. He says, come to the gym with me. I've started going to the boxing gym. I said, what, a fair fight? I said, yeah, fuck that. You might lose in a fair fight. In a boxing ring where you can just use that. You can't kick, you can't scratch, you can't bite, you can't this, that and the other. Yeah, fuck that. No. You can lose and then you get fucked up and everybody laughs at you. So he says, well, try winning. Fair point. So I came out and within 3 months, I had my first fight, amateur fight. But what I'd been doing while we were inside, I'd wrap towels and I'd just, listen, in there, I was like a fucking stick. Excuse my language, all right? I apologise for the swearing. I don't usually swear.
After the first 5 minutes of YouTube, so.
But you know what I mean? I apologise. I'll try to control my language because in reality, that's what it's about. But at the time, 3 months, but what I'd done inside, I'd wrap the towels around my hand and I'd practice punching. I'd punch the walls. And when I'll go in type. I'm not going to say officers. When the screws come to the door and they go like that and they say, oh, stop making noise, manners. I say, what are you going to do? You can lock me up. I'm locked up already. Leave me alone. You know what I mean? And I'd be punching the walls, just trying to build up some kind of strength because I knew for a fact when you're inside, the strong survive and the weak get taken advantage of. And if I'm going to run my mouth to anybody or say up to anybody, I know I've got to back my shit. And it was scary because at the end of the day, there were things like, there was always a constant threat. Razor blades in the toothbrushes, razor blades on their own. Some of them are just get the razor and tie the fingers together, just like that. You know what I mean? Pool ball in the sock or in the pillowcase, bang. I think the batteries were called PP9s. PP9s, them square ones that you get on the road signals, roadside things. They'd put a PP9 in a pillowcase and whack somebody around the head. And listen, it was brutal. And I was just thinking, I'll tell you what, fuck that. I got to make sure that I'm alive and aware because I think that if I ever lose in here, there's going to be floodgates on me because to a degree, in some of the establishments that I went, I might have been the only black lad there. So being the only black lad there, sometimes people want to say what they say, how they say it. You know, when I first went to Durham, it was quite funny actually because and I've got some really, really, really good memories from Durham and the Geordie lads up there, good lads. But I was in, when I said Durham, I went to Dearbolt and I got kicked out of there because a kid called me Darky.
What?
Well, I thought that was an insult. Well, it's not, it's a term of affection up there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Darky. I'm like, fuck off. I'm gone. And then when it had all been sorted out, it worked out that, no, you actually want being offensive to you. That's how they talk up there. And it wasn't a term of racism or nothing like that. But I was like, fuck that. Where I come from, you call me Darky. That's an insult. You know what I mean? So being at that age, I was very, in there, at that age, the trigger, boom, I'm off. You know what I mean? But you had to be smart in there as well because scars, proof of, if you've got a black eye, they know you've had a fight, bang, they'll nick you, done. If you've got scars on your hand, they know you've had a fight.
Do they inspect your hands quite frequently?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, because that's
They do knuckle checks to get everyone out and get them all lined up.
Yeah. So you know the score.
didn't know that.
And they just look at your hands, and if they can see the scars on your hands,
Tiniest little scratch, you're gone.
well, they can do, yeah.
Wow.
You know what I mean? It's fact. Just what you're doing, you might be punching bones or teeth or something like that, and it can cut your hands. You know what I mean? So they'd come. So I used to sort of like try and make sure that I don't hit them. So I scar my hands because there was times when you'd be fighting every week. You had to sort smart every week, and you know yourself, a lot of people. I'm not trying to be a victim or nothing like that because I want a victim. Ironically, is that it there? Fucking big houses, big. I can see Hamley Jail from here.
Can you?
Yeah. You know, it's like the house on the hill.
Oh, is it that white one?
Yeah, the bit of white, and that's the house on the hill.
Oh, wow.
So, wow.
Yeah.
That's
But-
huge.
Yeah. It's over there. Yeah, but anyway, so from Everthorpe, went to Durham, and now I were on a 3-month lay down there. Call it North Regional Office, NRO. So if you'd been a bit uncontrollable, they'd go bank and they'd just send you to a dispersal. And that time I was a YP, you know what I mean? So young prisoner, but they sent us to Durham, and they had a little wing there for the YPs with some really small cells. And what they'd do is, though, if they thought you were a bit of a problem and they couldn't really handle you, they try and set you up. So everywhere they go, I used to have, I'd think, why does he want to have a go at me? It might be a house orderly, it might be a local thug or tough guy, but the screws have said something to him to make him think that I'm coming in as an enemy. And then all of a sudden I'm coming in and I'm feeling like a hostile vibe, and I'm thinking, geez, I haven't done nothing to this guy. And I had one incident where a guy came, because I'd been in before and I knew a few of the lads and that, and on the YPs, if you're all right, you're all right. And everybody knows everybody, and to a degree they'll go, oh, well, he's all right, but you can be a twat if you mess about with him, but don't mess about with him, simple as that. And on one particular occasion, on the YPs in Durham, I just lost my train of thought then. In Durham, where, let me go back, let me think.
Because Durham was your first prison.
Everthorpe, yeah, and then to Durham, yeah. So we've gone to Durham. So we're on this unit, or this wing, and these cells were small, you know what I mean? I'll tell you how small they are. Go like that, and I couldn't go like that.
Really?
I had to go like that.
What, stood up, obviously?
Yeah, so stood up, I go like that. I couldn't point my fingers and do it. It's if I went like that, I can go like that and go like that, and that's how wide it was. You know, like just a bed, a little gap. They were small. It was
like a rabbit hole.
It was terrible. It was small, very, very small. You know what I mean? You couldn't train in there. You couldn't even train in there. You couldn't, you know what I mean? But that was time when you had to shit in a bucket, you know, slop out and all that business, shit in a bucket and then take it to a big sluice and then put it in there and this, that and the other. And when we went to Durham, I had one fella up there and he was from that area. And I don't know why listen, they took a like to us. They took a dislike to us because we were Yorkshire and that, you know what I mean? And so myself and a couple of manclads and a couple of scousers, we had to sort of like bond together because we were like, these guys are, they think we're coming to do something up here and they're not having it. When we were just doing this time, ready to go dispersal to a next place. So I remember there was one fella and we had to get the water. You know, in the morning you get out and they'd open cells and get your water. And they'd open certain sections at a time so that certain section had its opportunity to have the hot water first. So anyway, next thing you know, there's me and a couple of lads on this little section that they've opened up. And just say, for example, we're third in line to get the water. Next thing you know, this group of Middlesbrough lads, good lads as well, you know, I mean, all they're doing is doing what they think they're supposed to do, which is run their thing. But we just want us water. So next thing you know, they've come past. And they've walked straight past us and gone to the front and took the water. Well, this water goes cold at a certain point, so that's why everybody gets a chance. So I'm like that, and I'm thinking, fucking hell, I'm not going to get no water here. We're not going to get no water. So one or two lads are like that, we need to sort this out. So I said, fuck it. Nah, it's only fucking water, isn't it? You know what I mean? No. But as the kids come past me, he's fucking looked at me, and as he's walked past, he's just looked at me. And he's not took his fucking eyes off me as he's walked past, and he's just walked, and he had a little bit of a smile on his face, as if to say, and I thought, fucking hell, that's a direct one, isn't it? What am I going to do? Because tomorrow, it's another day, but it's a totally different day. So I'm like, fuck it. So I went, got me water. So what usually happens is, they've opened up, they've let you get a wash, they'll close you again, you get breakfast or something, and you put your water out at the same time. I don't know, some I can't remember. But what happened is, anyway, I said, fuck it. I said, just watch this for us a minute. I put my water down outside his door. Opened, yeah, he's in there like that, dickhead, with a full face of soap in his face and that. I'm like, idiot, you know. So I've gone into the thing. Just opened his door, gone in, turned around, he's turning around like they had a big soapy face, snap, boom. So tell you, cheeky cunt, boom, boom, boom. So give him some fist and that. Just said to him, listen, do us a favour, don't take fucking liberties with me, leave me alone. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's only water, you don't have to smirk like that, like it's you and me. Anyway, come out, closed his door. 10 minutes later, ding, alarm's off. You know what I mean? 2 minutes later, boom, my door gets kicked open or shoved open. And they're like, man, let's have a look at your hands. I'm saying, what are you on about? Let's have a look at your hands. I'm like, yeah, no. So anyway, we know you've done him. We know it's you. Da-da-da-da. So I'm like, listen, you've just opened the fucking door, mate. You know what I mean? What did I do? Get under the door. Oh, mind your mouth. Da-da-da-da. We know it's you. We're going to get you. Fair enough. Next thing you know, that evening, I heard, man, is you black this? Man, is you black that? Man, is you black this? So this kid had told his other lads on cons that I chinned him. So they're like, that, what you doing, chinning one of our lads and that, da-da-da. So I'm like, fucking hell. I thought, well, fair. I've just done to him because he took a liberty. So anyway, next thing you know, the usual thing was you've got to put a chit in that you're going to go to doctors, but you're not going to go to doctors because you're going to go to recess and you're going to have a fight. So what they'd done is they were shouting and running off the mouth outside the out the window in the night time. So I'm thinking to myself, Jesus Christ. And you know yourself, the prison officers, the screws, they just stand up outside.
Yeah, don't give a shit.
No, they stand up outside, listening to all shit that goes on out the windows. That's where they get half the information. You know
Is
what I mean?
it?
Well, it makes sense, doesn't it?
I thought they just
No, you talk.
ignorance
No,
half the
do you know
time.
what I mean, Sean? They're talking. All lads are talking out window, talking. Chances are there's a screw at the bottom, just stood there with his dog or whatever, you know, doing his patrol, just listening, having a cig, listening. Here's what he needs to hear. Such and such is arguing with such and such. Well, can keep an eye on that. Blah blah. They know what's going on. You know what I mean? When you're swinging lines and all that business, don't think that they're not watching. They know. They let it happen. You know what I mean? You know what I mean by swinging lines and that shit.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's all this commotion, and at that time I'd done my press-ups, I built up, and I had a 19.5-inch neck, 20-inch neck. I had a bald head. I'd blagged them. I'll get back to that. But don't get me wrong, my legs were still like fucking licorice sticks or something like that. You know what I mean? But I'd got my top half up because I know that I had to be able to get a grip, or if just in case. So what was it? They've gone. Like I say, the protocol was that if they had something to sort out, you put a chit in for doctors, and then you make your way to recess under the guise of going to the doctors, sort it out in the recess. So next thing you know, it was like a title fight. I don't know how many people had turned around and put in for doctors, but it were absolutely full down. So I've made my way to the recess so that I'm getting there first. I need to get there first. I'm not going to go there second. So I'm there and I'm waiting. The next thing you know, I could see down there where loads of people were just waiting, looking up, because they knew it was going to happen. I'm thinking, fucking hell. Right, how am I going to do this? So I'm stood, and I put my head out at recess. I've seen him walking down. So I've let him see that I'm there, and I've come back in. I'm waiting. I don't know if it would have divine intervention or something, but you know what? I don't mean it in a thingy way, but he must have, he thought twice, because he turned around and just went back to his cell. I never heard noise from him again. And then the majority of the men in on the wings and that, they was all right with me. They was really all right with me because I was straight. You know what I mean? I wasn't going up there playing a big gun or trying to play a big gun. And no matter how many of the places that I got kicked out of, I wasn't coming in there saying, I've got kicked out, I'm tough. No, I was just like, fucking, I don't know what they're doing to me. You know what I mean? But they're trying it on. But like I say, they sent us to 13 different places on one sentence, just kicked us out, bang, boom. And it were them. They'd kick off. They'd try and get lads to turn around and fight me or beat me up. And thankfully, because I might have come out on top, well, get out, we can't control him. Send him somewhere else, get out, we can't control him. There's some real... I can't tell you all the business and that because I am actually going to put that in the book. I think because that's juicy, you know what I mean? There were times when ears have come off, eyes have come out. All sorts of...
We're not talking about that one today.
We've seen some serious shit, but also some funny shit. I remember an old Scotsman came down from Barlinnie. This is why I was in one of my best friends, T. Me and him, listen, great guy. Me and T was in there. And, so they brought this fella in, boom, 8:30 at night, cell doors come open, bang. this fella comes in. I'll call him Patches. So anyway, next thing you know, he's coming in, and me and Trevor's like that. What you in for, mate? Because we're thinking, fucking hell. So the next thing you know, he says what he's in for. Cool, that's fine. Next thing he's gone, do you smoke? So like that, yeah. And you know, everything's a bit defensive because you're like, well, why? He says, oh, turn the light off then. So we're like that, what? So turn the light off. So me and him's looking at each other thinking, boy, this might be some batty man, you know, come to turn around and take some little black flesh. Don't think so. So we're like, what do you mean, mate? So, you know, like, have you seen that film, Hear No Evil, See No Evil, with Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder? And there's that big gross burger.
Oh, yeah.
Right. This is what it was like for us, you know, you got to act tough and all that.
Yeah.
We was acting tough. It was all front because we were kids, man. You know what I mean? So he's in there and he's saying, turn the light off. And we're like, fuck, this man might be trying to batty rape us, man. No, man. So we're like, no, why do you want to do? Oh, do you smoke? Yeah. Turn the light off. So we turn the light off, but we're like, and it's black and we're like, if that fucker moves. You know what I mean? And we heard, rustle, shuffle. He went, oh, it's all right now. And he's gone like that. He brought a fucking 9-bar out.
Wow.
Of his ass.
Unplugging it.
What?
The bank. He called it the bank. He went, oh, in the bank. He brought a fucking 9-bar of bloody Lebanese.
Wow.
And we were like that. Well, to be fair, I can still remember now, I was thinking, well, can you not cut top off? You know, cut out the head off and that, because I don't want no shitty blood clot. But he would have cracked it. He called it the bank.
Yeah. The
bank.
Yeah, just shove it. I don't know what got on in there, but but it was funny. There was another one who lost his teeth. He lost his teeth in our cell for 3 days. Old fella. One night, we've heard, oh. So my pal's floating light on, and this old fella's like that in his bed. 3 fucking days. And he's gone. Oh, I fucking wondered where they were. Like that. And he just went, oh. And we were like that. Oh, that's been round bed, up his ass, round his bollocks, everything. And he's just fucking slung him in like the one, And we were howling. Me and my pal, we still laugh to that this day. Some of the things that we laugh on, but some of the good, I'll tell you, some of the good men who are in there for maybe bad reasons or whatever, but there's some good fellas in there, some good people. I can't knock everybody who's in there. Some of them, it's a circle, innit? And that's what frightened me a little bit, because I thought to myself, there was a fella in Everthorpe called Mr. Smith. I used to call him Tintin because he looked like Tintin from years ago, you know.
Tintin, the blonde hair.
Yeah, Mr. Smith. I don't know what he's like or if he's still alive and that, but he actually used to come in my cell on an evening and he'd sit down and he'd go like that and he'd look at me and he'd go, Manners, what you doing here? I'm like, 17 months. And he said, listen, there's something about you, you've got an head on your shoulders. Why are you in here? You can think, why are you in here? So I was just, listen, I'll tell you the truth. What I've done, it's not terrible, but you need money, don't you? And how are you going to get money? You know what I mean? You can't beg off people. And he'd say, listen, you're worth so much more than staying in here, vegetating. And it always clung to me. And I'd even said to him, well, you know what? Because when I got the 2.5 years, they sent me to Everthorpe, kicked me out, starred me up. You know what starred up means? When you're a YP, they'll put you on the cons and that.
What's that? Starred up?
Starred up. When you're a YP, the YPs go up to 21 years old. And then after 21, you're classed as an adult prisoner.
Yeah.
Right then. Well, if you're a little bit rowdy or whatever, if you're a bit of a twat or rowdy or just objectionable a little bit, what they'll do is they'll turn around, put him on the cons with the adults, hopefully they'll calm him down, maybe the adults will have an influence
Hoping they'll sort you out.
Well, not necessarily sort you out, but some the cons don't stand for some of the shit that the YPs do, and they'll, to a degree, they might calm you down, like you say, so not sort you out physically, but there's some that will, if you're a dickhead, they will. But half the time, these rowdy lads just need, maybe they're just a bit too much for the lads their own age. But we had some real adventures in all them major dispersal jails and that, you know what I mean? And I'll tell you what it is. I'm not glorifying it at all. But once you're in them situations, you've got to deal with it. You know what I mean? So you can
Make the best out of a bad situation.
Yeah, you've got to do. You've got to survive. Survival's the thing. The end goal is to come out and hopefully get on with it. You know what I mean?
It's like in a video game, isn't it? And there's all this danger and stuff going on around you, but the screen's still scrolling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still going
you got
on.
no choice.
And whatever happens, you've got to keep going with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We've got a list of all your prisons here, haven't we?
Yeah, sometimes. Like some of them are youth custodial
you put
sentences.
YP by them, so you've got Everthorpe,
Dearbolt, Stokeheath, Preston were an adult jail, yeah.
That's where you got started up.
Malton.
Hull. Strangeways.
Strangeways was, Strangeways back in the day. It was very, I think the prisons to a degree were very territorial. The Geordies run the Geordie Nicks. The Mancs run the Manc Nicks. Armley and that. Leeds have always been very compliant and listen, anything goes sort of thing. But they sent us to Strangeways and they've got this big 50p piece in the middle of it, in the middle of the centre of it, that nobody's ever supposed to walk over. Never. And I just thought, I've got to do this. I thought, fuck it. You know, I mean, they've done it. I'm going to see if I can do it. I'm going to sling a death one. So I'm like that, walking across it like that, just thinking, okay. And they're going, get off of that, fucking come running at me, shove me off it, and that. What's wrong? You're not supposed to. I didn't know. Just sort of like played innocent, but they slung us off it and that, you know what I mean? Just, get off. And I thought, I'll tell you what it is, I know that I wasn't supposed to go on there. And they could have actually given me a kicking, to be fair.
For what reason are you not meant to go on this 50p piece?
Because they said.
Just because they said?
They say. That 50p piece or whatever it was, in the middle of the, it's like, the prisons are like, imagine that cup.
Yeah.
That's the centre base. And then the wings come off it. So that in the centre of it,
you're
not supposed to go on there. And if you ask anybody who was around in them days, they'll know that, look, you don't go on there. It used to be pristine.
Is it bad luck or something?
It's bad luck. It's called, you're going to get a chin. You're going to get a beating. That's their thing. They're saying, you don't walk across there. And it's like, to go from A to B would just be go there. But I think it's something that they can go, you know what, walk around that there. Walk around that crown, whatever it is. But no.
Wow.
So what was your first offence then that you got arrested for?
Accessory. I was a lookout. I was in I used to love my sport, and I always used to go to Fernville Sports Centre, and there were some local criminals, good lads actually. I'm still friends with them now, and they're a bit older than me. But I was in there, and there was all these fruit machines, and I wasn't robbing them. They'd come in to rob them. So I'm like that, and they're like, if you keep a lookout, we'll give you some money. So all right. So I went, I looked out. They gave me a bag of change, it might have been about £3. £3 is a lot of money then, you know what I mean? Well, it seemed to a young kid, £3. So I got the £3, we've all gone, happy days. I didn't go in there for about 4 months. I went in there, boom, they called police, he's here now. Remember what I said, I'm the black lad in the middle of the area, the white area. So although I'm not thinking like that, they knew that I was there that day when it got robbed. And then when I've gone and I haven't come back for a while, I'm still recognisable because I'm from the area. You know what I mean? So next thing you know, I've gone there to play football with my mates and that Fernville. Next thing you know, police have come under arrest. So, you know, I think, how old was I then? About 11.
Wow.
Yeah. So they've said blah, blah, blah. And I got nicked. And that's why there's a lot of people in Gipton still got a love for me, because a lot of people knew that I got nicked. But I kept my mouth shut. You don't snitch. And as much as it was a bit daunting and that, being in the police station, having your mum called and this, that and the other, and having to explain to her, not saying no. And I didn't realise that I was too young to get anything anyway, really. But they just wanted to know who were it who. And I'd said no, I'm not saying no. And even to this day, the 2 people who did it, you know, who I looked out for, when I see them, we're still good friends. They laugh, they joke about it. They laugh and joke about it. They go, fucking hell, you kept your mouth shut from their manners. And I went, listen, it's the code. You don't snitch. And whether you're in trouble or not, there's a code. You know what I mean? And to be fair, I've got no time for snitches and this, that and the other. I'm not saying that people get into certain... Listen, there's no need. Simple as that. You don't snitch. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, if you can't do the crime, don't do the... if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Don't get involved.
So the story you told me then, I think you're going to love this one, on the phone about the cops and everything, you know, I'm not going to give the punchline away,
Right.
what happens at the end with the case, but can you run that one down for Jen?
Yeah. I'm not going to tell you all of it. I'm going to tell you some of it, because but you read between the lines.
Right.
All right?
This is classic, this one.
So I've been out with somebody, and it was a bit of a special occasion, but we had a bit of a fallout. So I was like, I'll tell you what, let me go, let me get my stuff, and we'll call it that. So obviously the person was a bit upset at the fact that I was saying, listen, we'll call it that. So they were shouting. And I was like, listen, let me just get my stuff and I'll go. So the amount of shouting that happened, the neighbours called the police. So as I'm coming out and going away, police cars come up the road. He stopped. He's gone, oh, he's asked me what's going on. Like, what are you on about? What's going on? You tell me. So who are you looking for? So they said, don't know. So why are you stopping me? So I've turned, I'm just about to get in my van. And the person came at the door, rah, 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 screaming the car, that's him, the bastard. I'm like, Jesus Christ. So anyway, they've got out of the car. So one's gone in the house with one, and one's come to me. So what's happened is, while I'm there, I'm like, listen, do us a favour, can you just go around the corner so I can't hear that voice and that? A bit of a domestic, to be fair. And I done know. And what happens in a lot of them domestics is that if you haven't done know, what they do is they say, go find somewhere to live. Even if it's your house, they'll turn around and tell you to go away.
Go stay with a friend.
Stay with a friend, and
yeah.
So I've said to this officer, I said, listen, do us a favour. That voice is going right the way through me. In 2 minutes, your boss is going to come out, and your boss is going to come out, and you're going to tell me to get on my way. Do us a favour, can we just go around this corner? So he's gone, just wait there. So I said, look, that voice is going through me. I've done nothing wrong. Treat me like a normal member of the public, please. And just come around the corner. I went like that. He even given me van keys, and I went, here, do us a favour. Just hold them. I'm not going to run nowhere. I'm not doing nothing. But it's just going through me. So anyway, next thing you know, he's like, no. But he's still got my keys. So I was just getting demoralised. I felt like I was getting weaker, just pissed off. Anyway, next thing you know, I says, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to go around this corner. Come with me. You know what I mean? Walk with me. You know what I mean? Just so I don't hear that voice. Anyway, he's gone like that. Boom. So I said, do us a favour, don't. Anyway, something happened. And all of a sudden, I got my keys back. I jumped in my van. It's in the book. It's in the book. I'll tell the full story in the book. It's better in the book. But I got my keys back. Got in my van. Off I go. I thought, I don't know what's happened there. Don't know what's happened to him, but you know something, bloody hell, I don't need to be here, so to speak. So I've gone. Next thing you know, I've got a full weight police chase, helicopter, blue vans, blue cars all around me, this, that and the other. I'm on the motorway coming back into Leeds. I thought, I'll tell you what, I need to get back to Leeds. And I need to get back to Leeds and get somewhere where, when I get out of this car, I've got witnesses, because I don't think they're going to be too pleased with me. You know what I mean? So anyway, next thing you know, drives back up to the street where I was, full of police, ambulance, everything. I thought, I don't think now's the time to give myself up. So I've gone down a side street, gone over, I did a little bit of silly driving and that, gone over a pavement, other side of the road, this, that and the other. Swung round this corner and I could see the taxi driver's face, and I slammed on because I thought, I've done no wrong up to now, but if I smash into a member of the public, that's something they can get me for. So I've slammed on. Next thing you know, I'm like that. And he's like, ooh. So I'm like, fair enough. Next thing you know, bang, I've heard bang in the back of the van. The police have rammed the van. So I thought, oops. So I've come out of the van. I'll do a chase. So they chased me. Any police out there, please. I'm an innocent man these days. I'm only telling you something that happened years ago. It's on public record, all right? So don't think that I'm having a go or being terrible to you. I'm not, because I don't want no headache from the police. I think the police have got a job to do if they do it properly and respect due. Yeah. So anyway, next thing you know, took chase, they started chasing me. Now this is right next to the local police station. So when the police hear the word man down, they drop everything and they're coming. So anyway, I've running about these streets and that, give a little chase, and I've come back out onto Dewsbury Road and it was just full of police. If I say 60, I'm saying 60 so that I'm not exaggerating, but it was more. The street was just full. So I've stopped and I've thought to myself, you know what, I'm nicked. There's no what I can do. So I'm also thinking to myself, you know what, might be a few ticket sales here for boxing. You never know. No, you never know. So, and all this is happening, and all of a sudden I felt, bang, my legs have gone from behind. I forgot about them chasing me, didn't I? You know what I mean? Because I thought, well, I'm nicked. So they're saying, get on the floor, get on the floor. I'm saying, listen, I'm nicked. Just nick me. Next thing you know, boom, from behind. Whoever's chasing me took me out from behind. I'm on the floor. Next thing you know, I thought, right, I'm nicked. They put 2 dogs on me. They put a dog on me, and I'm flapping like a fish. The dogs have got me legs and all that business, and I'm thinking, fucking hell. Now, they give me a bit of a kicking. And I thought, fair enough. And sometimes you might think this is crazy and that, but I thought, well, I'll call this even then. This might be even, because after what they're doing to me here now, and what they did is they put these plastic handcuff sort of things on behind me. They got the handcuffs behind me. And I don't know, but God gave me some strength, because they were kicking me in. They had 2 dogs on me. One of them had his knee on my head. I could feel the grit from the road in my forehead. They had me down, and I had my hands behind my back, and I had traps. You know your traps? I had traps, and my shoulders were quite well developed. And the only thing that stopped my neck from breaking that day was the fact that I tensed my traps, and because I could feel the vertebrae in my neck crunching. And I was tense, and and then something happened. But you know something? Them handcuffs came off. They came off.
You broke handcuffs.
I'm not saying I broke handcuffs. Them handcuffs came off. I was handcuffed, subdued. I was flapping like a fish, and I was like, and then all of a sudden, bang, them handcuffs snapped. You know what I mean? Fuck the Hulk, you know what I mean? No, it snapped. I don't know if it's divine intervention or whatever, you know what I mean? But them plastic thingamajigs, like cable tie thing, they snapped. I had my feet, and then I grabbed the dog, and I had to grab its, I've got one, I'm flapping like a fish, my legs are flapping, and I grabbed it, but I grabbed it like that. So imagine the dog's like that.
Yeah.
I've grabbed it like that. So now I'm locked. You know what I mean? I've got the thing, I've locked myself in. And I'm flapping, and I'm kicking this other one away. Anyway, next thing you know, I've had to let go. I've seen the dog coming towards me. I've had to put my hand in its mouth, and I've grabbed it like that. I've got a scar there from one of its teeth, just there. Yeah. Anyway, so next thing you know, I've had to open its mouth, and I think I might have been in a little bit of a rage sort of thing. Not an angry rage, but because all of a sudden I heard a yelping, and that just brought me out of it, because I thought, to tell you what, I know somebody who did something to a police dog, God bless him and God rest his soul, and he got time for it, because he did something to a police dog. Decent kid as well, decent lad, nice lad, ended up with 2 handfuls for it, and it were wrong. He got big time for it. When I say it were wrong, he did a crime, obviously, blah, 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 but he did the dog, and because he did the dog, they classed that as a police officer, and I always remembered that. Anyway, next thing you know, I've let go of the dog, and I thought, fuck it, let them do what they want. They can't be. Out of all these officers here, not all of them are going to justify what's just happened to me. No way. Not based on no evidence at all. Anyway, next thing you know, I ended up on remand for a month, because my face peeled. They put pepper spray and CS gas on my face and that, and my face had gone pink. So I just took the skin off. And they kept me on remand, and for that month that I was on remand, every single week, police visit. Initially what they said was, we don't know what to charge you with, because you were asleep for 3 days, the policeman. Initially when I went in there, they were like, we don't know what to charge you with, we don't know what to charge you with. So listen, I don't even know what you're talking about. You know, I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't done nothing wrong. So what do you to me? I said, I ain't done nothing wrong. I've done nothing, I ain't touched nobody. So anyway, after I'd beat the court, put me on remand for a month. Every week they were coming up saying, listen, if you admit it, we'll take it down a charge. Well, Section 18, wounded with intent, Section 18, and all that. Listen, I've done no. And somebody actually came. I used to go to a gym in Hyde Park, and there was quite a few solicitors in there. And the solicitor actually came into the Crown Court from the back, they visited me. And he said, keep your mouth shut, Nick, because that same police station's under investigation for racism, police brutality, this, that and the other, so keep your mouth shut because they're bang out of order anyway. Excuse me, and people know what they're being like. So I thought, fair enough. So I shut my mouth. In the end, what they did, they came to me with a deal and says, listen, if you don't go to the police or the papers or anything like that and prosecute us, we'll call it a draw. You know what I mean? And I would think to myself, well, you know what? I might have done something. They've definitely done something. We'll knock it on the head, I'll call that. So they ended up giving me 4 months for dangerous driving, when really and truly it could have been. So if it had gone wrong, it even got to a point where I said to certain members of my family, listen, I might just say I blanked out, And they were like, you fucking crazy. Listen, from the time you say you blanked out, you're finished. That's mental health business. They'll put you in a fucking lunatic asylum or something. I was like, you're right. I'm not doing that. I'll just straight deny it and that. But that was, it was the same year that Rodney King got beat, that same year. And they were scared to death because regardless of whether I was in the right or wrong initially, the way that listen, you're not supposed to have 2 dogs on you and that, you know what I mean? I'll tell you what, still scarred to this day. Excuse the dog.
Oh, wow.
Dog. There's something at the back.
Do you want to show to the camera now?
Dog. All this, you should have let me cream up my skin, man. Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? It was a quick one. But no, there's little dog scars and that. And it ended up being a little bit of a, what's it called?
That's in the order.
It's not in the award, it's not in the wrestling order.
Okay.
You don't mind that, do you?
No, it's fine.
Cool.
Yeah.
Just a chat.
Yeah. Wow.
I've got to ask your relationship with trainers then to lighten up the mood.
Oh, trainers. Listen, trainers are trainers. Trainers are good people. You know what I mean? Trainers are surrogate parents, aren't they? You know what I mean? Hey, listen, that doesn't affect me at all. My mood doesn't change at all from that. It's a bit sad and it's a bit, it's reflective of the times, isn't it? And at the end of the day, there's people being in a lot worse situation than me. While I was inside, I saw kids being brutalised. I've seen them being beat up. I've seen nice kids, weak kids actually taken advantage. I was on one situation, I was in Stoke Heath. I was in the block for something that had gone off. And one of the things that I'd done, psychologically in there, you've got to survive. Sean, you know that, don't you? Right, you've got to survive. And what I did is I turned around and went, right then, from day one, when the screws used to say shit, I'd say, listen, not being funny, I'm not bothered about fighting the whole system. I just want one ear. You know what I mean? I'll just do one ear. I don't do no, and I don't talk it like a big man or nothing. I say it because you've got to say it. And I'd say, listen, because what they used to do, they'd rush the cell, fucking 6 or 7 of them and that, and I'd be like, right then. So there was some psychological premeditation in why I turned around and put the wraps on, wrapped my hands, and I punched the wall, and they knew. And I thought, right, and then some of the scraps that I got into inside, fortunately, I might go bang, and it's all over. But to be fair, we used to do some fuckery in there and that, just to turn around and put a stamp down. No, listen, you'd knock them out, you take the pants off, shove them down the toilet, and then say, right, fuck you. Okay, let's see how you get out of that one. Let's see how you come out at recess like that, you silly twat. No, but you'd have to do things like that, you know what I mean? And that's the sort of lifestyle that, although to some it's interesting and this, that and the other, it's reality, it's scary. You know what I mean? Because yourself, sometimes you've got to put a marker down just so that they don't fuck about with you tomorrow. And sometimes that marker might have to be quite brutal. You know what I mean? I've been on both sides of the coin of it, you know what I mean? So, when you hear, imagine being in a cell and hearing boom, 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 and kids bouncing off the walls by the screws. And imagine hearing, you wouldn't do that to manners though, would you? And you think, fucking shut up, dog. We keep my fucking name out of it. You know what I mean? I've got it to the point where they're not fucking with me and I'm not fucking with them. Don't bring me, you wouldn't do that to manners though. I'm thinking, shut up, leave me out of it. And I'm
Throwing your name right in the mix.
But can you understand what I mean there? Because in the YPs, a lot of the prison officers at that time, they took it. They took liberties, mate. They took liberties. They beat up the kids and that. And then one of my things is, because I'd spent 4 months on remand in the dispersal jail, the adult jail, I had an idea of how things really were supposed to be. So that when I went to a youth offenders, they'd be saying, straight away I'd be like, all right, boss. They'd be like, call me sir. Come on. You know what I mean? Come on, boss. Listen, it's not no big deal. Call me sir. And they used to be adamant that you had to call them sir. But I'd spent 4 months on remand calling them boss. So, well, I had to turn around and go back. So a lot of that, they'd get wound up because I'd still call them boss. Or I'd call them boss sir. And they'd be like, so, sir, boss sir, what? You know what I mean? And they'd get a bit wound up because all the other lads, well, a lot of the other lads, would have to call them sir. And I'd be like, boss, you're right, boss sir, boss sir, whatever, ossifer. And just wind them up a little bit. But like I say, there were different people who got sort of like half different treatments and that, you know what I mean? All the bullshit where if you got in trouble, if you had a fight on the wing, they'd tell you to go down block. They'd take you down the block. But when it came to them taking your property, shampoos, everything in, ruin your letters, ruin your photographs, this, that and the other, just to wind you up. And I had a major incident at one point, the Stoke Heath one. And when they came to turn around and take us down the block, I refused. And they'd come with a couple, no mufti squad and that. I said, nah. I said, I'll tell you what, I know that you're out of order and you know that they're out of order. So I'll tell you what you do. Give me 10 minutes. Because they come saying, get out now. I said, no, give us 10 minutes. Let me put my stuff away. Let me pack my stuff. You know, you like, is it the bed pack, the mattress cover? Right. Let me put my stuff in my mattress cover. I'll take my stuff myself because I know for a fact that if you lot take my gear, it's all ruined. And if that's the case, come and take me out. I'll kick off. I am kicking off. And you'll have to drag me down there. Simple as that. And I'd always said to them, I'm not saying like I'm a tough man, I'm just saying it as it was in there. I'd always said, I'm not bothered about fighting the old system and that. If you come and fuck with me, I'm only looking to get a good lick on one of you. And if I can get a good lick on one of you, that'll do. I'll be all right. I'll lay down. And the thing is, none of them wanted to be that first one, did they? So as long as I didn't overstep the mark or take some proper liberties, which I wouldn't do anyway, they'd sort of like give me a little bit of a distance. And they actually thought, the ones who were twats, and they just wanted total control and dominance, you know what I mean? But the ones who were half fair, they were all right, and they knew that I was all right, if you know what I mean.
So where did you meet Crazy Scott, who had an ass like a shop?
That's him, bit 9 bar.
Really?
You know what I mean? That's the old Scott who turned around, came in, he went, oh, do you smoke? Like,
What do you mean he had an ass like a shop?
Well, they could have got all sorts in there.
Oh!
I mean, you know what I mean? That is the bank.
He was storing plenty of
Yeah, he would have all sorts
contraband
in
in
that.
his
Fucking hell, he had
keister.
Well, you meant he had a big ass.
no, he had a big old
Well,
cavity
no,
of an
but
ass,
no, I
yeah.
know,
Plenty
yeah.
of room.
You know what a 9 bar's
store.
like, don't you? A 9 bar used to be like, it'd be maybe,
Well, you've got
Like
massive
that.
hands there, so...
nah.
Look how big your hands are.
Look at yours, aren't too bad, aren't
They're long, aren't
No, I
they?
can't do
Piano hands.
they? Piano hands. Oh, you think yours are slender and all that, do you?
Oh, they're not like shovels, are they?
I think they're quite elegant hands myself.
They're very, very, yeah,
Quite elegant.
beautiful.
Powerful.
Thank you very much.
Jen has just been weird with a guy called Vulture, and he was talking about Lee Duffy. So
Yes.
Jen's just learning about the legend of Lee Duffy.
We're meant to be doing a tour of him on Sunday. I
I was
mean,
in Durham at the same time as Lee Duffy, but Lee Duffy had gone on the cons, I put him on the cons. But you know
Okay.
something? Even now, I'm quite glad that I didn't meet him, to be fair, because I personally don't know what kind of a guy he was, and I don't know if he was one of them who would, if he thought you may be a threat in any way, shape or form to his domain, so to speak. Not to him personally, but if you had, maybe if other people thought you were a bit tough, he might turn around and go, well, I've got to go find out how tough this fella is. And I was quite glad that I didn't meet up with him, actually, because he'd probably fucking
well, that's what I'm
flogged
going to
me.
ask. What are the rumours are? About him.
Handful.
Handful.
Proper handful for his age group.
Okay.
Handful. Proper handful. He was a real one. He was a real one.
Anyone who, like Nick said, anyone who heard was hard,
He'd go over.
he would go, and it was
Didn't have to-
expanding.
Yeah.
It was expanding, wasn't
Yeah.
it, all the time?
Yeah. While I was in Durham, I thought at that same time when I chinned that kid for the water, he was in at the same time, and it was somebody else who half knew him who said they were going to do me, and I had to go down to the recess, and thankfully it didn't happen. But Lee were in there at the same time, and he had a real mean reputation. And I thought to myself, nah, it's too much for me. You know what I mean? There's tough, and there's rough and tough, and he was rough and tough. You know what I mean?
Dangerous.
There were a couple of lads who were real handfuls. He was one of them. There was one from Leeds who passed away, from Bramley Way. That one was another one, but I won't give his name, you know what I mean, because he was a really, really, really tough guy. Our age group, tough. Respected in there as well for being, and it takes there's some hard men in there, you know that, and they're not all named, but some of them that are named, some dangerous fuckers, man, dangerous. No pain threshold, no, what's the word, conscience, no conscience. They'll sort you out, and when it came to that kind of crime, I realised that I had a bit of a conscience in that, and I'm thinking, you know what, I don't think I'm a shit crook anyway. I'm always getting caught. I don't think this crime's for me. Although I understand it and I get it, and to a degree I was excited by it, because what a lot of people should realise is that crime on the outside, so glamorous, so exciting, so much fun. It is, because the proceeds of crime give you a fantastic lifestyle.
Nice cars.
Temporarily.
Clothes.
Nice cars, nice clothes, nice this, that and the other. For a while. And then it's the progression, because you might be the champion today, but there's a champion coming up tomorrow who, there's an old saying, the king is dead, long live the king. Very relevant. And very relevant. And I'll tell you something, I learned at an early age, it's brutal. It's brutal. Like I say, we grew up on some serious gangster films and all that back in the day. And when they turn around and talking about chopping off your hand and taking out your family and terrorising you, and that, you realise actually that's a different level of shit, and that's not me. I'll tell you what, I think I need to find a job and do something constructive, you know what I mean? Because some of them, I feel very fortunate, you know what I mean, to be here. I know that in reality, you've had some people on who they blow my experiences out of the water. And I'll tell you something, I say to them, all the best, mate, because the background that you are and the background that you've had, I feel for you. Some of them guys, a lot of these guys that are here, they've had some traumatic backgrounds, man. Not enough love, not enough guidance. And you can't knock them for the existence that they've had to turn around and play. I don't knock them.
I think the root cause of crime is childhood trauma.
I think so, you know.
Yeah.
I really do. You know, I mean, I'll tell you what. I knew I was going to go to jail.
How?
Well, because there's two places you're going to go. Army or jail back then. And I was like, well, the things that I'm doing, chances are I'm going to get nicked. So I wanted to join the army and that. But I was dissuaded from that, which is a massive regret in certain respects, because I'd have loved that discipline. When I see kids who's been, even if they've only been in there for 3 years or something like that, I admire them, and I see that it shapes them for life, even if it's just in how they hold themselves, how they present themselves. It shapes them for that. It shapes them for life. And a lot of these kids, I know that I always go back to the kids and that, but that's where my passion is, because my experience, I see a lot of them kids in certain ways going that way, and I don't think that they are going to have the presence of mind or the opportunity to stop. Whereas I knew myself I had to stop, you know what I mean? Because really and truly, I know a couple of guys, they got liquid cosh, Largactil and all that business, and you're like, Jesus Christ. So, well, actually that makes the strongest man immobile, and there's not what you can do. I don't know why they didn't. No, I can't say that. I can't say that. I don't think they've got the needle in him. But no, go on, carry
So
on.
Viv Graham was Lee Duffy's opposition, wasn't he? What did you hear about Viv Graham?
Well, he was another one who was like a gentleman crook. Always smart. I loved the fact that he was always smart, always presented, and he came across very well. I was in there, and in the gym, we were playing basketball, and he was in there playing chess with somebody in the changing room, which was behind some double doors. So the double doors are there, but the basketball hoop's there, and you're playing the door. So the doors were like flush to the court. So whilst I'm playing, I've had a dig in the ribs off one of the lads on the other side. I thought, hang on a minute, that's not basketball. That would have dig in ribs. I have to get you back. You know what I mean? So I'm like that. So he's going and it's coming down. He's like fucking Michael Jordan or something going, oh, I'm gonna go this score. And he's jumped and he's in the air. Gotcha. Boom! I just shoved him through these double doors. I thought, well, if you know, I just shoved him through. And it was just like one of them where it's, boom, gone. Yeah, you twat, you won't push me. We went through these double doors, bang, straight into Viv Graham's chest thing and this, that and the other. Bang, down. So I'm like that. I've gone, sorry about that, mate. I apologise for that, you know what I mean? And he's like that. And for a split second, they were like, and then they were like, it was an accident. And they were cool with it, you know what I mean? In reality, should have been behind doors playing chess anyway, you know what I mean?
Tell Jem what he looked like.
The Viv Graham?
Yeah.
I thought he was a well-made fella. Big chest and that, no legs and that, you know what I mean? You know, because a lot of the guys, well, he had shape on him and that, but he was like he looked cool, like a good-looking fella, nicely groomed and that, you know what I mean? I don't know. What did I describe him as? What did you think of?
Yeah. He had a lot of chest on him, didn't he?
Big chest, big old chest and that, big frame on him and that. But like he wasn't the usual rough, horrible sounding, speaking scrag. He was well put together, like a gentleman crook. You know, another good fella, that kind of thing. I found him quite. He was all right. Not personal, but from what I seen of him, and when I seen him walking around the place and that, he was an all right fella. He didn't seem like a bully and that, and he didn't seem like he was pushing people about or taking advantage of people. And that was my experience of him up there.
Lee Duffy was obsessed with him, trying to find him and
get him.
They both ended up dead, but they never met. They never actually had that fight. Yeah.
I think, you know something? It's a funny situation there because, like you say, the king is dead, long live the king. At the end of the day, you might get somebody with a big reputation. And the thing is, chances are, you might get somebody who wants that reputation. And what's the best way for them to get it? For them to get it, they're going to come, regardless of how old you are.
You see it all the time, especially in prison. They want to make a name off so-and-so.
Off somebody else, And it's like, one of the expressions I've always used is, don't cut your teeth on me. You know what I mean? Don't cut your teeth on me. I'm not a threat to you, so don't think I'm not into it. I ain't got time for violence. The only violence I want is control violence. You know what I mean?
We also got some female tension from the legendary Myra Hindley.
Oh, we were talking about her.
She was in thingy. She was in
talking
Durham.
about her on the way over, weren't we?
She's a nutter. Yeah.
She was in Durham on the.
How on earth did you get to speaking with her?
Because she'd be able to shout out windows and that.
What was she saying?
Well, you just talk sex, wouldn't you? It shows your tits. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're young lads out. It shows your tits and that. And you know what it is? She didn't. But I don't know what it is. But your eyes are a funny thing. And they'll imagine whatever you want. You know what I mean? Because we're like, I think I can see something. Yeah, I think I can see. It might be a shoulder. It might be a tit. And you're looking and you're like, stand to the side. Stand to the side so I can see your silhouette. You know what I mean? But you couldn't really see but it was just your imagination. You know what I mean?
Was she the highest profile one who was in there during his days?
Yeah, I would say so. But you know, sometimes what you got to remember, highest profile, probably highest profile, because it's a profile. But you've got some sick people inside there that some of the things that they do. I've had some cellmates where I've had to turn around and say, listen, mate, I'm not being funny. Press the buzzer, you got to go.
Really?
You know, yeah. Press the buzzer, you gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go now. Kick the door, man. Kick the fucking door. Because I can't stay a night with you. And because they put all sorts in with you. You know what I mean? Sex offenders, this, that and the other. And you're like, come on, mate.
So you just like press the buzzer, get the fuck out.
Yeah, but the thing is, back in the day, what they used to do, for you to get a cell change, well, you'd have to get your gear, sling it over the landing, run down the thing and demand that you're not going back in that cell, you're not going back in. Oh, da, da, da. And it's horrible, the sort of people that will put you in there psychologically, and you've got, no wonder half these kids are fucked up when they come out. You know what I mean? Because they're exposed to so much shit and so much, that's where criminality is fermented, so to speak. You know what I mean? I'll tell you, you can come and you go inside and you'll come out a better, wiser, stronger criminal. Don't make sense.
Those people that you tried to refuse to be cell with, did any of them resist and say fuck you or anything like that?
Not the fuck. Get out. Get out. Listen, you fucking bag out of order for being in there.
Yeah.
You know? No. And the ones that had to stay overnight, you dealt with them, you torture them. Or not torture them, you know what I mean? I was with a guy who refused to let the guy sleep in a bed. He went like, listen, you're not sleeping in the bed, mate, you don't deserve it. And he took his mattress, so he doubled up his mattress, he made the fella sleep he didn't even let him sleep on the floor, made him sleep on the slats. You know what I mean? And I'm like, that must be a bit. And through the night and that, kid were crying and everything, you know what I mean? But he'd done wrong, you know what I mean? And I was like, to be fair, you're out of order, mate, and you're lucky, to be fair. And then next morning, he or another one slung his stuff over and down the landing and off. But the thing is, a lot of these are kids. So you think, well, hang on a minute, what makes a kid or a young lad do shit like that? You know, and I can't get in their heads. But carry on, I know you want some juice.
Well, we're going to try and squeeze some more prison stories out of you, I'm sure.
See, you like that gore and all that business and...
I don't know what it is with me, but yeah, I watch a lot of crime programmes and...
I'll tell you what I'd say to any of these kids is this. I used to do a lot of, and I wouldn't mind doing that again as well, you know, I'm going to say mentoring. I'll go and I'll talk to kids and that, you know what I mean? I'll say
in prison and stuff?
No, in the schools and that before they get to prison. I think the job is not to go to prison and talk to them, it's to go to the schools and prevent them going to prison.
Because Sean does school talks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. I can imagine that. I can imagine you'll go down a hit as well, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a good reception. It's nice though to see the effect it has on them and get asked the questions. And
another thing is
and years later you get emails from them saying
thank you.
One said she was so inspired she went on to do a criminology degree.
There you go.
Things like that.
A lot of people don't realise the criminology. Well, look at, you know, when you put these, criminology is very, very interesting.
Yeah.
It is interesting. Look, when they do all this forensics, I turned around and said, years ago, remember when the bill first came out?
The bill?
Yeah.
I probably wasn't in this country.
Right.
I was in America for almost
When the
20
bill
years.
started, I was like, ah, fucking hell. Jesus Christ. It's like fucking Crime Stoppers, that. So what do you mean? So, well, they're telling you everything that goes on. You know what I mean? From both sides. You know what I mean? So they're both wising each other up, you know what I mean? Yeah, so the criminals are getting wise off and the police are getting wise off them. But I don't know. Talk to me.
What about drugs in prison over the years? Did you see it change, drug use?
Yeah. Them early days, don't get me wrong, there was smackheads and there was, what's that, where they put it on foil and they suck it up?
Was it the spice?
Fuck that, no, Spice wasn't even heard of them. Not here.
The foil and suck it up, crack?
No, is it like brown heroin or something
Oh,
like
heroin,
that?
Chasing the Dragon?
Yeah, they were that kind of thing. And to tell you the truth, I've never been about drugs. Nah, not for me.
But there's a lot of drama over the drug debts and situations, isn't there?
Well, I remember there was a certain person, a lovely fella from Leeds, lovely fella, got a lot of time for him. We met in there, and what had happened is he was a baron. You remember, you know what a baron is, don't you?
Drug baron?
Yeah. He was a baron in there, but he was small, so he was getting picked on a little bit when he was trying to get his debts back.
So he needed an enforcer.
Well, you might call it an enforcer. I call it a friend. I went to Pal. No, listen. All right then. You like the spicy bit, but I'm going to tell you as I see it. Watch. He was a little black guy who's in there and he's doing his thing. He's juggling. All right. He was a serious minority. All right. There was only 4 black guys in there, but he was doing his thing. But when he went to try and get his money back, his money for the debt, they'd be telling him to piss off and this, that, and the other, and calling him all sorts and that. And then I got there as another Leeds lad, and I'm like, oh, what's going here? Who's running it? What's going on? So he said, nah, I'm doing my thing and that, but them man are taking the piss. They're not giving me money and this, that, and the other. So I'm like, yo, but do me a favour, don't get in a situation where they're going to do something to you or say something to you that indirectly affects me and I've got to get involved because I just want to go home, man. So the next thing you know, I'm hearing them cussing him and calling him this and calling him that, and I'm like, fucking hell. So I says, yo, I'll tell you what you do me a favour, rather than you going to collect the stuff, I'll go and get it. Because seeing how you're treated there, it's making me want to kick off and that and this, that, and it's not to do with me. So I'll tell you what it is, you sort me out to a degree, and I'll make sure that I'll not make sure, but I'll collect. So it was a lot easier getting it back off them lads and that without the abuse and assault. I'll tell you what it is, that same kid, when I came out and I was boxing and I turned pro years later, I ended up getting an area title, which is that one there. And you know what? He sponsored it.
Wow.
He sponsored it. He went,
Wow.
when we were looking for sponsors, there's certain people that you don't want to go to because you're going to end up beholden, and then you're in their net. And I was like, listen, when they were asking certain people, and that kid was saying something, I went, nah. And that person came up and says, I heard that you're struggling and you're looking for, I went, yeah, don't worry about
That's
that.
fantastic,
Covered.
isn't it?
All right,
Good
fair enough.
karma.
Good, really good. And I'm actually very, very pleased that he was able to do that because, like you say, it is good karma. And it's something that I look back and I think, well, I didn't even ask you for that, but you know what? Fair enough. Fair play.
Wow.
But he ended up finished dead.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he's dead now.
Because of the lifestyle?
Yeah. Assassinated, bang, done.
Wow.
I think that it's all over the place.
Such a shame.
So we've moved on to the boxing.
Yeah.
Eubanks,
What about him? That's,
your experience.
Eubanks. Now, I love Eubanks. I think he's absolutely fantastic. He's eloquent, he's articulate, he's smart, and I've never heard him say anything wrong. I've heard him say some quirky things, some kooky things,
very
but
quirky.
if you look at it, ask yourself if he's wrong. No. He's an intelligent enough man that what he comes out of his mouth, he knows that he can back up. Right then, love Eubanks. I love his eloquence. I love that little bit of weirdness that I have.
Did you watch him on a Lou Ferrigno episode?
I watched him on True Geordie as well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Lou Ferrigno.
Yes.
Ferrigno. You know what it is? You know what's the
Massive
most
fans.
relevant one? Do you remember when young Chris blew thingies in his face?
Yeah.
And it went in his mouth. Have you seen them, what are them things called? Them little dandelion things. Is it like
Dandelions?
that? Yeah, it's a dandelion, yeah. When they're going, you blow them
Yeah,
off,
and the
things
little,
are off.
Yeah.
the little white
Well, have you ever...
Sugar
Blowwish.
daddy things, they're called.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're not called sugar daddy. Do you know what a sugar daddy is?
In America, it's like a plant that floats, like you blow it off, like what you
right,
said.
yeah.
In the UK, sugar daddy means something completely different.
Yeah, we'll leave that one. Yeah, well, I love that episode because Chris even then was a little bit defiant and boisterous, and he blew that, and I know that them leaves, I don't know if he threw it or blew it, threw some leaves and they went in his mouth, in Chris Eubank Senior's mouth, because he was trying to play the disciplinarian. I am the disciplinarian. My kids they listen to everything I say and da-da-da-da. Yeah, Dad, right. But I love the Eubanks, and I love, I do. I'm a real admirer and I'm respectful of Chris Eubanks and how he goes on, because you can see how his son, now regardless of what anybody wants to say, if they can't see that his son's a very polite, well-mannered young man, there's something wrong with them. You know what I mean? Because I like him. I like Chris Eubanks Jr. I like Chris Eubanks Senior. I think he's a great guy.
Have you met him?
Yeah. I sparred with Chris Eubanks Senior. Had a great experience down in Cornwall with him before he boxed. He boxed in Carl Thompson. Had a great experience. It was nice to be able to swap fists with him. Guy's a dude. I thought to myself, before the first round, he'd done 4 rounds with a really nice guy called Phil Day from down in Bristol. Good cruiserweight, good decent kid. Very intelligent young man as well. Done really well for himself outside the sport, which I'm glad to say. Phil Day, nice guy. But we were both sparring. And he did the first 4 rounds with Phil Day, and he gave Phil a bit of a pasty and that, you know what I mean? Top class kid is Eubanks. So he'd give Phil some fist, Phil give him some back and that. Comes to my turn. And imagine this is the front of the ring. There, he's come to it, and he's gone. Lifted up the thing, and he just went like that. And I thought, fucking hell, I shit myself. I could feel my guts going, so I thought, Jesus Christ. Anyway, so rather than go directly in where he wanted me to go, I thought, oh, Eubanks. Well, I love Eubanks, and I know Eubanks is a state of mind, so let me just get into his. So I went right the way around the back of the ring and got in behind him. And I've gone, Mr. Eubanks, it's a pleasure to boom! And he fucking hit me. And he went, be ready at all times. I thought, bastard, he's got me. Because I thought, he tried to take control. I took control. He took control back. I thought, I should have known.
Clever man.
Shouldn't. Yeah. Anyway, we had a good sparring, had a good experience, great experience sparring with them guys down there. You know what I mean? Clever man, smart man, strong man, good man.
So what about your experience with Joe Calzaghe?
Well, that was a good one actually. I'm really, one of the things is, let me just say, to be a top class professional boxer is a very, very hard thing. And you have to put in so much, you have to sacrifice so much. I'll tell you something straight. I wasn't prepared to do that. I know that it's a lot of hard work put in. And you know something, there's a little bit of luck involved as well. It might be luck that you don't get injured. It might be luck that you have a fight at a certain time. It might be luck that you inspired yourself and trained yourself so well that for that one moment you gave such a performance that it changed everybody's perception of your career. Bang. Now, for the hard work and the hard rounds and the sparring that's done behind the scenes and the peanuts that you'd expected to get, excuse my language, I'm like, fuck that. I'm not doing that. I'm not putting all that effort in on a maybe. Whereas these guys who are winning world titles, they're surefire. They're like, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. And I'm like, 100%, I give 100% credit to the professionals who give it all. Because I'll tell you something, psychologically, you're giving it all and you might end up with fuck all. You know what I mean? It is, you give it all. The majority of the fighters who haven't been successful sometimes work as hard for nothing as the fighters who are successful. So you got to think about it. How many are successful? Maybe
you were doing
5%.
quite well though between your career between 1990 and 1998.
Yeah, I did quite well. I did fantastic.
So 9 knockouts, 4 losses.
10 knockouts out of 11 wins. Yeah. My script is fantastic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's fantastic. But I also know that I only touched the tip of the iceberg. Some of the guys that I fought were really, really good guys. And to tell you the truth, in all honesty, and this is my honesty, there's not one of them that I can turn around and say, truly beat me. And I know a lot of fighters say that. I was beaten, but psychologically and mentally, I did not feel beaten by any of them. When I boxed Joe Calzaghe, I was bested by him. I'll make no excuse.
Because was it knockout or points?
I got stopped, not knockout, stopped on my feet, knackered, exhausted.
What round was that?
Fourth. Knackered. Well, I started feeling tired as soon as the bell went. I was like, I won't give no excuses. I'll give no reasons. The better man won. And I'll tell you something. Whether or not I was prepared or not is totally irrelevant. Because one thing that you've got to be in this boxing, be ready. If you get a call 6 days before and accept it,
You got to be
ready.
fit.
No, you got to be ready all the time.
Wow.
Yeah,
Is that enough time to be ready if you wasn't prepared?
You'd have to be prepared.
Well, 9 out of 10, you're going to be. It's not really enough time anyway, but it is a good enough time to give a very credible performance if you're ready. But if you're not ready, you're just going to be working on empty. And psychologically, fighters are more confident when they've already put the work in.
So you're in a permanent state of fitness.
Me?
You've got to be.
Oh, you've got to be, yeah.
Yeah.
Or at least 15% off it.
So why did you say you ran out of steam right away on that one?
Oh, fucked. Fucked, I ain't trained.
Okay.
I ain't trained. I ain't boxed for over a year. No disrespect. I don't even want to make an I don't want to...
Why did you take the fight?
Because you have to fight. At the end of the day, one of the reasons is, back in the day, if you weren't active for over 4 months, they'd take you out of the ratings. And the ratings to every fighter is sacrilege. If you see, okay then, books and bestsellers list. If you see your books in the bestsellers list, that means that you're recognised. You're in the ratings. If they're not, if none of your books are in the ratings, where are you?
You don't exist.
Thank you. So in the boxing, if you're in the ratings, whether you're the last one, at least you're there. There's your dream. When you see your friends, you can go, here, that's where I am, and that's where I want to be. Da, 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 da. So what happened was, I ended up getting in trouble and this, that, and the other. I was out of the way. So when I come back, I was frozen out in certain respects because I'd split up with my manager, Mickey Duff, got my contract back. He'd give me my contract back. Happy days, wanted rid. And I was out for 12 months, then 18 months. But what happened was, I was in the same camp as Joe Calzaghe. I was in the same camp as another ferocious fighter called
Which one?
Bruce Scott. Now, Bruce Scott, plenty of people will know this. Bruce Scott was a serious banger, cruiserweight banger. So anyway, I'll tell you the story of Bruce Scott. I hadn't boxed since the Joe Calzaghe fight. I don't know if it was 12 or 18 months, 15 months. Gets a call, bang, Bruce Scott, London. I'm like, fucking hell. And I was ringing up the boxing news every other month saying, listen, I'm still boxing, keep me in the ratings, I'm still boxing. So next thing you know, I gets offered this fight, York Hall, Bethnal Green against the kid, Bruce Scott. So I'm like, yeah, I'll have that. Keeps me in the ratings and that, and I'll have a good go. So he drives down to London, gets outside and sees this fella, like a wall, mean looking guy, looks like a mini Mike Tyson, but looked the part as well. You can see there's something about him. So I've said to me, the fella who was going to give me the water anyway, I've said to him, listen, I don't know what's going to happen tonight. And whatever happens tonight, we've got to come back and watch this guy fight because he looks mean. He looks ferocious. I've got to see him do his damage. So I gets in the ring. Next thing you know, I hears this music. Da, 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 living in the gangster paradise. Da, 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 da. Next thing you know,
remember that track.
Remember that?
Yeah.
So I'm like that. I'm thinking, let's hope I get out of this one tonight. Fucking hell, Nick, you should take your boxing serious, man. Da, da, da. It's a bit too late. So next thing you know, I'm like that. Next thing you know, I see his old Brutus. This thing coming towards the ring. So I'm looking, thinking, is there two rings here? Is there two fights going on? And I realised it's him. I thought, fucking hell, well, Jesus Christ, what's going on? I'm looking at my trainer who's come down, I'm like that, and he's like that. Like that. I said, I'll tell you what, fucking hell. So anyway, Bruce has got in the ring, and he was a mean fella anyway. He was a mean, you know, when he's in the boxing ring, mean, simple. And he did this though, but he got in the ring, and he turned round and he went, and looked at me like that. I thought, you cheeky cunt. So I was, fuck you. So you're going to get a fight, I'm going to give it a go. You know what I mean? And looking at me like that. But it was just that bit where I thought, cheeky, fuck you. I'm going to give you a go. I'm going to give you a go here. So I got stopped in the 5th round, but on my feet again, knackered, you know what I mean? But still firing back. And I'll tell you what though, the punches that he missed me with.
Thank God they did.
I could feel I was thinking, Jesus Christ, this man, what? I can't, and the shots that I blocked off him, I was like, that twat's not hitting me on my fucking chin. Not a chance. You know what I mean? Because I'll tell you what it is, he's not putting me to sleep. You know what I mean? I was like, and I was boxing him, and we had a good little fight. I think we had a good little fight. You know what I mean? I got stopped in the 5th on my feet and that. And I was quite pleased with that because he was a bit of a monster and I shouldn't have fought him. In reality, sometimes what we used to do back then is you test yourself. And something that you couldn't do as a fighter was refuse a fight. Because if you refuse the fight, you sort of like wondered, am I scared? Has my bottle gone? Am I a bully just picking on fights that I can win and that? So you'd have to challenge yourself, you know what I mean? I've got to give this guy credit. There's a guy called Tony Booth. He's a character. I'm surprised that Jamie or somebody asked you to interview him. He's a very, very... Tony Booth, anyway, is one of the most accomplished journeymen in English boxing and that, fought everybody. from heavyweight right down to light middle. Anyway, next thing you know, I was due to fight on an undercard, and the main event was Michael Gale and Tony Booth. So anyway, they had one or two issues with Michael as regards to fight this guy. Michael was a really, really good guy, boxed for a Commonwealth title and that, really good guy. Anyway, for whatever reason, they pulled Michael out. So they went, oh, we're going to get a substitute, top of the bill. Excuse me. So I'm like, oh, what are you going to do there then? Oh, we're going to get a lovely, talented kid from Manchester called Delroy Wall. But can you hear what I've just said from Manchester? So I'm like, why are you getting somebody from Manchester to top a Leeds bill? Yeah, but in Halifax, like, Leeds bill. So he's gone, oh, da-da-da-da-da. So I said, well, I'll tell you what, why don't I fight Tony Booth? So they went, oh, he's about 18 months down the line. So then, listen, I'm a big lad now, I've got hairs on my balls, and if I can fight, I'm going to have a fight. I'll take his place. Why are we going to have a Mank coming over to, and that's no disrespect to the Mank lads, that's how we were back then. There was a big rivalry. You'll win no. You'll win nothing this year. Forget your Champions League and all that business you're doing. No, there's only one United, Leeds United. Remember that. Done. So anyway, what's this? So we've, I ended up getting elevated to top of the bill. So I was going to box for 8 rounds for the first time. Now, everybody wants a gut check moment. Did you see the boxing? I don't know if you watched boxing, but there was boxing at the weekend.
I did watch it the weekend.
The one before, where the big robbery was. There was Jack Catterall and Josh Taylor. And then last week, there was an absolutely fantastic fight with... fight of the bloody hell. Just this weekend. My mind's gone blank there, but it was one of the best fights. Josh Lee Woods and the Irish lad, Michael Conlon. Fantastic fight. If you watch that fight, you'll fall in love with boxing, just like that. But that's... Every fighter, boxer, wants a gut check moment. You need to know if you've got guts. You need to know if you're really worthy of being in here. And I boxed this kid, Tony Booth, and I ended up boxing a draw with him. Now, I won. If I put the video up, I won. But you know something? I was quite happy with the draw. You know why? He got to the end. And for him to get to the end of that point, I'm like, fair enough, you deserve something. But after the 4th round, I was absolutely exhausted. Gone. But I trained, you know what I mean? But I'm totally exhausted.
What is it with the 4th round?
You know what it is? Yeah. That amateur thing. What it is with me learning to box at a late age, psychologically, when I went into boxing amateur 3 rounds. So to a degree, I was psychologically like 3 rounds of fire. And on the amateurs, I did really well within them 3 rounds. You know what I mean? Because it was like, I had quite a few stoppages in the amateurs. And when we went to the pros, it was like transferring that psychological mindset to do the longer rounds. And
you just couldn't cut it.
I couldn't. Say that again?
Didn't quite make
preserve your energy.
That's better. She said, cut it, fuck you.
Got to try it.
You made him swear now.
Yeah, no apologies, you know. That was justified. You know what I mean? Let nothing past. So anyway.
So you just came out in like a blaze for 3 rounds, and
no, it doesn't matter.
Energy wasn't
I'd come
preserved.
out and I'd be like that, and because I didn't have, with all due respect and no disrespect, we used to a degree, we used to train ourselves. What we do is you just do it. You'd do X amount on the back, do X amount on the pads, do X amount doing this. The trainers tried, but sometimes the trainers, they didn't. Training techniques have advanced so much over the years, and they are getting into strength and conditioning. They're learning to turn, like, don't get me wrong, fighters fight. And by rights, what you do is just fight, you fight all night. But sometimes there's got to be some strategy, and it's about food and this, that, and the other. Listen, we weren't even eating properly. We were on council estate diets for boxing and expected to win in that, and we were winning in that, you know what I mean? But eating absolute crap, rubbish. There's a quote in that book where I say, I look like a champion, train like a fool. You know what I mean? If you look at me, if you look at the pictures, I always looked in condition. That was my that's my physicality, and that's muscle memory. But in reality, I never had the stamina and the conditioning that warranted, that would have allowed me to turn around and have more confidence in myself to do the job. Because with all due respect and no disrespect, I really do believe that within myself, yeah, there's championship material there. Could I have won a world title? Could I have won a British title? Could I have won a European title? I'll never say never. But what I will turn around and say is that at the age that I was when I started, it meant that the grounding that I should have had over the years wasn't quite there. So a lot of my boxing was done on instinct. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So like a lot of kids.
So in what round did you knock out Paul Sykes?
Oh, the man who knocked out Sharks, that is. Jamie Boyle's written several books
Was that
about
in the
him.
first,
Took him out,
second,
Paul
third?
Sykes.
No, I never fought him. I fought him. Well, what happened was at
Oh, I thought he said boxing at Elland Road, knocking
yeah.
out Paul Sykes.
yeah, I was boxing at Elland Road,
Yeah.
but he came in the changing rooms and we had a bit of an altercation. You know,
Can you explain to Jen a bit about Paul Sykes?
yeah. Paul Sykes, like, rule number one, if you've got nothing nice to say about somebody, I'm not going to say nothing, I've got nothing terrible to say about Paul Sykes, because the situations that he's had to go through in his life, that's him, you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, he was a very dangerous man. Big, strapping, ex-heavyweight boxer, continually in prison and all that business, you know what I mean? So he's on it. He's very, very, very hard man, tough man, well known as well, very well known all over the country, you know what I mean? In all the prisons as well, and in the cities as well. He was a dangerous man, a well-known man, a formidable opponent. Lots of people scared of him. I was boxing at Elland Road. I was fortunate enough to box on the undercard of Henry Wharton, Fidel Castro Smith, Bomber Graham, and Frank Grant. And it was the first stadium fight at Elland Road on the pitch. So thankfully I was fortunate to go on there as a Leeds United fan. Sorry about that, I keep knocking this thing, don't I? My apologies, all right. But I was fortunate to box on that bill. And as a Leeds lad, one thing that I turned around and said as soon as that fight was announced was, do us a favour, I need to be on that bill. And I remember Mickey Duff saying, no, we haven't sorted it out. I mean, yeah, I'm not being funny. Do us a favour, I need to be on that bill because my mates and my pals are all Leeds United fans and we're Leeds United fans. And I cannot imagine in 30 years' time talking about that bill and me not being on it. If I'm not going to turn around and be on that bill, I want my contract back now. And I'll never box for you again, never. And if I hadn't boxed on that Elland Road, that initial Elland Road bill, I would have never boxed for him again, regardless. I would not, because I'll tell you something, as a Leeds man and a Leeds fan, to fight legally on Elland Road pitch, when so many have fought illegally to defend the honour of Leeds, I'm going to fight on it legally and defend the honour of my Leeds, and I'm going to try my best and win. So I'm sat there and I'm with a lovely little kid called Jason Barker from Sheffield. Lovely kid. We used to call him Pretty Boy, because he was a pretty boy. And anyway, so we stood in the corridor and we're waiting for this, as it goes down, ease on, ease on, ease on, ease on. It's getting nearest to when we're going to be on. Anyway, next thing you know, stood there, peeping up the tunnel, just to see what's going on, how the crowd's going, it's all building up. Next thing you know, the atmosphere, right? And you're like, what's going on? Turn around, and there's big lads coming through, and it's like parting of the Red Sea. You know what I mean? It's coming through. And to me, Sykes he seemed like a jovial fella. When he was wound up, that's a different thing. And I don't really know too much about that, bless you.
Sorry.
But no, don't be sorry. You know what I mean? That was just old school. You sneeze, bless you.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? Do you want a handkerchief?
No, thank you.
Okay,
This is
it's
when
all right. So anyway, next thing you know, the atmosphere just sort of like died. Look round, big lad, thinking, ooh. So I'm thinking, fucking hell, there's all sorts of people here tonight. Frank Bruno's in, Reg Goodridge is in, all the sporting stars are in. And Paul Sykes, regardless of what anybody wants to say about him, he was a respected heavyweight boxer around the area. He was a heavyweight hope. Got his opportunity to box for major titles. Didn't get to win them, but obviously got himself in the opportunity to do that. So you got to take him serious.
Was he 6.5 foot as well?
I've been about 6'4", 6'5", yeah. Big, tall, wiry sort of fella though, you know what I mean? Wiry but thick, you know what I mean? Athletic. Anyway, next thing, you know, like shoulders, waist, you know what I mean? He had a good build on him, really good build. Anyway, Look round, he's there. So anyway, next thing, he's come up. And before he's actually gone to go away, he's looked over and he's gone like that. Ugh. Who's fighting tonight then? So I've got my wraps on. I've got my nice Hugo Boss, my one good coat that I've ever had, my nice Hugo Boss coat on. I've got my shorts underneath, my boots on. I've got my wrapped up and all that. So with him asking that, I'm like, yeah. He's gone, oh. All right. And he's gone to Jason Barker. What about you? You a fighter? And Jason's like that. No, we're young kids like that. Yeah, gullible kids thinking, oh, this heavyweight's taking an interest in us. And anyway, so he's gone. So I didn't really know too much about Sykes and all that then. I did, but I didn't. So next thing you know, he says to Jason, you're a fighter as well then? Jason's gone, yeah. And he's gone, I'd rather fuck you than fight you. That's what I did. All like, blood, clot. So I'm like, I just flipped off. I went to the changing room. I was like, in my head, we're like, what's going on there? Like, Jesus Christ, please, what happened there? Next thing you know, boom, doors opened. Big lad's there. He's coming. He's like, and I'm like, oh dear. So I say, all right, yeah. I'm thinking, what do you say to him? So he says, oh, I've seen you fight before, son. Come on, elbow me up. I think it sounds like I'm all right. So I started backing off, and I'm in the changing room, and in butcher's blocks, then massage tables.
Yeah.
There's one of them in there, and I've gone round, and he's coming, and he's like, I'm like, fucking hell, what do you do? And I'm like backing off, and 3 fucking times I went round that table. 3 times, I'll never forget. 3 times I went round that table. I was like that. I'm supposed to be fighting in a minute, and I'm running away from him. But he's an handful. You know what I mean? But I'm still running away from him, and I'm like a coward, me. You know, I'm like that. So I've got round, and I don't say it in the thingy because God rest his soul, and whoever dies, God rest his soul. You know what I mean? Hopefully they made the peace and whatever. But anyway, he's come round, and I've gone, right. I says, Paul, my trainer's going to come in and train me and do this. I appreciate what you've done and that, you know what I mean? And I appreciate your interest. But listen, it's not for me to tell you to come out of changing rooms. You're not really supposed to be in here. It's not for me to say that. But my trainer's going to come in. But I'm not going to take another, I'm not stopping. I'm not going to take another backward step now. You know what I mean? Because I thought to myself, what am I doing? I'm fucking scared and that. And I'm supposed to be going out there. There's all my pals out there. And I'll tell you, if I get flogged in front of them out there, chances are some of them might even want to turn around and jump on me for past slaps or whatever, you know what I mean? So anyway, next thing you know, I've stopped. He's like, he's gone, and I've gone. He said, I'm not going. And he went, and I went, shoom, boom. And he went, and I thought,
no.
Yeah, out.
You knocked him cold out.
Yeah. And I was like, shit. What have I done? He's going to get up and he's going to fucking wreck me. He's going to batter me. And I was thinking, oh. And then I thought, fuck it. Excuse my language. Dragged him by his lapels, boom, to the shower. Boom, put the shower on. And I was thinking,
please wake up.
No. I was thinking if he gets up and gets up aggressive, I'm going to have to keep him down because if he gets up, he's going to beat me like a baby. You know, because a big, strong, listen, he's more than sorted out 10 of me. You know what I mean? I'm serious, listen, serious fella. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, like I say, it's within us all to defend ourselves. And when we're frightened, whatever we can do, we're going to try and do. Right? Then regardless of whether you're 1 foot, 2 foot, whatever, you're going to try when you're frightened. And I was frightened because I thought, what is this man going to do to me?
Yeah. 2
minutes before something I hadn't even thought he might be. Anyway, we'll not go there. You know what I mean? Because what he said to Jason, imagine if... Can you imagine getting bent over bloody butcher's block in bloody dressing room at Elland Road? Jesus, it was not like that anyway. But with what he said to what's he called already, it was like, Jesus Christ, what, you don't know what to expect. So anyway, put shower on, and I was sort of like halfway in thinking, I'm going to have to keep him down, because if he gets up, that's me done. Because don't make no bones about it, he would have done me. He would have done me. Next thing you know, he's got up, he's gone. That's the water coming off his face and that. Good shot that. And went out the door. I'm thinking, did that just happen? Anyway, when it came time for me to fight, I had to get rewrapped as well because, you see that there? I told you. There's I don't know if you can see that.
That little scar.
That line, yeah. Well, that were his teeth, that were his tooth. So, so it drew blood. So I had to get my hand rewrapped. When I went out and boxed, he was shouting as much as anybody else. He was very loud, very vocal. He was shouting for me.
Oh, and did you win that fight?
Yeah, I won it in 21 seconds, including the count. Bang.
He got you warmed up.
He did his job then, didn't he? You know what I mean? So, yeah, because I had a right good. That was one of my proudest performances, to be fair.
Wow.
Because it was actually on my hometown pitch in a stadium fight. You know what I mean? I'm as proud as that. I'm as proud of that as I am of Josh Warrington fulfilling what he did as a young kid to go from nothing to where he is now. You know what I mean? Because that's an achievement in itself for that kid.
Just let me tell the viewers, Jamie Boyle, we've published his audiobooks of Sykesy, Further Agony, Sweet Agony, Unfinished Agony. And that story you heard, everywhere Sykes went, it was just another story, another story, because he behaved like that all the time. And they're all available worldwide on Amazon. And they're massive bestsellers. I think Jamie's two best-selling books are the Lee Duffy stuff and the Sykes stuff. But doing the free audiobooks, just listening to story after story like that, mind-blowing.
You know what? If anybody gets the opportunity and they've got a couple of hours, if they sit down and just listen, watch there's a documentary on Paul Sykes. Yes, I can't remember the name of it, but it's hilarious.
Gets married in it and everything.
Yeah, the thing is, a lot of people will talk about the negative side of Paul Sykes' character and all that business, which is just, it's out there. But if you take that away and then go to them moments where he's been personable, affable, it's nice. It's like an old uncle who'll give you a clip around the ear and all that business, but it was straight. It was a proper Yorkshire straight.
Was he a bit of a lovable rogue?
I think so. A lot of people might not think so.
He couldn't control him. He was always in prison because he'd always clout like a policeman or a prison guard or the governor or...
But
anyone?
Yeah, anyone. If you wound him up, he'd have a go. He'd be like, and bam. And I'm not going to knock anybody for that. That's not for me to knock anybody. But from what my experiences and my old boxing trainers, when they're talking about him, they always talk about him with affection, and they've always got a smile on their face. And then they'll turn around and go, oh, but when he lost his temper. But that's a totally different thing. You know what I mean?
Delroy Showers was at the wedding, wasn't he? We interviewed Michael Showers.
I remember when I told you I went to Liverpool, and they used to call him the mayor in there. The mayor. He had this big gold chain on with a big old cross on, and I was in reception and he seen me. And like I say, he was one of the only black guys in there as a con. I was still on the YPs when I went to Wallerton, but I was in reception, and I was scared. I don't know if he detected that, but I was scared. I was putting on a front. I had to fucking stay tight to stop myself from shaking, because at the time Liverpool was supposed to be a bad jail, because like many other areas, they had problems with drugs, didn't they? And the thing is, the Scousers won't mess about with you, man. They're great people, but ruthless. They're ruthless when they're ready. And a lot of them, they was slashing people and beating people and all that business for whatever reason they have there. Like you might go to one place where they might go, put them up. You might go another place where they go, don't bother. And they might go another place where they go, shiv. In Liverpool at the time, there were a lot of slashings and things like that. And I was thinking to myself, Jesus Christ, they've sent me here to get slashed, man. You know what I mean? I was like, fuck, you know. I was in their reception, and Delroy Showers was down there. So with me being a young black guy, I'm gravitating towards that black guy, and he was really, really softly spoken, really nicely spoken. And he actually turned around and said words to me that comforted me at the time, saying, listen, you don't worry, you'll be all right. You know, you'll be right. If you're all right, you'll be right. And I'm like, fair enough. And it's sort of like stuck with me that if you're right, you'll be right. If you're a twat, don't expect, you might get treated like a twat. But if you're all right, by rights, you should be all right. And if you can't, an old Jamaican West Indian saying, you can't wrong and strong. You can't be wrong and be strong. If you're right, you'll get might. You know what I mean? You know what might is, don't you? Yeah, you'll get that might. So, cool.
It's the energy you're putting out, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what you receive.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't get me wrong. Like I say again, a lot of these experiences that I've had, I don't know if people believe in God or a divine spirit or nothing like that, but my family and my mother said a lot of prayers for me. A lot of prayers for me. And I can tell you something now, them prayers worked. Because the situations, some of them other situations, I think I was meant to be broken. When I say broken, I mean broken to the point where I'm not confident in myself. I'm not still happy to go out into the world and try and do something, be something. You know what I mean? When I say do something, be something, I had an ambition about Leeds. I'll go off track here. Leeds boxing. Leeds has got some fine men, good men, strong men, hard men, straightforward men, good men. And I always wondered, how come we haven't got a world champion? Because everything that people do in Leeds, we get winners. You know what I mean? Running, we've had runners, good runners. We've had good cricketers, we've had good rugby players, good footballers, good basketballers and that go to America and get scholarships and that. And I say to myself, well, why not boxing? When everywhere we go, I don't mean in the thingy sense, but everywhere we go, we have a go and we're well respected. And if you go anywhere as a Leeds man, if you're not a dick, they'll love you. You know what I mean? They'll go, where you from? Leeds? Oh, fucking hell, good lad. You know what I mean? And I was thinking, hang on a minute, we're kind of respected all over the country in certain respects, and we haven't got a world champion. There's something not right there. But I know why we haven't had a world champion, and it's because the things that you have to do to be a world champion are just that little bit extra. It might be, you see that drink that you might have once a month, don't have it. You see that party that you might go to once a week, don't do it. You see that bird, them different birds that you're seeing, don't concentrate on one, focus on what you're doing, and bang. And sometimes it's the difference between a thoroughbred and just a racehorse, that concentration. And I've seen them, we've had some really, really good champions who've tried to be contenders. Crawford Ashley, fantastic fighter. He was in a fantastic era. You don't mind me waffling, do you?
No, carry on.
Please.
Okay. Crawford Ashley was in a fantastic era, boxed some of the best fighters, Michael Nunn, Virgil Hill, Rossi Gini, boxed some great fighters, but just came up short because he was in the company of great fighters. Henry Wharton boxed Chris Eubanks, Nigel Benn, Robin Reed. He was in the company of good fighters, very, very good fighters. And you know something, if they've just got that little bit extra on top of you, that's the difference. I will always say, Henry had the beating of Nigel Benn. It was just a little bit of inexperience at the time and a little bit in awe, A-W-E, a little bit in awe of Nigel Benn's presence and whatever. Henry was a fan of Nigel Benn, which I think worked against him, because I remember even saying at one point, you need to take 10% of your admiration that you've got for Nigel Benn. You need to take 10% of that away, throw it away, because you've got a real opportunity to fight him, and you don't want to be fighting him like that. Ooh, Nigel. And what he did is, for the first 4 rounds, he was like looking at Nigel, and it was like he didn't do no, so he lost them first 4 rounds. And then when his coaches and that picked him up and said, "Hey, listen, get with it," that's when he come into the fight, and and from that moment on, he was progressing into the fight. Now, if he'd woke up then 4 rounds earlier, it'd have been a different fight for Nigel, and who knows what would have happened. But he would have been in the fight. And one thing that's not going to happen with Wharton is you're not going to knock him out. He's got an head he's got a fucking jaw like a brick. He's, solid. No, hard man. There's I've seen him and Eubanks and that hard chins. I mean, they're on par with each other for the chin. Henry might even have a stronger chin than Eubanks, because at the end of the day, he never got put down. Never got no counts or nothing like that. But like I say, good men, strong men, respectable men. Elton Tom Collins, Elton Collins, boxed for various world titles and that, just comes up short. And then all of a sudden we get the opportunity. You got Josh Warrington, who was a young kid. Everybody was saying that he was feather-fisted, couldn't punch, this, that and the other. And what they didn't realise is that he was a young lad who was still progressing and who was showing all the determination and characteristics of a top-class fighter at that age, and just needed the experience and the ability to flourish and to grow, and then to turn on and believe in himself, and then grow as a man, and then all of a sudden, bang. And when him and his father approached me and asked me to come on board, that was on, as far as I'm concerned and aware, they asked me to come on board on the back of, I was training a fighter called Harry Matthews from Pocklington in York. Lovely kid. He's doing a bit of acting and that. So on top of his boxing, God's willing, he's made a few films and that, and he's looking to progress and get films done and that, you know what I mean? And thankfully, Harry asked me to train him for a while. We got on well, and in doing that, we ended up with the opportunity to fight Chris Eubanks Jr. So that were on Channel 5, over 6 rounds, and Harry, to a degree, was expected to be a little trial horse, get beat up, get stopped, make Eubanks Jr. look good. So we was like that. Like I say, I'm into the Eubanks, and I know that they're a state of mind. Eubanks was always a psychological state of mind. Not the best boxer in the world. This is his dad. Not the best boxer in the world, but tough, resilient, strong, determined, good heart. Sorry about that, I've done it again. So next thing you know, I'm like that. Okay, all right, let's get some strategy here. So there was a few of us that went over to Sheffield to the weigh-in and that, press conferences, weigh-in, and we all had T-shirts on with "Daddy can't help you now" on this. So young Eubanks Jr., he's come into the room and he's got his little black glove on and he's coming in looking the part, and he's got in front of Harry, looked him in his face, and he was like that, and then he's looked down. Just walked off. Right, nice, getting his head. You know what I mean? Just think about it, Daddy can't help you now. Bang, and that's on there. It's on the wall and that.
Oh, wow.
You see where Joe Fraser is?
Where's Joe Fraser?
Training headquarters.
Oh, what? Oh, yes.
Yeah, and then to the right.
Yeah.
You see the guy? There's 2 guys. Yeah. We'll show you. I'll show you that afterwards anyway.
Yeah.
That was a great
Oh,
experience.
we've got everyone on this tour. We've got Tyson.
There you go.
Yeah. What was Tyson like?
Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
I can't say I'm overly personal with him, but I've met him on a couple of occasions at dinners. Dinners, and you know what? He's a lovely man. What I don't do though is, I like relevant conversations when I talk to a boxer or a boxer of relevance. I'm not going to turn around and say, "Oh, what was it like biting somebody's ear off? Oh, what was it like?" I say, listen, I'm sure you've heard that many a time and that and that. So, at the time when I met Mike Tyson, unfortunately there was sadness in his life. Remember, he had the accident with his daughter where she passed on. Well, it might have been months after that he came over to England and he was doing a guest dinner and meet and greet, and all of us ex-St. Pat's boys and all that were invited. It was, I think it was Terry O'Neill and Gary Atkin and them guys that had maybe organised it. The guys from St. Pat's.
Big Joe Egan as well.
Big Joe Egan. I can't really say a about Joe Egan because I don't know him. I've
We've done an interview of him.
We've just published his book. Yeah.
Have you? Is it? You know something? I can't.
Oh, he's a great guy.
I can imagine as well. You know what I mean? Because he looks a great guy, sounds a great guy. I don't know what his boxing. I don't really know what his boxing career was, but I know that he's got good rapport with Mike Tyson, and that Tyson says that he was one of the
toughest white man on the planet.
Yeah, probably the only white guy in the gym.
That's the title of his book, isn't it?
Yeah.
Big Joe Egan, toughest white man on the planet.
He always said that. Tyson always says that. Tyson must have given him some fist and that. Yeah. And Egan, still there. The fighting Irish, strong, determined people. So that's that is something you can dine off that for the rest of his life. Because for you to turn around and do the rounds with Mike Tyson and go back and do the rounds and go back, says that you must have some fortitude in that. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I mean? He looks a decent guy. He looks a really decent guy.
Really good guy. Very charismatic.
I like. Yeah, it does seem that, and I think I like the fact he can tell a tale.
Yeah.
I think any Irishman's going to be able to tell a tale, make you smile in that. But he's got good aura about him, a good energy, and he seems like he's doing a lot for people.
He is.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't
the
know
young
for sure because I
kids.
don't know, but I can only go off the little clips that I see of him. But he seems to be trying his best, and it's if he's being positive, that's the thing.
Exactly.
All right, next we've got a Jimmy Savile story.
Yeah. Listen, everybody knew Jimmy Savile when we were kids, to a degree. As kids, we all loved Jimmy Savile now then. You know what I mean? He was a character, he was popular with the kids, this, that and the other.
And he's based in Leeds.
He was a Leeds fella, yeah.
Yeah.
So there's two parts to the story. When I was about 14, 13, we used to hang around on Ailes Avenue. Ailes Avenue is a beat. For anybody who doesn't know what a beat is, the area where prostitutes are and that. And there was a kids' home in the area. And there was a secure unit, and there's a secure unit and there's a non-secure unit. The secure unit, they were kept in like they can't come out. But the other ones could come and go. So you get impressionable young girls of 13, 14, 15, that age, and they've been put in these children's homes and this, that and the other for whatever reason. And on the weekends, we'd all be going out. So back in them days when we were kids, you'd have the blues, shebeens and things like that, and late night cafes and takeaways and this, that and the other, and there was a real vibrant nightlife in the ghettos. You know what I mean? Not in city centres, but in the ghettos, you'd have the late night drinking clubs, shebeens, this, that and the other. So as kids, we'd sneak out and we'd hang around there. And the elders, the older ones, they would look after us. They'd keep an eye on us and that because we were the kids. But there was a lot of prostitution around there, pimping and prostitution back in them days. And people shouldn't cover that up because there were a lot of people who were vulnerable, who were pimped out, prostituted out, this, that and the other. Anyway, these girls from the children's home, they'd come down to Chapeltown and they'd turn around Chapeltown Hills and that. They'd come down. And in order to fit in to a degree, you get certain ones who'd like take advantage in that, and they were little pimps and that. And they'd chat to the girls and make them feel so special, and then they'd turn around and put them on the street. You know what I mean? So you get the young 14, 15-year-olds, girls and that, and they'd be on the beat and they'd be going off in cars, coming back a couple of hours later with change and, you know what I mean? Anyway, Jimmy used to come down, we used to call him Mr. Bojangles because he was always jiggling, he had chains and that, and you'd always remember he'd have gold and ching, 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 and all the pimps and that, both gold, and that were the days. So he'd come down in this white car, but he'd have a mattress in back. You know, if you're looking, he'd have a mattress in back. And he'd always, of all the prostitutes that he could have picked, he'd always pick them young ones our age. And they'd come back with a handful of change and that, you know what I mean? Being with Jimmy. You know what I mean? And anyway, years later, I'd go around the park and I'd be running around the lake. And I'd go there, and I'd always go there. I'd go do my laps on the lake, do my bits on the sprints on the steps. And then I'd always go in the cafe and I'd have scrambled eggs, beans on toast with a cup of tea, done. And every other weekend that I'd be in there with a group of his cronies. And with me being a young lad, and you say hello and that, all right? And you go, all right, oh, you're a good looking lad, aren't you? Oh, what do you do? What do you train? What do you do? So, and you'd be like, oh, I'm trying to be a boxer, just trying to train. Oh, yeah. And then it'd always go into a bit of a, oh, I bet you like the girls, don't you? I bet the girls love you. I bet you give them plenty, don't you? Oh, I bet you. And it'd be always go to that, and you'd be like, oh, you'd laugh and you'd, yeah, right, excuse me now, I'm going to go get my breakfast. And he always had that seedy undertone to him. Now, you wouldn't really put him as a nonce, and all them things that he's done, all them things that he's been accused of and that he's supposed to have done and that, you wouldn't automatically put it on him because you wouldn't imagine that anyway. Anybody with half a brain is not going to just straight away imagine things like that or whatever he's supposed to have done. But in Leeds, it was common knowledge that he were a wrong'un. Common knowledge. So for this to go undetected.
Because he was doing a weekly lunch for the police, wasn't he?
I can't say that.
And the cop that was in charge of complaints was part of his clique.
Really?
Yeah.
Tells you, doesn't
And
it?
even if complaints came in from anywhere around the country,
They had to go through him.
had to go back to where he lived, Leeds.
You know what? It's a fuck me. Don't say it like that. I hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame, and you know he's a Manc originally, though, don't you?
Oh, was he?
I think so.
Didn't he
That's what we say.
Didn't his brother? He had some activity there, didn't he, with his brother or something?
I don't know. I can't say other than that. All I can turn around and say is that you want an honorary Leeds fella.
Yeah.
That's what I hope not. Anyway, you know what I mean. I always thought that he was actually from over the other side.
Yeah.
Over the other side of the Pennines, and then came over here. But it's a shame that all these things were allowed to happen, and it's a shame that a major hospital like St James's Hospital in Leeds and all these other places, it's a shame that they've had to be tarnished. And you think to yourself, well, what else? What else? You know, what else is going on that we don't know about that's being covered up and that, you know what I mean?
We just put out an interview 2 days ago. It was Matt Williams Thomas. He was the cop who blew the Savile case.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, fascinating.
Interesting. You know what I mean? And when you think to yourself, the people who are really hands-on, they weren't able to turn around and, like he said, there was so many complaints already been put in, like you say, that had been brushed under the carpet, factual. And you go, well, these people should be liable. These people should be liable. The police force should be liable, but they're self-governed. You know what I mean? So they're just protecting their own. This country's full of nonsense, mate. It's not. It's built on nonsense, isn't it? It is.
Wow. So
Right. Are we going to do a part 2 at some point? Or,
Yeah, we can wrap up now if you've got your thing
I'll
going.
give it 5 minutes in that, because what we've got to do is we've got to advertise the fact that Jamie Boyle's going to be writing this book, isn't he? And,
yes.
Although
War Cry Publishing.
We've only touched on that there. We've only touched on it, you know what I mean? Some of the, if they want to hear about prison stories, going from, I won't say zero to hero, but zero to hero, turning things around and that. And the thing is, the main story that I'm trying to get across is that, look, it doesn't matter what situation that you're starting. At some point, if you just stand still for a second, think about what you really want to do. Try and get a little bit of a plan and think, well, hang on a minute, if what I really want to do, is it going to be stopped if I do that? Well, yeah, if I do that, there's not a chance I can do that. So I'm best not to do that. Better to be poor and free than rich and locked up.
I like your quote here, got fuck all, never had fuck all. Quite happy with fuck all so far.
Listen, I come from, the only thing I've got is inside me. And one of the things I'm so happy about is that my ambition has never been halted. You know what I mean? And the thing is, I don't know what I want, but I know I want something. So I'm going to keep on driving towards it. I don't know what I want, but I know I want something. So I'm going to keep on driving towards it. And if I keep myself in such a situation that when I do find out what I really want, I'm in a position to get it. You know what I mean? So what I say to a lot of the kids out there is, listen, just make a plan, take your time. Don't be scared to be alone. Don't be scared to be alone, because one of the worst things that happens is that you get influenced by your pals. Or pals. It's like I say to the kids who come in here, don't worry about school. You won't make your mates at school. You know what I mean? You make your mates in the outside world afterwards. So if you put yourself in a position where you can go and sign on, that's the calibre of people that you're going to be around, signing on. Whereas if you turn around and just think a bit, study a bit, try and get 1 or 2 things right a bit, and have a good intention, try not to get a criminal record, try and put yourself in a position so that when that door opens, you can actually walk through it. You know what I mean? One of my greatest success stories here, you know, is when the kids come back to me and they go, Nick, I've got my licence. Oh. And I'm like, oh, come here, good lad. You know what it is? That's your credit score up. You know what I mean? And I'll say, listen, that's good. That means, you know what that means? What? That means that if your mama has got a secret stash, they might buy you a car and you might be the one who's driving you might be the response. You know what I mean? Little things like that. And I love it. I've got kids who come back and they'll say to me, Nick, I passed my exams now. I'm such and I'm like, come here. Nice one. That's all it's supposed to do. All that I'm here for is to hopefully give you an opportunity to, I'm not no martyr or nothing like that, but all I do is I open that door. I couldn't give a shit if I get 1 person in, 50 people in, 20 people in. That 1 person who comes in, you know, while they're in here, they're all right. They're all right, and that's it. I don't know about all this. I've got a really close friend in London who's been doing this. There's been a lot of emphasis on qualifications. Now, not everybody can sit in the classroom and remember all them answers to the questions that need to be answered just on that one particular day. So what he's doing is he's putting kind of a curriculum into schools where it's not based on the qualifications you pass, it's based on the experience you have at what you do and how good you are at doing something. It's like somebody can, you know, some people can make a perfect bread, but they couldn't tell you how to do it. They'll go, shove that in, shove that in, shove that in, shove that in, there's a loaf of bread. Whereas some people, Gordon Ramsay might turn around and tell you 6 ounces of that, 3 ounces of that, there for 10 minutes. And just because he can do that, he gets the gig. Whereas you've got a fella who can make wonderful bread, but he can't articulate it. You know what I mean? Well, he's trying to get to these kids who are having difficulty articulating, you know what I mean? And they're saying, well, listen, can you do the job? Yeah. Well, why not employ him? Based on that, not based on the qualification that he's got, that he's remembered, but practically he can't do it hands-on. You know what I mean?
So many different types of intelligence.
Yeah.
And the academia doesn't recognise.
Yeah. I'd rather, listen, if you're going to be a newsreader, you need to be able to articulate yourself. If you're going to be an author, chances are good to be able to write. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, that doesn't mean to say that you've got to be able to do everything in the spectrum in order to do one thing. You know what I mean? You're one thing. And these kids here, like I say, I find my most pleasure now in seeing that kid who comes in and he's like a wilting flower. And you might turn around and just say, just try, listen, nobody's perfect. And I might turn around and say to them, hey, listen, I might even turn around and say to them, I'll tell you the truth, sometimes I lie. And I'll say, listen, I used to get chinned as well when I were in thingy. Oh, when I first started boxing, I was getting knocked all over, this, that and the other. And they'll go, you too. And they might not realise that, no, I tried my best to make sure I didn't get that. But I know you're not me. So in order for me to get the best out of you, I'm going to tell you that me and you are the same. And then you can grow. And it's amazing, it's within everybody. Honestly, it's within everybody, but some of them, they don't get the chance or the opportunity to let it out. You know what I mean? You're
a spiritual warrior and an absolute gentleman, Nick.
Kind heart.
People watching this, how can people watching this support you, help you, follow you, find you?
That's an hard one because I never ask not for nobody, do I?
Are you on the socials and things like that?
I've got, I'm supposed to have an Instagram, it got hacked like everybody else's.
I followed it earlier.
Did you do that?
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that not yours?
Listen, I ain't bothered with it since it got hacked.
Oh.
I'm feeling so good as well. I got Anthony Joshua followed me, and I was like that. Anthony Joshua. Oh. And I thought, right. So I thought I'll leave him a couple of days and that. I don't want to seem too eager. Yeah. And I thought, right then. So I followed him. So I must have said something negative about, truthful about boxing. Anyway, he unfollowed me. You know what I mean?
No.
Listen, there's not wrong with the truth. Yeah. At the end of the day, when I turn around and say, it's like when they talk about boxing, we've had some fantastic eras of boxing in the past. We've had some great fellas boxing in the past. At this point in time, we've got some good boxers coming through. But for me, they don't compare to some of the ones that I've seen from the past.
Classics, Tyson, Klitschko.
Klitschko,
no?
Come on. Oh. No, I mean, Klitschko had an era where he was dominant. Well done. Tyson is very dominant in this very poor era, but he's a class act, is Tyson, and he's very, very good compared to what's out there. He's the only heavyweight boxer out there. Not fighter, heavyweight boxer. Well, you've got Usyk and that, but he's cruiserweight coming up. But Tyson Fury, for me, is the only original, real heavyweight boxer out there. The rest of them are fighters who are not as skilled as him. You know what I mean? He's the one with the skill. And an enormous will.
I was thinking of Mike Tyson's classic fights as well. I go and watch them on YouTube all the time.
Listen, when you think about
They're all like that, aren't they?
Listen, I stood in a boxing ring with Mike Tyson, like I say, when he came over.
Yeah.
And I had to realise that, hang on a minute, this little fella here was actually the baddest boxer on the planet.
Wasn't he?
It doesn't matter who if he's 9 foot tall, he beats him. If he's 3 foot wide, he beats him. He was the best at his time. And I'm thinking, this little fella, this, and because it's only to there or something like that, or me. And I'm like, Jesus Christ,
and he did it fast.
listen, that is you imagine you interviewing him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because he's got some tales in his life, and he's like you say, when he's a young kid at 13, mugging people, beating people.
He's got his own podcast now.
Really?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
All right, we're going to wrap it up then.
Okay.
So thanks for watching. We'll put Nick's links down in the description box. We'll put links for Jamie Boyle's books down there in the description box and his YouTube channel. Please support it. And you can find Jen on Insta as well.
At some point in time, we might have another chat.
Oh,
we
we'd love
are.
that. We love that.
Yes.
But what we're going to do is, I've got to leave the juicy bits for the book.
Yes, of course.
Okay, but something? Going forward, we'll meet again. We'll have a chat. We'll finish it off.
Give us a hug.
Give us a hug.
I can't give you a hug.
Cheers, Nick.
I can't give you a hug. No, you're a bird, and I'll get in trouble. Nice to meet you. I can't. I don't hug birds.
Thank you.
All right then.
Here at Boomer and Jen, we offer a wide range of organic or recycled clothing. We all know our planet is important. We only have this one, so it's vital that we all work together to slow down and reverse the changes to the environment. Whilst we all know that big industry are having a significant effect on pollution, here at Boomer and Jen, we believe that if we all make small changes, we can do our part. Fast fashion causes detrimental effects to the planet. Not only is nearly 20% of global wastewater produced by the fast fashion industry, but there is a considerable amount of fast fashion ending up in landfill. So let's move away from fast fashion items that are only worn once or twice, and start wearing extremely comfortable, durable, and environmentally friendly clothing and ethical jewellery. Boomer and Jen was founded in a quiet town in Devon in 2018. It is now gone from strength to strength as the world is becoming more aware of the current climate situation, helping our customers to buy sustainable, quality clothing. All of our products are fair trade and registered with the Global Organic Textiles Standard Association. Check us out on organiccottonclothing.co.uk.
This podcast is sponsored by Gadfly Press, who have published Northern Warrior by Richie Horsley, available worldwide on Amazon now. It's almost 5 stars across the board, and here's the blurb from the back cover. I've recently read Northern Warrior by Richie Horsley, and it just blew me away. Given away as a 6-day-old baby, Richie really began his life fighting. He was brought up by a loving couple in the fine northern seaside town of Hartlepool. But fighting became a way of life, and he couldn't escape it as much as he tried. Growing up in a fighting town with a passion for punk rock, a liking for boxing, and a reputation for fighting, Richie would find himself in many situations with some infamous faces, such as prison icon Paul Sykes and Tyneside's Viv Graham, and his big fight with the notorious prisoner Charles Bronson. Richie has lived his life with a strong moral code, impeccable manners, and a gentlemanly attitude. But of course, when you mix that with bouncing in clubs and being in prison, those are traits you can't always abide by, and using extreme violence was sometimes necessary, even if it meant having to dodge a bullet or two. Some of his fights have passed into local folklore due to the brutality of them. ABA boxer, unlicensed boxer, bare-knuckle fighter, street fighter. Richie was all of these. Northern Warrior is the true story of a modern-day gladiator. It hasn't always been an easy ride, but Richie has faced every challenge with a warrior's mentality. Richie's journey is far from over. He continues to live by his motto in life, which is, it's nice to be important, but it's important to be nice. Yeah, so check out Northern Warrior by Richie Horsley. Link is in the description box below this video. The audiobook is superb.